গার্ড হয়ে যাবে কিন্তু অ্যাঙ্কারে, স্পিকারে মুখ গার্ড হয়ে যাবে, তুলে দিবি।
Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 hello.
আচ্ছা, ক্যামেরাটা অনেক সময় স্ট্যান্ড বাই হয়ে যায়।
Hello, check, check. Good morning.
স্ট্যান্ড বাই হয়ে গেলে কি ফুটেজ আসে না আসে না?
गिरिनन्दिनि नन्दितमेदिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते गिरिवरविन्ध्यशिरोधिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हे शिखकण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते বিপদ হারিনি তুমি শক্তি স্বরূপিণী, তোমার শক্তি হোক অন্তরগামিনী। বিপদ হারিনি তুমি শক্তি স্বরূপিণী, তোমার শক্তি হোক অন্তরগামিনী। अयि जगदम्ब मदम्ब कदम्ब बना प्रियवासिनि हासरथे शिखर शिरोमणि तुंग हिमालय शृंग निजालय माध्यगते मधु मधुरे मधु कैटभ गंजिनि कैटभ भंजिनि रासरते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते। रुद्राणि स्नेहमयी जननी सर्वं सहाज बलदायिनी रुद्रेर रुद्राणि स्नेहमयी जननी सर्वं सहाज बलदायिनी जा किछु कालिमामय जा किछु जीर्ण তোমার আলোতে হোক দীর্ণ বিদীর্ণ যা কিছু কালিমাময় যা কিছু জীর্ণ তোমার আলোতে হোক দীর্ণ বিদীর্ণ। सुरवरवर्षिणि दुर्धरधर्षिणि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरथे त्रिभुवनपोषिणि शङ्करतोषिणि कल्मषमोषिणि घोषरथे धनु
বাইরে থেকে না ডেকোরেশনটা ইন্টেরিয়র এই সব আমি যা সব আগে ভাগে
আগুনের পরশনি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো দোহরানে আগুনের পরশনি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে আমার এই দেহ খানি তুলে ধরো তোমার ওই দেবালয়ের প্রদীপ করো আমার এই দেহ খানি তুলে ধরো তোমার ওই দেবালয়ের প্রদীপ করো নিশিদিন আলোক শিখা জ্বলুক গানে নিশিদিন আলোক শিখা জ্বলুক গানে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো আধারের গায়ে গায়ে পরশ তব সারা রাত ফোটাক তারা নব নব আধারের গায়ে গায়ে পরশ তবের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো দহন দানে আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ থ্যাংক ইউ
আমি বললাম কি শুরুতে কি
পরে উঠবেন
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this World Kidney Day celebration jointly organized by NephroCare India and also the Kidney Care Society. I'm really very blessed, and we all together are really blessed to have with us a lot of dignitaries across the country. We have one of the most renowned nephrologists, Professor Bharat Savidas. We know Dr. Shah for his recountable contribution in the field of nephrology. Also, he has a Narmada Kidney Foundation. We have a lot of programs where we conduct fantastic transplant games involving across the country, all the transplant patients, a lot of motivational activities, and about the transplant patients. It's really fabulous. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Along with me, we have our Dada, and one of the most accomplished nephrologists of the East of India. Dr. Sural is just like my elder brother. He always helps me in every activities. We are hosting ISN Con in Kolkata in this December. And Shobik Sural has taken the entire responsibility of being the organizing secretary of such a big conference. I have a big round of applause for Shobik and also for Dr. Bharat. Along with me, we have Mr. Saigat Biswas, my friend, senior advocate, and also the member of the Chamber of Commerce. Saigat, please, I'm so happy that in the Sunday you have made your time to be here. Along with us, we have the Sports Secretary, Mr. Jaideep Das. Jaideep Das is the main person for arranging the FIFA World Cup in West Bengal. And all the activities, the Yuva Bharati Triangle will not issue in the news shed just because of his credible work in this field. Jaideep, please, just have a stand and big applause for Jaideep. Along with us, we have one of the most senior, most cardiothoracic surgeon and the ex-sheriff of Calcutta, Professor Sadhan Chandra Roy. Professor Roy is a grandfather of us. He always helps us to keep us enthusiasm to managing entry program with us. We have a lot of dignitaries. We have a senior dentist I can see sitting in front of that. We have a ACP Vidhanagar sitting in front of us. We have Mr. Subhabrata Bhattacharya, my friend, and we have a lot of activities we did a Moti program jointly together. We have Mr. Gautam Brahma, he's a senior journalist, did a lot of good reporting and a very positive journalism in the health. Along with that is my parents, my fathers, my mothers, and my better half of life. They are also present. I believe Mr. Sujit Bose is coming. Within few minutes, the hall will be full. We are running in the BST, Bengal Standard Time. Though we have started to by 10, I hope that is likely so. Right now, Professor Utpalendra Roy is the HOD Biochemistry of North Bengal Medical College. He has just entered. Thank you, sir, for coming. And I can see a lot of enthusiastic delegate participants. Before we start and proceed for the next program, I have a big thanks to the musicians who have started the ball rolling so nicely with one of the beautiful Durga Mantra and celebrating the day with Kobi Guru's Ahunet Poroshpur. So ladies and gentlemen, the long day ahead, those who are not aware of today's program, let me tell you, today we have a lot of scientific discussions for the common peoples to make them aware regarding what is going on in the field of nephrology, how to protect kidney, how to keep our kidneys healthy, to spread awareness regarding kidney disease. Professor Bharat Shah will speak on the paradigm shift in nephrology over the last 3 or 4 decades. For his wise wisdom of seeing the change of nephrology from the days of inception, when there was no dialysis, till today we are thinking for artificial kidney. We are waiting to shower us with his wisdom and knowledge. Shobikda is the right person to talk about nutrition. You can see how healthy he is. So henceforth, Shobikda will tell us regarding nutrition and the kidney, how we can keep our kidney healthy with the proper nutrition and diet. I'll speak about something about end-stage kidney disease care, how to take care of the kidney, how to make kidney healthy. If somebody at end-stage, what is a holistic care we can think about. Professor Amit Gupta, the most charitable person in this field of nephrology, who has served as a director of AGPGR. He will be here, he has already landed, and he will talk about the prevention of kidney disease, how the silent killer kidney disease could be prevented. So, we are waiting for exciting sessions. And not but not the least, after the lunch, after we meet with the experts, if you have any questions, you can ask us. We have a fantastic and fabulous musical evening today. Ladies, we will announce regarding our new venture, that is the Medico Gene, which we are going to start very soon for the working of patients. Ladies and gentlemen, until we start the next flow of the patients, we are waiting Shivangi Verma and Imran Khan, the two Bollywood actors, the one civil model, they have arrived today. They are already staying in this hotel. We are waiting for them to come to start the process before you go process for the analytics ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sengupta, for delivering such a wonderful opening speech for us. And now I request the team to please felicitate our performers of the day, Monisha and her partner, with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much for your wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is almost on his way, and now we are waiting for the Bollywood actor and born entertainer, presenter. She is none other than Shivangi Gupta. We are waiting for her, and within few minutes, Bollywood actor Imran Khan, the very famous actor, he has done a lot of remarkable work like television shows, Ajnabi, films like Heroine, directed by Madhur Bhandarkar, and so many remarkable work that he has done. He will become very soon, within next few minutes, with us. And not only that, in today's show, we have some eminent personality from nephrocare industry, as Dr. Sengupta says, Mr. Bharat V. Shah. We have Mr. Bharat V. Shah with us. Please put your hands together for Dr. Bharat V. Shah. 43 years experience overall and 38 years as a specialist, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Bharat V. Shah is a nephrologist, renal specialist in Parel, Mumbai, and has an experience of 43 years in this field. He was a doctor with Global Hospital in Parel, Mumbai. He completed MBBS from University of Bombay in the year 1980. And he has some wonderful achievements like author of award-winning paper presented at annual meeting of Indian Society of Nephrology and co-author of award-winning paper presented at the first Global Cardiometabolic Conclave Digital Meeting. Awarded Dr. V.N. Acharya Oration at the annual meeting of Indian Society of Nephrology in 2019 and co-author and guide of award-winning paper presented at annual conference of ISOT. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for none other than Dr. Bharat V. Shah. Can we have Mr. Shah on stage, please? It's a request to please come up on stage. It's a pleasure and honor at the same time to have a personality like you in Kolkata.
নমস্কার, আমি বাংলা জানি না, আমি ইংরেজি কথা বলবো, ঠিক আছে?
গলা গলা
Pointer. Pointer. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful city. We are all celebrating World Kidney Day all over the world. We have had many programs in Mumbai. It's happening all over the country. It's happening all over the world. And this is because kidney is such an important organ. And when it gets damaged, it causes a lot of problems, and therefore we are striving to create awareness amongst people to maintain their kidneys healthy. In the last 4 decades, we have seen a lot of progress. You know how the things were in 1980s when it was only landline and some people would have cordless phones, and now we have the whole world in our hand with us get damaged, and how there has been a change in care of kidney disease over the last 4 decades. So our kidneys are located in the abdomen, in the back portion, just beneath the rib cage. So you see this rib cage, I don't think this works, but beneath the rib cage you can see the kidney on the right side and on the left side. And if you ask me, they are the most intelligent organ after the brain. So you can see the 2 kidneys. Normally, because of the extreme, if 5 liters of blood is pushed out of heart, 1 liter of blood goes to the kidney each minute. So you can imagine how important function the kidneys perform. Out of that 1 liter of blood, do you have another pointer which can work here? Where? I can put here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can operate it from here, yeah.
But that will not show.
But it's not showing on screen.
Liters of urine will be produced. So kidney is such an intelligent organ that if you drink 10 liters of water, it will make 10 liters of urine. If you drink half a liter of water, it will make half a liter of urine. This is how it will ensure that your body remains in a constant situation. Your weight today is 60 kg, tomorrow it will be 60 kg, no matter what you eat or what you drink. And that is why the kidney is the most intelligent. Now, we all understand from our school days that kidneys remove the waste products and they maintain a constant volume in our body. These are the most important functions of the kidney. Without this function, a person cannot survive. Get damaged suddenly. That means you are fine today, you ate something outside, you get food poisoning, severe vomiting, loose motions, now your blood pressure is low. If the blood pressure is low, kidney does not get blood supply, they will get suddenly damaged. But here we know the cause. In the same way you can get severe infection in the kidney and your kidney function may go down. Or there may be a block to the flow of urine and the urine may not come out. These are the ways in which suddenly the kidney can get affected, but we know the cause. We treat it and the kidney can recover. Now when there is an acute kidney injury, it may take some time for the kidney to recover. During this period, how to remove the waste products? So one may need to take temporary dialysis for a few days or a few weeks till the kidneys recover. On the other hand, chronic kidney disease, you try and compare the two patients. Now what has been the change in the last 4 decades? When I was training in nephrology, it was called as acute renal failure. Simply, when kidney function suddenly goes down, it was called acute renal failure. Now there are varying degrees of kidney injury. So now we use the term acute kidney injury. There is no precise definition, so that when you do research, you can compare when you classify patients in a similar way. So now it is defined as acute kidney injury, and there are different definitions I tell you later. Standard hemodialysis is of 4 hours, but now when someone is unstable, then one needs slow, long dialysis, which we can give today, and we can even give continuous dialysis. So a lot of improvement in the technique of dialysis for patients with acute kidney injury. What we call chronic kidney disease today, now why have we made a change in this terminology? We want people to understand common terms. In medicine, kidney means renal. We have converted it to term kidney so that everyone understands. In the past, it was called as chronic renal failure, and it only meant reduction in glomerular filtration rate. That means, I told you that 1 liter of blood goes to the, and now the severity is judged from glomerular filtration rate. Next. Sorry. Now, why is creatinine not a good marker? See, the level of any substance in the blood will depend on the production, and that depends on your muscle mass and your meat consumption and on your kidney function. So sometimes what happens is, let us say the creatinine is 5 and the doctors say that it is chronic kidney disease, this kidney cannot improve. So now this person goes somewhere where he is put on an intense diet restriction. His weight, which was 70 kg, has come down to 60 kg. His muscle mass is gone. From eating non-vegetarian food, he becomes a vegetarian. So the production of creatinine has reduced. And now his creatinine comes down from 5 to 4. And he will say, see, that doctor was fooling me, that this kidney cannot improve. And her creatinine is 1.5. And one will think it is slightly above normal. But look at the drop in kidney function. By one formula, the kidney function is only 25% of normal. If the GFR normal is 100, it is only 25%. By the other formula, it is coming to 35 to 40%. So if you don't understand, better to convert creatinine into glomerular filtration rate, estimated glomerular filtration rate, so that you know what is the degree of kidney dysfunction. Now, we are also seeing a change in the cause of chronic kidney disease. In our time, when I was training, we didn't see a lot of diabetes as the cause of chronic kidney disease. And now, it is diabetes and high blood pressure which account for 50 to 60% of cases of chronic kidney disease. Now, this is very important to understand, because both diabetes and high blood pressure can be prevented in many cases, and if they cannot be prevented, they can be well controlled. And if we can do this, you can prevent chronic kidney disease. In about 20% of the cases, the filters of the kidney get damaged. If you treat them promptly, you can prevent the kidney disease from progressing. So about 70% of the kidney diseases are such that they can be prevented or they can be stabilized. And that is the important message that you must take today. Now, my talk today is supposed to be is change in kidney disease care, and this is where we see a lot of change in the last 4 decades. How do we treat chronic kidney disease? Of course, the most important thing is to treat the primary disease. You must try and find out what is causing this kidney disease. And if you can treat it, you will be able to stabilize the kidney function. Next thing is minimize the changes which occur in the kidney when a lot of kidney function is gone, and I will spend some time to explain this to you. When kidney function is down, I said that you will develop severe anemia, low hemoglobin. There has been a great progress in treatment of anemia and in the renal replacement therapy. So when the kidney fails, treatment has remarkable. And then I would use this very crude needle to do a kidney biopsy. I am deadly scared when I think of it. And when I did for one of my patients, he bled and I prayed whole night. Luckily that patient did not bleed longer, but it was a very crude technique. And now there is a lot of advance. So now what we do is, we have a very good ultrasound guided procedure being done. This ultrasound probe is put, we can see the kidney very well. When we are putting the needle, we can see the needle going in. It's an online technique, very precise. You can be sure of getting the kidney tissue and less chance of complications. So it has become a much safer technique. This is found that when there is a reduced kidney function, there is an adaptation. Like in your office, let's say there are about 15 people working and 12 people have fallen sick. What will happen? The work is the same. Those 3 people work day and night, and because of that extra burden, they also fall sick. Something like that happens when kidney is loaded. You continue to eat the same, and therefore the load on kidney is the same, but the kidney mass is less. So what happens? So in an adaptive mechanism, the blood supply to the kidney increases. At the filter level, there is an increase in pressure, and this increased pressure for a long time is damaging to the filters of the kidney. So that is what they found, and they said that if we can reduce the pressure, good progress in availability of medicines which will minimize these adaptive changes which cause progressive loss of kidney function. I now come to treatment of anemia. So in 1980s, when I was in training, the treatment was anemia was only repeated blood transfusion. Repeatedly you give blood transfusion because the kidney has failed, it's not making erythropoietin. In late 1980s, there was discovery of this erythropoiesis stimulating agent. Kidneys fail, you need someone to do the work of the kidney. Now, chronic kidney disease, as I said, is irreversible. Very often the cause is unknown or not treatable. In some people it may remain stable, but in others it will continue to progress. And in those in whom the kidney function has fallen to less than 15%, we should start thinking of planning the replacement therapy. So what is the replacement therapy available? You all must have heard about dialysis, lifelong. It has to be lifelong because your kidneys are permanently damaged. So you have hemodialysis, then you have hemodiafiltration, which provides you even more efficient dialysis. So this is the progress in dialysis therapy that can be offered to people with chronic kidney disease. Again, when I was training, peritoneal dialysis was only used as a temporary measure. It was not available as a regular maintenance therapy for patients with chronic kidney disease. Then came this technique. You know how peritoneal dialysis works? You put one catheter inside. It's inside your abdomen. Your abdomen has a huge peritoneal cavity. You put 2 liters of solution. When you put 2 liters of solution, it will attract all the waste products. So in 1960s came the concept of brain death. One can also die when the brain is dead, because after all, the brain controls the whole body. A person who has severe brain injury is usually supported on a breathing machine called ventilator. So when the brain is dead, a person is supported on ventilator so his lungs keep functioning. He is supported on medicines to keep the heart beating. He will die within the next few hours or days. The heart will stop beating, but you get a window. During this period, when the heart is still beating, all the parts of the body are getting blood supply, and you can take those organs for the benefit of transplanting in patients who need the organs. So that is the important change that happened in 1994 in our country. Until then, we could do transplant only with living donors, but after the act was passed, it made 3 small incisions. You can do that, and then after a small incision called as bikini incision from the lower part of abdomen, you remove the kidney. So this is the progress for donor surgery, and now we have robotic surgery for recipients, particularly those who are very fat. Their wound doesn't heal well. For them, robotic surgery is extremely important. Again, small wound. We were the first in the city of Mumbai to do a robotic kidney transplant. Another progress has been in tissue typing, which was the first transplant, Lord Ganesh. So what do? We try and achieve as good matching as possible, and we suppress the immune system. So this tissue typing methodology has substantially improved. Earlier we were doing simple antigen antibody test. Now we do molecular typing, so we look at the genetics, and better the match, lower the chance of rejection. This is an example to show you that this is what will happen when you have a twin brother as a donor. All your tissues will completely match. Now when you get blood transfusions, by way of blood transfusion you are exposed to some foreign substances and your body will develop antibodies. So if you already have antibodies in the blood and medicines available, and azathioprine. Then in mid-1980s and 1990s, cyclosporin and MMF became available. These are potent immunosuppressive agents, and they significantly improved the outcome after transplantation. Then in 1990s, induction agents became available. So at the time of transplant, you give an induction agent which significantly suppresses the immune system, which reduces the risk of rejection later on. And then we had other new immunosuppressive agents which became available after 2000. Then in 1980s it was found one incompatible transplant was inadvertently performed. So when they realized, they removed the blood group antibodies and that kidney worked. So thereafter, now it is realized that doing transplant after removing the blood group antibodies can make transplant successful. There are 2 methods. You can do plasma exchange, so remove plasma of a person and replace it with other plasma, or you get such columns which will bind the antibodies and remove from the blood. Now despite all this advance, despite excellent results, less than 5% of patients are able to go for transplant in our country. Educate people about kidney disease has been working to create awareness about organ donation. All that you need to do is sign this organ donor card. In this organ donor card, you have to sign that after I am gone, I would like to donate any part of my body if it can be used to someone. And it is also important for your nearest relative to sign this card, because when you are gone, the relative is going to take the decision and consent to organ donation. All that you need to do is sign this card and keep it with you all the time. You don't have to register anyway. You can even download this card from our website, from Noto website, fill it up, take a picture.
So I'd like to request Shivangi ma'am to please share her valuable opinion about the program.
Hi everybody. So, okay, this is Shivangi Verma. I have come here all the way from Mumbai to Kolkata to be associated with such a great event on the eve of World Kidney Day. So, yeah, about the Nephrocare India Private Limited, I just want to say a few lines. I will not be taking much time of yours. With an example, for instance, I know this may sound funny, but let's imagine that we all are, here for skydiving, feels great. And we're about to jump from a plane. And suddenly we realize that the parachutes, they don't open. What do we do? What do we feel? How do we feel? We start praying. And then suddenly, the parachutes, they open. And we land safely on the ground. So that's exactly what Nephrocare does to us. It acts as a parachute. So I would urge all of you all to please spread this awareness so that we can save the maximum lives, and visit Nephrocare for early screening and detection of the diseases, because we all know about the chronic diseases like hypertension or diabetes, which later on may cause kidney problems. And it actually acts as a silent killer where there's no solution to it. So Nephrocare does that. And I would like to thank the team of Nephrocare for having me here. It's completely an honor. So thank you. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you so much.
Again, I'd like to request Dr. Sengupta to please come up on stage and felicitate her.
It's really a pleasure to have Shivangi on board. Far away from Mumbai, she consented us to be here and spread the message for awareness regarding kidney disease. And the celebrities like her, when they speak, it touches the common people's mind much better. We doctors work hard day in, day out. But we always focused on the sick care, those who are sick. We are so busy. And these people has a much reach. That was the main intention why Shivangi been here. I really appreciate your message, the way you have told about the way the Nephrocare is helping this, metaphorically speaking, the parachute thing. Yes, Nephrocare itself is a parachute for the kidney patients who are in this real crisis. Thank you very much.
I just want to say something.
So please.
I'm sorry, I just want to conclude saying, Jaan hai to jahan hai. I think there's nothing more important than life, nothing more precious than life. So please guys, stay healthy, stay safe, because इससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी कुछ भी नहीं है. आप हैं, जैसे कि सर ने भी बोला, डॉक्टर भरत ने बोला कि it's very important, अगर आप healthy रहेंगे तो you'll be able to donate the organs and keep people, smiling and healthy and happy. So stay safe. Thank you.
And even the organizer requested me to felicitate Shivangi. I think it will be my honor if Bharata sir comes to the stage and together we can felicitate Shivangi, because she is from your city, sir.
Now I know for programs in Mumbai I can get it done. and she remembered the most important message.
Shivangi Verma on stage right now. Eminent personality from television and film industry, coming far away from Mumbai. Thank you so much. Now, another personality who comes far away from Mumbai in our city of joy, Kolkata. Our city is a cultural capital of India, and please, I'd like to welcome him on stage. And I have grown to see him on television and films, and so many remarkable work that he has done, and contributing to more than 25 years of his precious film and television career, ladies and gentlemen. Done so many hit television soap operas, commercials and film like Heroine, directed by Madhur Bhandarkar, and so many television shows like Dil To Bachcha Hai Ji, Surya Vansham films, Big Brother, Heroine, Khiladiyon Ka Khiladi. Please put your hands together for none other than Imran Khan, far away from Mumbai.
I'd like to request him to please share a few words with us.
But literally I have seen him.
Yeah, you're making me feel very old. Good morning, everybody. City of Joy, Kolkata, always a pleasure to be here. But this time for a very, very sensitive issue, very, very sensitive, because we all have to go through that. We say we cross the bridge when it comes. I always say that, but that's not right. Hearing Mr. Shah speak, we should be prepared. That bridge can come anytime. तो वो कहावत अभी हम हाँ एक और कहावत अभी ये नेफ्रो केयर के लिए वो जस्ट लिसनिंग एंड ये जो प्रोग्रेस हुई है since 1960s in this field, tremendous progress. I was hearing Dr. Shah saying 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s till where we are, but with NephroCare coming in this scene, in this field, it's just been 1 year. First of all, congratulations, Dr. Sen Gupta. Very successful 1 year, creating awareness, selflessly, dedicatedly to this field, preventing this horrible disease. ऊपर वाला सबको बचाए इससे. तो इतनी प्रोग्रेस के बावजूद I would like to say कि और कितनी उड़ान बाकी है, especially for Dr. Sen Gupta and for NephroCare. और कितनी उड़ान बाकी है, इस परिंदे में बहुत जान बाकी है. 1 year, छोटा परिंदा है अभी, जान बहुत बाकी है. और कितनी उड़ान बाकी है, इस परिंदे में बहुत जान बाकी है. अभी तो नापी है मुट्ठी भर जमीन इसने, अभी तो सारा आसमान बाकी है. So way to go, sir, way to go in this field, spread it, and special mention to this kidney society. What is it exactly called?
Kidney Care Society.
Kidney Care Society. That really moved me, because हम सब जानते हैं, not everybody can afford insurances and high medical charges. It is very expensive, because our lives are expensive, so definitely the medical bills are also very expensive. But this Kidney Care Society, which the initiative he has taken, Odisha में, Bhutan में और बहुत जगह पे इनके wings फैल रहे हैं. I wish it spreads all over India, because this is a part of NephroCare, and this section is specially designated and designed to help the poorer people who can't afford these kind of renal transplantation and treatments. So Dr. Sen Gupta, salute to you for introducing this Kidney Care Society. I hope we all take it as our responsibility to spread awareness about this thing and contribute whichever section, whichever field we are towards this cause. तो ये बड़ा टचिंग सा लगा मुझे जो इन्होंने शुरू किया है. बहुत बहुत मुबारक उसके लिए. And then again, I've been enlightened more by Dr. Shah, because I've been hearing him very keenly about, and even our colleague Shivangi has said about this, don't become a donor, to donate before we go away from this world. What are we taking back? God has given us these things, made us healthy, so till we are here, and if we can do something. Or yeah, again it was enlightening to me that when the brain is dead, when we are, God forbid, if any of us are on a ventilator or the brain is dead, but the other body parts are still very functionable because the blood circulation is there. So we should not hesitate, and if we are not in the position to say something or to make a decisions, our family should not hesitate, and please give it back to the society, to the world, which has given us so much. As मैं तो फिल्मी आदमी हूँ, since college I was into films and television, so I cannot give anecdotes and quotes the way Dr. Shah had given. हमारे लिए तो साहिर लुधियानवी and शैलेंद्र and हसरत जयपुरी के ही हमको सारे पाठ पढ़ाए हुए हैं. तो शैलेंद्र had said, the great शैलेंद्र, the lyricist, किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार, किसी का गम मिल सके तो ले उधार, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है. तो जाते जाते अगर हम किसी को मुस्कुराहट दे सकते हैं, किसी की जिंदगी बचा सकते हैं, किसी की फैमिली को बचा सकते हैं, उनके बच्चों को, तो why not? And I will carry this message at least to my industry, to my colleagues, because we guys are very unaware. हम मस्त रहते हैं, खाते पीते खुश रहते हैं. We only, as I said, cross the bridge when it comes. We feel हमको क्या होगा? Because we are exercising and we are doing all that. I'm 54 right now, and I consider myself very fit. But I still don't know what is happening inside me. So we are the one very laid back. Salman is 58, 59, he's super fit, so is Akshay. But under kya damages hai, we don't know. So we got to be prepared and give up all the bad vices. I was having black coffee. I had decided I will not be having black coffee now. We were just talking, Dr. Sen Gupta and me, we are into a kidney seminar and I'm having black coffee, which is so bad for the kidney. So small steps towards improving the society. And selflessly, dedicatedly, NephroCare has worked for last 1 year and will continue work for this. So our salute, our gratitude, our thanks to this great organization and to this great man, Pratim Sen Gupta ji, who has started this initiative. And I will even thank Mr. Ashish Mittal, my friend in this city of joy. He's a person full of joy. So I thank him for getting me here on this stage and making me address you all and meeting this great panel of doctors. And I will take this opportunity now when they said they will be sitting and answering questions. I have a lot of questions. I'm smiling over here, but from here I know. So I have a lot of questions. And a small request, please don't waste time. As soon as you can, please visit NephroCare and get a screening done before this dreadful disease spreads its wing. It's a silent killer, I believe. So before it spreads its wing, please visit NephroCare, get yourself screened and your family and your friends screened. Do a favor to yourself. अपने लिए ये तोहफा, ये gift आप अपने आप को देंगे. So not taking much time, thank you everybody, love you all, City of Joy. Again, very happy to be back here and I'll come again and again. I just love you all. And thank you very much, the great panel of doctors. Love you all, sir. Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to call Dr. Sutapa Sen to please come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Imran Khan. Can you please wait for a while, sir? Thank you for being with us. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, it's a pleasure that we have among us President of MSME Development Forum, West Bengal Chapter, Dr. ADV Mamta Binani, among with us. Can we have her on stage, please? Please welcome Dr. Mamta Binani, President of MSME Development Forum, West Bengal Chapter.
Very many congratulations for really doing this event. People like us, and all of us are common man. on the Women's Day Eve, people were wondering that why don't we have common women? So women are not common, that is why it is said that we have common man. But I must say a very happy Women's Day, a very happy World Kidney Day. And I think such occasions, Dr. Pratim has really picked it up so well that he's doing this because people like us who supposedly, in inverted commas, said to be educated, learned, otherwise, whatever words that you can use, wise, visionary, but when we see this kind of a program, we realize that we know nothing at all. We don't even know what's going inside our stomach and what havoc it is creating inside for our bodies. Programs such as these, especially, I think women must be a part of such kind of programs in great numbers, because it is rightly said that if you educate a woman, you're actually educating the entire family, the society, and your neighborhood. So I am carrying quite a lot of things that I've understood from Dr. Shah's deliberation, and I am also accompanied by my daughter. We both are going to take this for our family and friends and our associates. I request Dr. Pratim to actually keep doing such seminars, and from MSME Development Forum, we are having very many entrepreneurs in our fold, and such entrepreneurs, if they get to learn what they need to do for a better living as far as their family and health is concerned, it will do a great justice to them too. I must thank my friend Mr. Ankit Agarwal, who actually invited me to this program. Thank you, Ankit, for this. And the organ donation that Dr. Shah mentioned, we've heard it, Dr. Shah, quite a number of times and read in newspapers, but when you encounter it in person, sitting like this, it actually straight away gets into your psychology and heart. So today, me and my daughter, we've already pledged that we're going to fill this form up and at least donate our organs. And we're going to do it right away after going home, because whatever we procrastinate, it just gets washed away from the heart. Thank you, thanks a ton, and thanks to both the film stars who've made it possible to come to the City of Joy and talk to us. Thanks a ton.
Now please allow me to call up on stage Dr. Sengupta once again to felicitate Ma'am Binani. Can we have a great round of applause, please?
It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to having Mamta Binani ma'am on our stage. Please come at the center. So, those who knows ma'am a lot, they knows how dynamic she is. She has changed the entire MMSC environment and the eco-structures. And MMSC is doing so many great things. I believe her presence in these programs and her carrying forward the message she should spread to all the entrepreneurs across the country will definitely make some changes in this area where we are mission for, we are devoted for to spread awareness regarding kidney disease. Thank you, ma'am, to be here, and it's my honors and pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to call upon stage and another eminent personality that we have today with us, Professor Amit Gupta and Dr. Shobhik Sural. Can we have them on stage, please? Professor Amit Gupta and Dr. Shobhik Sural, they are with us right now on stage. We are going to felicitate them. Dr. Sengupta is going to felicitate both our special guests of today, Professor Amit Gupta and Dr. Shobhik Sural. Can we have some applause, please? Both of them are chief guests and chief speakers of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Jai Jai Bhavani, Jai Sharavani, Jai Jai Bhavani.
I'd like to request to all of you to please stay on stage for a couple of minutes to enlighten the diyas. all the chief guests, along with celebrities come from Mumbai, Imran Khan, actor Shivangi Verma, Dr. Bharat V. Shah, Professor Amit Gupta, Dr. Shavik Sharal, and Mr. Ashish Mittal.
Dr. Shadhan Roy, sir, please. Sir, please come on the stage for the lamp lighting. Professor Shanki. Professor Prakash Shanki, sir, please come on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. We have the Sports Secretary, Mr. Joydeep. Mr. Joydeep Das, please come on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. This is the most auspicious program today. Shubhabrata Bhattacharya. Shubhabrata, please come on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. Mr. Mittal, please come on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. It is really an honor and really a very precious moment that we are now officially inaugurating with the auspicious lamp lighting, the main ethos of this program today. Lavanya, please.
I would just like to say just a few words when I see such beautiful, good-looking, handsome, lovely people over here. I don't know, I really like these few lines, and this is very apt, I think so. कि पोंछ कर अश्क अपनी आंखों से मुस्कुराओ तो कोई बात बने, सर झुकाने से कुछ नहीं हासिल, सर उठाओ तो कोई बात बने. एंड ये मेडिकल फील्ड के लिए कि जिंदगी भीख में नहीं मिलती, जिंदगी बढ़कर छीनी जाती है. अपना हक संग-दिल जमाने से छीन लाओ तो कोई बात बने. और नफरतों के जहां में हमको, ये बहुत जरूरी आज के टाइम के लिए, नफरतों के जहां में हमको प्यार की बस्तियां बसानी है. नफरतों के जहां में हमको प्यार की बस्तियां बसानी है. दूर रहना कोई कमाल नहीं, पास आओ तो कोई बात बने. Sorry, I just took the mic.
We love to thank all our eminent guests who come up on the dais right now for enlightening the diyas, and without whom nothing would be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for all our eminent guests. Please everybody join us for the Diya Enlightenment session. We have on stage right now actor Imran Khan, Shivangi Verma, Dr. Bharat V. Shah, Professor Amit Gupta, Dr. Shavik Sharal, and none other than Dr. Pratim Sen Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, Nephrocare India Private Limited and Kidney Care Society presents in this amazing program this is the official lamp enlightening session of the day, and we have some amazing personalities on stage right now. Can we have on stage Mr. Basudev Sarkar, please? Can we have on stage Mr. Basudev Sarkar, please? Please put your hands together for Mr. Sarkar. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to request to please have your seat. Now, it's time to call Dr. Pratim Sengupta on stage. Dr. Pratim Sengupta, a renowned and very known personality, nephrologist in Kolkata, and currently practices with so many reputed institutions in Kolkata. And the past 28 years, Dr. Sengupta has worked as a nephrology doctor and gained Dr. Sengupta pursued degree of MBBS and MD Internal Medicine of IPGMER and SSKM Hospital. An eminent personality in his field and doing such remarkable work for kidney patients, and have so many achievements in his long career for the past 28 years. His service towards humanity is absolutely remarkable, ladies and gentlemen, contributing so many good things towards society and for the humanity. Dr. Pratim Sengupta on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have some applause, please, for Dr. Sengupta? And he was honored with Times Men Award and Bharat Jyoti Award, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Pratim Sengupta, the name is just enough.
Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible, please, in the last row? Thank you, Ritikda, for coming. I can see Biplab Mama is sitting there. So nice gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, after the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony, we are back to the main program again. Before I start, maybe another 15-20 minutes, I'll speak regarding the ethos of today's program, why we are here, regarding World Kidney Day, the necessity of why we should spread the message of World Kidney Day. Exactly as organizations, we, the Kidney Care Society or the NephroCare, what we are doing, I'll have a brief intro regarding that. And we have heard in the morning from Professor Bharat Shah regarding his eminent speech regarding the understanding the kidney functions, how the things has been changed. There is a paradigm shift in the nephrology care over the last 3 to 4 decades. We listen a lot from Professor Amit Gupta regarding how to prevent silent kidney disease. Shovikda, my elder brother, he will enlighten us to enter house regarding how important nutrition is. And again, I have another speech regarding how to take care of the end-stage kidney disease as a 360-degree care model. With this small intro, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, post-lunch, we have made the expert session where we are ready to take all the questions from the house. Whatever questions comes in your mind, please get prepared after listening all this talk. We are there to answer those things. So the World Kidney Day, this has been celebrated all over the world. And I'll start my first slide with a thank you. Usually the speakers tell thank you at the end, but I want to thank you to all who are present here. In this Sunday, without spending time with your family, you all are here to spread the message of kidney disease or prevention of kidney disease, awareness regarding kidney disease. It is really a great honor for me as an organization head of NephroCare and the Kidney Care. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a joint initiative. Today's program is done by the Kidney Care Society, the foundation through which we do a lot of philanthropic activities, a lot of philanthropic work in the society. I'll give some highlight regarding that. And also NephroCare is a newborn baby. As Imran Khan said rightly, journey to abhi shuru hua hai. आगे बहुत पथ चलना है, बहुत लंबा रास्ता चलना है. हम लोग बहुत कुछ करेंगे, जरूर करेंगे. And it has started as an organization, as an institution, to deliver one of the most precision healthcare in the field of nephrology. So, why kidney disease awareness is necessary? I am really
honored here one of the greatest person from the field of economics who does the work with the number. If I tell you the number, the way the kidney disease is spreading in this world, we know about the epidemic of COVID. We have error regarding how COVID has become a pandemic. But ladies and gentlemen, do you know that this disease is a much more bigger pandemic than even the COVID hit in the world? But it is a silent, henceforth we are not aware of. Roughly 1 person in every 10 human being in this world is suffering from silent kidney disease. We are not aware. This is the most unfortunate story. And every year, more than 2 million people worldwide need a dialysis or renal replacement therapy. So you can feel the number, how big it is. And if you look at the Indian data, oh my God, it is really, really amazing. The total kidney disease populations of India surpass the population of Europe. Can you imagine? Ladies and gentlemen, if you see the global prevalence, which I mentioned in this slide, if the entire global prevalence of kidney disease is 80, in Indian prevalence is 117. This is really, really very, very large threat for the entire country as a whole, for the healthcare system of the country as a whole. So we need a huge, huge steps to prevent the kidney disease in this country, because world's highest number of kidney disease are there in this country. More than 2 lakh people die each year, and it is one of the most costly disease. Ladies and gentlemen, if I focus on the cost of kidney disease care, we have calculated each hour of survival with end-stage kidney disease needs roughly 65 rupees. Can you imagine? That's for the only medical cost. 65 rupees per hour for a decent life if you have end-stage kidney disease. So we have to be very careful. And the mortality, survival, we are really scared about cancer. It is much lesser than cancer. The kidney disease is such a bad, we have to be very careful about that if we cannot do the transplant. The problem in India is, in India, the basic challenge in India is we have no awareness regarding the kidney disease. And until unless 70% of the kidney function is gone, you will not understand or you will not get any symptom that you have a chronic kidney disease. So it's a silent killer. We learned from Professor Gupta today to how to prevent this silent killer in his talk in today's. And if you look at, as a country, as a nation, our expenditure of the healthcare is the least. This is really, really very horrible data. I am sure everybody is aware that this time in the budget, government has spent much more emphasis on the health. Even taken on that in account, India spent only $75 for a per capita expenditure, which is much lesser than even Indonesia. Can you think that this is the scenario of the public health expenditure in this country? Be it Ayushman Bharat, be it Swasthya Sathi, whatever been the national or public strategies happening across the country, but our public expenditure for the health is even lesser than the poorest of the poorest country like Indonesia. So we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful. So with this type of challenge, we tried to form a platform with a mission to make a society where kidney disease is not at all a burden. That was the main challenge. And 2011, 6th February was a golden day in my life. On that day, we formed the Kidney Care Society. So Kidney Care Society, at that time, I was quite young. I'm talking about 12 years ago, I started my practice, and at that time, I understood the biggest challenge is people don't know about kidney disease. They don't have any awareness. On an average, patient used to come to our clinic with a creatinine of 4.5, 6. Nowadays, a bit improvement is there. Physicians, diabetologists, they refer even the patient with minimal proteinuria, normal creatinine. We usually not used to see this type of pattern. I think Dr. Shah, Professor Gupta, they're the veteran in this field. They know much better how the thing has been changed. Earlier, nephrologists were only called for when the patient needed dialysis or transplant. The scenario is slightly changing because of this type of drive we took, this type of awareness campaign we started to do. And ladies and gentlemen, each and everybody present here, you all have some responsibility to do this. I can see Gitosri Mukhopadhyay, one of my patients, his son is present here. They did a huge Swasthya Mela in Konnagar, where we educated thousands of the people regarding the kidney disease and its importance. So
How we planned for this to roadmap for our mission, we started to do massive awareness campaign among the society. We did a screening for the early detections, because without testing, you will know. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share my experience. I used to do this type of camp with my patients, repeated time, 3, 4, 5 in a year. And in one camp, I'll share you the data. We have a 93 patient and their family member participated in that camp. We had a screening there. Today we have not kept the screening. We tested the urea, we tested the protein. Those family members, those who are really bearing the pain of having somebody kidney failure, among 119 healthy, so-called healthy family member, we detected 30 people are detected with kidney disease already. They are not aware. They are taking care of their parents, they are taking care of their beloved one with the kidney disease, but they are not aware that they are already been affected by the disease. Here needs the importance of understanding the disease is silent. We need intense internal journey, intense awareness to test ourselves to identify before the symptom comes, before you need dialysis, before you need transplant, so that we can do something. We are of no use when already the creatinine has gone up more than 5, 6, other than to advising dialysis transplant. We want to check it early. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the Kidney Care Society's activity ladder. What we are doing, we do the mass patient education, mass awareness camp. We understood the nutrition is very important, so we have a dietitian training programs. We have community outreach and the RMP educations program. A lot of people don't know. Those who practice in the metro cities, we exactly do not know what is the real rural health of this country. 68.7% of the Indian people, roughly 70%, are taken care of by the rural medical practitioners. They don't reach to MBBS doctors. They don't reach to the specialists like us. So these people plays a crucial role in managing the early diseases. So we took initiative to train them, to educate them, so that they can identify chronic kidney disease early and help us to take some steps. So that was rural medical practitioners training program. We did a huge research in the nephrology. We published few papers on this, epidemiological papers. And this is the latest addition in our activity ladder, that is, we are starting our first charitable dialysis unit in the Poila Boishakh in Howrah. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, one of my patients, Mr. Tutu Bose, their entire family I take care, they donated their entire ancestral house, pre-property, to Kidney Care Foundations. And we are starting our first dialysis unit. I'll show you some mop-up phase. This is already full swing work is going on. On Poila Boishakh, we are inaugurating that our first charitable dialysis unit, where we'll provide dialysis to the underprivileged people. And we are developing an excellent standard out of the lab, where we can do all the screening and everything at an absolutely low cost for the underprivileged people. Ladies and gentlemen, with our missions, a lot of dignitaries took part. Lot of dignitaries from today. I'm blessed that Mr. Imran, Shivangi, they came. Mr. Srijit is one of the very important filmmaker. People from the sports, you can see the Shambharan Banerjee there, from the drama industry, from the music. A lot of people and a lot of educated persons. Today already it is guest of all the stars of the Bengals are here. Mr. Biresh ji also present. He runs an organization called Manav Jyot. That does a huge work on the cadaveric organ donations. There are so many dignitaries present here. They all carry the baton of our mission. As Imran Bhai rightly said, I'll spread this message to the Mumbai, to the film industries, to the person who can spread this message well. Thank you very much for your commitment. We'll be in touch. The country needs this type of initiative. The country needs this type of effort. The senior medical fraternities, clinical professors, Professor Bharat Shah, Dr. Amit Gupta, we all are here to spread the message, to do more awareness camps and all these things to these people. We are lucky that we got Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh. He is the chairman of Bandhan Bank, who exactly did a huge leadership role to spreading this.
Kidney Care Society
just to have listened to this message.
সচেতনতার উদ্যোগ নিয়েছেন যে ডক্টর সেনগুপ্ত। তো ডক্টর সেনগুপ্ত একজন ডাক্তার, উনি যেমন ট্রিটমেন্ট করেন, কিন্তু উদ্যোগটা নিয়েছে যাতে এই চিকিৎসার ক্ষেত্রে মানুষকে আসতে না হয়, তার আগেই যাতে তার রোগটা ধরা পড়ে যায়। তো সেই জন্য সব মানুষকে সচেতন হতে হবে যে কিডনি সম্পর্কে 30 বছর পর যার বয়স 30 বছর হয়ে যাবে তারপরে যেন সে কতগুলো টেস্ট বছরে একবার করে নিতে পারে, যে টেস্টগুলো উনি সাজেশন করলেন আজকে আমরা শুনতে পেলাম। তো সেগুলো করার পরিপ্রেক্ষিতে একটা সুবিধা হলো যে আমরা এই রোগ থেকে দূরে থাকতে পারবো, আমাদের পরিবারকে কোনো কষ্টে আমরা ফেলে দেব না, আমাদের আর্থিক কোনো সংকটে পড়তে হবে না, এবং আমাদের স্বাস্থ্য সুস্থ থাকবে। সুস্থ যদি স্বাস্থ্য থাকে আমাদের ভবিষ্যৎ সুন্দর হয়ে ফুটে উঠবে।
So what is his message? He told that clearly. And the people like him, he is a chairman of the Bandhan Bank, the largest bank now in the country.
Kidney Care
So
Society.
if this type of people, when they spread the message, and we did a huge camp with all the employees of Bandhan Bank, and we identified, and we have a discussion going on. Bandhan Bank has started the last mile connectivity as their health initiative. Possibly NephroCare or Kidney Care is going to be part of them to have some rural screening in terms of the healthcare. Anybody can take my phone, please? Okay. So over the last 12 years, we did massive campaigns. We did a lot of institutions like universities, colleges, schools, public gatherings. We are trying to aware people more with this. These are some clips. So far, as we are looking back our data, we did roughly 4 lakh people we screened. We detected 15,000 plus early CKDs over the last 12 years. We educated more than 2 lakh people, and 100 of institutions we have reached, schools, college, banks. This we are trying in our own capacities. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, the rural medical practitioners are the key role of the Indian healthcare system. They are 68.9% of the caregivers of our peoples of the society. So we did a massive workshop in the Bakura, Purulia, with all these RMPs, and there was an interesting information came out from them. Somebody said, I will attend this program, then I'll start practice. So this type of peoples are there who takes care of the health of the rural people. Amazing, but the learning to them at least, don't use painkillers, don't use amikacins, this type of drugs. I feel this has an impact on preventing the kidney disease in the society. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another great moment for us. Just last month I went to the Bangladesh, and we signed a MOU with Uddipan, one of the small financing organization of the Bangladesh. They does financing to the rural people and make them self-sustained. For example, they can lend a cow for the rural women. From them they can earn their livings. And the chairman of the Uddipan, we had a beautiful meeting. There were 60 lakhs members, ladies and gentlemen, 60 lakhs members. They have signed a MOU that Kidney Care Society and the NephroCare will take the entire responsibility of the educating all their members across the Bangladesh. I invite everybody, 27th, we have a massive educative program with all the employees of Uddipans and all the members of the Uddipans. 60 lakh person will attend this online show. I don't know which platform I will float. The chairman is coming here. We have decided the program. I don't know in which program I'll float. I'm asking my technician team to have an online sessions so that it can reach to the every people. 60 lakhs people are willing to join in this educative session where the Kidney Care and the NephroCare has taken the lead role to that. So we started a lot of innovative ventures in terms of risk reduction effort. For example, lifestyle and food modification is the most important area. We do a lot of seminars, trainings. We learn from Shobikda today regarding how nutrition can help. This is the one area which we feel proud of, that is implementing the ancient yogic wisdom to prevent the most common cause for the kidney disease like diabetes, hypertension, anxiety, stress and tension. I'll show some data how we are working in this field. It is a phenomenal activity. We ran a flagship program called Mukti, and this has helped more than 4,000 people so far, those who are affected by the kidney disease. Their blood pressure control is better, sleep quality is better, they are having very better glucose control. It's an amazing program. Renal nutrition is one core area we are working that, and we did a lot of research publications, nurse training and dialysis training programs. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't end my talk without speaking something about Mukti, the flagship program which me and Shubhabrata is here, he will do a meditative session today. We are running for the last 4 to 5 years. Initially when we started with 10 people, 15 patients of us who came. But nowadays, it is one of the most hotcake program which benefits people who are suffering from
diabetes, hypertension, indeed, who is otherwise affected by kidney disease. So Mukti has a lot of things. It was hugely covered in all the medias, in local newspapers, that Roget Jatute Mukti kidney Rosuk. This type of headings was when there. In World Yoga Day, in this hall, we did a fantastic program in this hall, indeed, in this year. In this workshop, more than 400 patients participated, and they were all benefited by our learning. We all believe from core of our heart is education is strength. Whenever you want to prevent any disease or any problem you want to solve, you need knowledge. And that is the main endeavor of the Kidney Care Society, to start a lot of publications for art of cooking with the kidney disease. This book is one of the bestseller books for the kidney patients, and already it has a 3 edition been published, revised, and wrote in such a lucid language. And I'm honored to tell that Professor Bharat Shah is one of the men who has recommended this book to his patients and also all this across the country. Food is a big challenge for the kidney disease patients. They can't eat well. They have so many restrictions. They are frustrated. We launched the Art of Cooking, a book where we made 75 mind-blowing recipes for the kidney disease patient. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to being test in your life, the spices in your life. This book is there. Anybody can collect it, and it will help a lot. We published a patient care journal called Nephron, where we periodically publish articles in common language so that people can read and they can enrich themselves. I'll invite my august audience here, the learned faculties from field of nephrology, to contribute in this Nephron journal in the upcoming issues. Exercise for the kidney patients, we did a lot of workshops, seminars. We have CDs available which kidney disease patient can do across the different stage. And Walk for the Kidney was a major initiative which we did in the 15th December on the first birthday of the NephroCare, where more than 500 people participated in this walkathon in the morning. They walked and they spread the message how exercise, walking, this has an impact on the kidney health. We published a lot of clinical research. Cadaver organ donation is another area where we worked diligently. And the first cadaver transplant in this city from Peerless Hospital, from Shuraldas Hospital, days back, 2016, we brought the patient back to the Bellevue and we did the transplant. So that was a very interesting thing. This is the charitable dialysis project which we are starting in the Howrah on this Paila Baishakh. This entire building is now converted into dialysis centers and will provide absolutely low-cost dialysis, equipped with all the most modern lab and the dialysis facilities, X-rays, everything will be there, so that underprivileged people can reach and get the service of nephrology. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, 2023, in the World Kidney Day, we did a huge action, huge mass awareness activities. This was one show when I was in the All India radio station, and this was a 1-hour talk show on the 7th of March, where we took all the questions regarding the patients to how to prevent kidney disease. That was a massive success. We did a Facebook Live for more than 120-minute sessions when 6.5K viewers, 100 different questions were answered to problems regarding the kidney, how to stop kidney, and how to stop kidney problems. These are a big shot of the awareness program as a Kidney Care Society. We decided that Indian Science Museum must have an education kiosk where the student visits. And we appealed to the chairman of the Indian Science Museum, and they agreed, they have consented us that they will give a place where the Kidney Care Society and NephroCare will build a kiosk to educate common people, students who visit the museum regarding the prevention of kidney disease. Birla Science Museum also had the similar approach we did. Inox, PVR, all these films where the people goes for the watching movies. Why not there we should spread something regarding prevention of kidney disease? For smoking, there are always a tagline goes, smoking kills. Why not we can spread something which can protect the kidney of our society? FM radio did a lot of activities for the prevention of kidney disease. Kolkata Police, we reached to one of our friend who is now the officer in charge of the Taliganj police station, and he said that we'll do the lot of educative activities. I know in this house there are so many distinguished people who can do this type of activity. Please raise your hand if you can do something for the prevention of disease. We are here to support you with the knowledge, with the technologies, and whatever is needed. I believe after this session, you will carry this message, how important it is to this disease. We also collaborated with the Ananda Bajar Patrika, because they have a school education group through that, they will spread to all the schools, all the school children regarding prevention of kidney disease. We also try to influencer pitch. Vedic was one medical representative. Now he became a travel blogger. He has a 1.2 million followers, ladies and gentlemen. And we spread the message of kidney disease in his page. And it was in one night, there was a roughly, Moshumi can tell me how many views? 7,000 views in 6 to 8 hours the day we spread it. And it was such a massive awareness campaign as took part by this. So these are the initiative of this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is NephroCare. We formed NephroCare in the last year for understanding the need of providing precision treatment. And NephroCare is one of the finest centers. A lot of dignitaries came in this opening, and this center is located in the heart of the city with all the utmost facilities for delivering one of the state-of-the-art provided. The most important part is the empathy. Our staffs are so nicely educated, so nicely they feel the pain of a kidney patients, and the way they deliver the care is really, really, I feel proud of that. It has all the facilities you name it, for the care of the kidney disease patient, starting from the fibroscan, digital ultrasound, advanced Dopplers, everything been available in the one roof. And also we are proud that we have a renal kitchen, where the dietitians formulate the food for the patients, and this patient during the dialysis, they enjoy the delicious dishes. It is not that you don't eat salt, you don't eat like that. They prepare such beautiful dishes for the renal patients, they enjoy it. We also conduct yoga class every morning in NephroCare so that the patient can come and take part in these programs. This is our NephroCare team. In this kidney care, this World Kidney Week, we took an initiative to screen at least 10,000 people for the kidney health as a CSR initiative of NephroCare India Private Limited this year. And we have brought down the cost of kidney screening to only $4.99, which includes all the tests, including ultrasound, urea, creatinine, sugars, and also the doctor's consultation, also medical consultation, in just a price where a person can spend for a pack of cigarette, so that people can screen themselves and can know whether they are suffering from the disease or not. This is one of the most proud initiative we are taking with collaboration with the Suvabrata, that we are starting a medico gym. Ladies and gentlemen, Mantra is one of the most popular gym in the West Bengal. It has a member of more than 25,000. You can believe the number. They have 6 branches, I believe. Now, 4 branches, I believe. So we have trying to convert its medico gym. Medico gym, it should be equipped with the medical experts, that means doctors, exercise physiologists, physical medicine experts, yoga teachers, gym teachers, and they must have infrastructure for the VO2 max, treadmill, PFT, ECG, Co, BCM, and all lab facilities to identify the doing gymming, whether it is right or wrong. Subrata will enlighten regarding that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in snapshot the overview what we are doing as an organization. As a NephroCare, what service we are providing, as a kidney care, what philanthropic activity we are doing. I'll hand over my dais to the next speakers. Before that, this is a harnessed appeal to everybody. Please, kidney disease is rising as an epidemic in this country. It is our responsibility to take a call to prevent the disease and to spread the awareness regarding this disease so that we can have a kidney disease-free, healthy society. Thank you very much.
The entire speech is so satisfying that our city, in a safe hands, and safe nephrologists like Dr. Sengupta and his entire team, that they are doing so well for the entire society and service towards the humanity, and also make a wonderful awareness program that kidney disease became now epidemic in our society. So we have to aware before it's too late, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together once again for Dr. Sengupta. And now I'd like to request Professor Amit Gupta, Dr. Shouvik Soral, and Dr. Shah to please come up on stage once again, and along with Dr. Sengupta, because they are going to felicitate Dr. Sengupta. There's a request. Please, please. I know it's a surprise for you, but still.
जय जय देवी जय जग जननी जय जय
जय जय देवी जय जग जननी जय जय सरस्वती माई जय जय देवी जय जग जननी जय जय सरस्वती
Thank you so much, sir. Right now we have with us few eminent personalities from the different sector of the society, like Indrani Ganguly, St. Xavier's teacher, founder of Srishti Dance Academy for specially abled children. Can we have some applause for her? Warm welcome to you, ma'am Indrani Ganguly. And we have also another personality with us right now, Ekta Bagaria, working on integrated approach towards holistic lifestyle and mental health. Please put your hands together for ma'am Ekta Bagaria. Thank you so much for coming.
There's a request to both of you, if you want to share anything.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. Special thanks to Ashish ji and Dr. Ekta Bagaria. আর এই সল্ট লেকেই 20 বছর ধরে আমি স্পেশালেবল চিলড্রেনদের নিয়ে একটা ডান্স ইনস্টিটিউশন রান করছি। আমি সমস্ত ডক্টরসদেরকে রিকোয়েস্ট করব যে এই বাচ্চাগুলোর সাথে একদিন যদি আমার স্কুলে এসে একটু কথা বলা যায় তাহলে এই আমার দিক থেকে এবং আমার যে এই স্পেশালেবল বাচ্চাদের প্যারেন্টসরা তারা খুব খুশি হবে। আমি চাইবো একদিন আপনারা আসবেন আমার ইনস্টিটিউশনে এবং এই সমস্ত বাচ্চাদের সাথে যদি একটু ইন্টারঅ্যাক্ট করা যায় ওরা অনেক বেশি ভালো থাকবে। Thank you so much.
Thank you, Indrani Di. Thank you, Ashish Ji, for this great initiative and for the invitation. Because मैं as an aromatherapist इतना integrated approach को लेकर work करती हूँ, उसके बावजूद जो डॉक्टर शाह ने आज जब बताया मैं enter ही की थी, but immediately I felt कि I need to record this so that I can carry this message, this information, this awareness to more and more people who follow me, who know me, because they also like me don't know so much about kidney health. And I was so impressed throughout the session from all the speakers, eminent speakers who came here on stage, who spoke so gracefully and so important the information was over kidney health. So I, sitting there, I knew I and my family, we are going to be there for the organ donation. How beautifully he said, the way to heaven is organ donation. I want to book my seat to heaven, so I am donating my organ. And if I can inspire one, if I can just inspire one person, maybe my daughter, my friend, family, client, I would be absolutely privileged and blessed. For I know way to heaven now is kidney donation. And secondly, I would also like to mention, as Dr. Datta was sharing, that on Poila Boishak, being a Howrahite, I take a lot of pride. I take a lot of pride. Onik log, they come to me and say, I'm a Mumbaiite, I'm a Delhiite. I say, I'm a Howrahite, and I love being a Howrahite. And knowing that a charitable institute is coming in Howrah for dialysis, that too on my birthday, as I love myself so much. So Poila Boishak, I have to ask you that I want to be there. And I want to be there with all my people whom I can influence and inspire on this day of your inauguration. This beautiful morning is genuinely very, very beautiful, very, very gratifying. As an aromatherapist where I talk about integrated approach for holistic living, I know this is a very important forum today, and it's absolutely blissful. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much with all my heart.
Thank you so much. আমি একটু ম্যাম সুতাপা সেনকে আরেকবার মঞ্চে আসতে অনুরোধ করব to felicitate our special guest Indrani Ganguly and Ekta Bagaria. Can we have some applause, please?
Celebration of Nephrocare, its first anniversary. It means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now it's time to call him on stage, who is a very special guest for us today. Ladies and gentlemen, 46 years experience overall and 36 years as a specialist, Dr. Amit Gupta. Professor Amit Gupta is a neurologist and nephrologist and a renal specialist in LDA Colony sector, Lucknow. And he comes far away from Lucknow here just for us to join the session. Over 35 years of incompatible experience in kidney treatment. Professor, HOD, Nephrology and Kidney Transplant, SGPGIMS Lucknow, former President of Indian Society of Nephrology, former President of Peritoneal Dialysis Society of India, author of more than 200 articles and 30 bestseller books on nephrology and kidney transplant. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for none other than Professor Amit Gupta. Thank you so much for being with us in this auspicious occasion, sir. We are really blessed and happy to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's witness this amazing presentation by Professor Amit Gupta.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm really grateful and thankful to Dr. Pratim Sengupta and the entire team for having me here this afternoon in the City of Joy. And Pratim, I'm really amazed with the amount of work that you and your organization is doing, that you just told us about. I mean, I wish you greater success, that you can achieve all your dreams and really take this message and this initiative to the masses in greater numbers. So all the very best. This afternoon, over the next 25 or 30 minutes, I intend to talk to you about this problem of kidney disease. You've heard a lot about it already since the morning from Dr. Bharat Shah, and Pratim has also mentioned about these statistics. But I'll go over it once again. Just to give you some statistics about kidney diseases, almost, as you've just heard, that 1 in 10 adults across the world have something known as chronic kidney disease. So as a result of this, almost 850 million people are affected by different types of kidney disorders. Unfortunately, chronic kidney disease, as you've heard, is irreversible and is progressive in nature. So anybody who develops kidney problems, and it is a chronic kidney disease, this disorder unfortunately tends to progress. And the progress is usually to a condition known as end-stage renal disease, where both the kidney functions, both the kidneys, if you have two kidneys, they stop functioning, as Dr. Bharat Shah mentioned, that you need to go on dialysis or go in for a transplantation. And as a result of this is adding to the burden to every country. The global burden of chronic kidney disease is increasing, and it's going to be, it's predicted to be the 5th most common cause of years of life which are lost by 2040. And this can lead to a major catastrophic health expenditure. And the cost of renal replacement therapy, even in the most advanced countries, it consumes almost 2 to 3% of the annual health budget in high-income countries, which is spent on a small population like 0.03% of that population which needs this form of treatment. Chronic kidney disease is again a major risk factor for heart disease as well as infections. But kidney disease can be prevented, and the progression of this condition can be delayed with early diagnosis and treatment, and simple things like lifestyle modifications and nutritional interventions. Now, how do you define chronic kidney disease? It's the presence of a kidney damage which is determined by the amount of albumin, which is a type of protein, which is excreted in the urine, which is supposed to be more than 30 milligrams per day, or there's a reduction of the kidney function, which is measured by something known as serum creatinine, and we calculate the glomerular filtration rate by that. If it is less than 60 ml per minute per 1.73 meters square for more than 3 months, irrespective of the cause, then this is defined as chronic kidney disease. And persistence of damage or a decreased function for at least 3 months is necessary to differentiate between something known as chronic kidney disease and acute kidney disease. It's important to differentiate between the two, because acute kidney disease is a condition which can improve, is reversible, whereas chronic kidney disease unfortunately is not. Now, the global perspective, the importance of this condition, the prevalence of CKD is much more than what has been estimated based on end-stage renal disease data. Excuse me. For every patient with end-stage renal disease, there are more than 200 patients with overt chronic kidney disease, that is stage 3 or 4, and almost 5,000 patients with covert disease, where the disease is yet to manifest, which is stage 1 or 2. So what is known as a silent disease. So you can well understand the enormity of the problem. Now, 2 factors are extremely important. Why is this explosion occurring? One is aging of the population. We are living much longer, and the incidence of end-stage renal disease in the elderly population is much more than that is seen in the general population. And the annual incidence in the United States in people above the age of 65 is more than 1,200 per million, compared to the overall incidence, which is roughly about 350 per million. And the second reason is this global epidemic of diabetes mellitus. The number of people with diabetes worldwide, which is currently estimated to be 154 million, is predicted to double over the next 20 years. And unfortunately, India is going to be the global capital of diabetes in the world. The other risk factors for chronic kidney disease include there are certain congenital conditions, that is, that you are born with some structural abnormalities of the kidneys, and thereby you develop a kidney disease, which will lead to a failure of the kidneys at some stage. It could be because of exposure to nephrotoxic substances or medications, which Dr. Sengupta was mentioning about non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. Some people are born with a single kidney, or they have a single kidney because one of the kidneys is removed, either because of some surgery. They may have developed, say, a problem with one of the kidneys and the kidney is removed, so they have a single kidney. And they would be individuals who would be at risk of developing chronic kidney disease in future. If you're taking high amounts of salt, we'll talk about that later. If you are drinking less amounts of fluid, particularly in a hot environment, heat stress, exposure to pesticides and heavy metals, or you're consuming high amounts of protein. Particularly, we have these youngsters who go to gyms where the gym trainer tells them that you take this amounts of protein shakes, you'll build up your muscles much faster. And we have had patients who have had excessive amounts of protein. So we had a patient who was a young boy of 20 years. He was taking almost like 20 eggs per day, along with protein shakes, and unfortunately landed up with renal dysfunction. Now, the health burden in India about this condition has as we know that India has one of the highest incidences of diabetes and hypertension, and ultimately we'll face a catastrophic burden of both chronic kidney disease and end-stage renal disease over a period of time. And the current estimates of chronic kidney disease and end-stage renal disease in India is approximately the prevalence. Prevalence means the number of people who are suffering from this condition at the moment. So it's 800 per million. And the incidence means new patients who are added on to the list, is about roughly about 100 to 200 per million population. So every year, almost 150 or 200 per million, you can see how many patients are adding on or developing chronic kidney disease every year. And this was a very interesting cartoon that I picked up from one of the medical journals. And you can see that this is actually the burden of mortality from kidney disease illustrated to the relative kidney size. And if you just look at India, the size of our country is much larger. As compared to our own geographical condition. That's because the burden of this disease leading to mortality from this condition in our own country is likely to be much more than what our population is. Now, again, chronic kidney disease unfortunately affects the poor. There is a well-documented relationship between poverty and hypertension, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. Chronic kidney disease disproportionately affects the poor and the socially disadvantaged. And the situation is likely to worsen over the coming decades. There is a strong evidence that intrauterine events, that when the fetus is in the mother's womb, the intrauterine events are linked to poor nutrition, and which can alter the prenatal programming and lead to low nephron. Nephrons are the functioning units in a kidney. So if the fetus during its development in the mother's womb is undernourished, then the nephron numbers would be reduced after birth. So this is extremely important to our country. 33% of babies, almost a third of our babies, have low birth weight, and almost half of them are malnourished at less than 3 years of age. And this would ultimately lead to an increase in hypertension, which has been documented that if you are born and if you are malnourished, you can develop more diabetes and high blood pressure. And both these conditions would increase the risk of protein loss in the urine and would lead to chronic kidney disease and renal failure. Oops. The natural history of renal disease, the initial injury, there could be a variety of clinical manifestations. Very often the patients are asymptomatic. They may have just some routine test done where they find that there's blood in the urine, or they find that there's some protein loss in the urine. Then they consult the doctor and find that they have some kidney disease. Sometimes they may have repeated and chronic insults. For example, a condition known as lupus nephritis. It's a multisystemic, that it affects various parts of your body. This also affects the kidney, and because of repeated insults or repeated problems, the kidney damage can occur. Now, kidney adapts to this damage by increasing the filtration rate in the remaining or normal nephrons, and initial periods of creatinine levels may not increase despite the fact that you may have already started to develop a kidney problem. So that's why the topic of the lecture is that kidney disease is very often silent to start with and may manifest when the disease becomes more advanced. Now, how do we prevent chronic kidney disease? The prevention could be either in the form of primary prevention, that interventions before the disease process begins, or you could have secondary prevention where you can have early diagnosis and therapy to prevent more severe problems. Or you can have tertiary prevention where the disease has already become fairly advanced, and at that point of time we try and slow the progression of the disease. So in primary prevention, as Dr. Sengupta was mentioning, that he had organized various screening camps. So this is essentially to screen and identify and manage persons who are at a high risk of developing chronic kidney disease, particularly those who have diabetes or hypertension. You try and optimize their blood pressure control, which is extremely important, and you promote a healthier lifestyle, particularly physical activity and diet. Now, how do we screen patients? Population-based screening is generally not recommended because it's extremely expensive and difficult to do. So you can do targeted screening. So what is targeted? That patients who have already existing diabetes or hypertension will be screened for kidney disease, those with a family history of kidney disease, individuals receiving potentially nephrotoxic drugs, say they're receiving drugs for cancer treatment. Cancer drugs sometimes can lead to kidney disease. So those who are on such therapies should be screened for kidney problems even though they do not manifest with it. Patients with a past history of acute kidney injury, patients with solitary kidneys, and individuals who are elderly, above the age of 65, should be screened for kidney disease. And what are the recommendations for screening? All type 1 diabetics, that is those who develop diabetes at a younger age, should be, once they are diagnosed, for more than 5 years and above the age of 12 years, should be screened for kidney disease once every year. All type 2 diabetics, from the time they are diagnosed, their urine should be screened every year for loss of urine protein until the age of 70. And all hypertensives should be screened for kidney involvement at the time of their diagnosis and at least once every 3 years. So these are the current recommendations for screening for patients to rule out that they are not developing kidney disease. And screenings are very simple. You can do a serum creatinine by which you can estimate the eGFR. You can do a urine test by you can measure the microalbuminuria, and the blood pressure should be checked on a regular basis in all diabetics and all those who are having risk factors for developing kidney disease. And how did we find that blood pressure is related to kidney disease? Actually, these are two important people, Mogensen and Paving. They were working in Nordic countries. Mogensen was from Sweden, Paving was from Norway. And they found that there was a marked reduction in the rate of decline of the kidney function after they started antihypertensive treatment. And they implied that hypertension contributed to the progression of kidney disease. And if you look at this slide, which many of you will be able to understand, that once they started the antihypertensive treatment, the rate of GFR decline, GFR is the function of the kidney, slowed down. And the amount of albumin which is excreted in the urine also reduced. So this is a very old study which was published in 1980s. And 50 years down the line, we still quote this study because this is one of the most landmark trials which showed that hypertension and control of hypertension was able to reduce the progression of kidney disease. Now, what is the appropriate targets for blood pressure? Unfortunately, the appropriate target or the goal of blood pressure to slow the progression of the disease is still unknown. Generally, it is suggested that the target of less than 140/90 seems reasonable. And the Kidney KDIGO, which is the International Society of Nephrology Guidelines Committee, has recommended a blood pressure of less than 130/80 if your urine albumin excretion is in excess of 30 milligrams per 24 hours. We, however, need to have individual clinical judgment to decide on what should be the target for blood pressures. What about the control of sugars? There is data from various studies which has shown that if you reduce the HbA1c by 1%, you're able to reduce the incidence or the problem or incidence of kidney disease, and these have been shown by various landmark trials, the DCCG trial, the UK-PDS trials, etc., that controlling the blood sugar, you can reduce the incidence of the kidney problem that is seen in diabetics. And this is the DCCT trial, which is again a very large trial which was conducted, and this was done in type 1 diabetics, the younger diabetics, and they showed that the incidence of renal disease was reduced by almost 50%. Similarly, the UK-PDS trial, which was done in type 2 diabetics, again showed similar results that if you control their sugars well, by intensive control, you can reduce the incidence of kidney disease. And this is another study which shows that the cumulative incidence of impaired global GFRs 20 years after randomization was 2% in the intensive group. Intensive means very strict control, as compared to almost twice that number, 5.5% in the conventional group. So what is recommended that if you want to prevent kidney disease, and if you develop kidney disease and to slow the kidney disease, an intensive control of blood sugar is extremely important, rather than just having a conventional control. Then the other important things to prevent kidney disease is correction of obesity, adequate hydration, avoiding drugs, avoiding excessive protein intake, as I mentioned earlier. And this obesity is an extremely important thing. As I talked to you about malnutrition, obesity on the other extreme is another factor which can lead to chronic kidney disease. So overnutrition is a major problem, and this can be corrected by promoting a healthier lifestyle, by physical activity and healthy diet. What is the prevalence of overweight and obese individuals across the world? It is increasing substantially. And this problem not only affects adults, but affects children as well. So we have to be very careful about this. Almost 35% of men and almost 40% of women in the United States have been found to be obese and overweight. And the prevalence of obesity is 17% in the US, and extreme obesity is almost 6% in the youth between 2 to 19 years. This is just to drive home the point that obesity is a problem not only affecting adults, but also in children. And it is projected to grow by 40% across the globe in the next decade. And this increasing prevalence of obesity would have implications on the development of chronic kidney disease and cardiovascular disease. Now, what is the definition of obesity? It's based on the body mass index. And how do you calculate this? This is weight in kilograms divided by square of the height in meters. So you just take your weight and your height in meters, and if you divide that, you can get a BMI. So BMI between 18.5 and 25 is normal. BMI in excess of 30 is considered to be obese. Many people criticize this BMI, of using BMI to decide on obesity. And the other parameters that are used is, one is the waist circumference, which is in excess of 102 centimeters in men or 88 centimeters in women, is considered to be again obese. Or a waist-hip ratio is another measurement that we take. It is 0.9, if it is more than 0.9 in men and 0.8 in women, again, they are considered to be obese. And some people consider that waist-hip ratio may be superior to BMI for correct classification of obesity. It has been seen that if you have a high BMI, this is associated with proteinuria. High BMI has again found that it can lead to more progression of the rapid loss of GFR over time. Abdominal obesity association with albuminuria, and is found to be an independent marker for greater decline of GFR. So obesity has been found in various studies to be associated with the development of kidney disease, and once you develop kidney disease, with a faster decline of the kidney functions. Again, obesity has been found to be associated with stone formation, kidney stone formation. And it has also been associated with various types of malignancies, including kidney malignancy. And in a study done in the United Kingdom, which was published in 2014, a 5 kilogram per meter square higher BMI was associated with 25% higher risk of kidney cancers. So this is just to drive home the point that obesity is harmful. It can lead to development of kidney disease. It can lead to development of kidney cancers. It can lead to development of stone formation within the kidney. And these are, I mean, I wouldn't bore you with this, about how the mechanism of how obesity can lead to chronic kidney disease. And this is just to show you that obesity-related glomerular disease, and a biopsy which was done in a patient who had a kidney disease and was obese as well. How does obesity lead to stone formation? It's been found that obesity is associated with lower urine pH. There's increased urinary oxalate, uric acid, and sodium and phosphate. And diets which are rich in protein and sodium can lead to more acidic urine and lead to lower urinary citrate levels, and this can lead to increased risk formation for renal stones. So some weight loss therapies like gastric surgery, bariatric surgery, they can increase the enteral oxalate absorption, and therefore again be associated with some increased stone formation. So even weight loss therapies, you have to be careful, because these weight loss therapies can occasionally lead to greater incidence of stone formation. Now, what are the ways that you can reduce this? Lifestyle interventions by reducing the calorie intake, increase physical activity, and it has been seen that weight reduction is associated with reduction of blood pressure, glomerular filtration rate, and proteinuria. Physical activity, higher levels of physical activity associated with lower risk of chronic kidney disease. And what is the amount of physical activity that you should do? It's been defined at least 30 minutes of exercise a day. And the possible mechanisms how physical activity helps is better control of blood pressure and blood sugar. There is vascular regeneration by upregulation of the endothelial nitric oxide production. And this is just to show you one study where this is multiple studies, results of multiple studies, which shows that greater the amount of physical activity, there would be lower incidence of chronic kidney disease. What are the dietary modifications? Dr. Sural will be talking to you at length about this, but essentially what it has been suggested that we should change to a plant-based diet. We should consume less amount of meat. There should be less salt intake and more complex carbohydrates with higher fiber intake and less of saturated fat. And this was a study published from Iran where they looked at the amount of meat consumed, and if we replace meat with other forms of protein, what could be the benefit? And they showed that higher consumption of total red meat and processed meat was associated with increased risk of incident chronic kidney disease. And they said that if you substitute this red and processed meat with other sources of dietary protein, this was associated with lower chronic risk of chronic kidney disease. So if you substitute red meat and processed meat with, say, legumes or whole grains or eggs or low-fat dairy products or fish, the incidence of chronic kidney disease, development of chronic kidney disease comes down. Again, it's been seen that higher vegetable intake, which is associated with greater amounts of potassium intake, can lead to a lower incidence of chronic kidney disease. This is for people who are not having kidney disease. So normal people, we should consume more vegetables, more fruits, because it's been seen that if you take this, the incidence of developing chronic kidney disease, your chances of developing chronic kidney disease is reduced. Low vegetable consumption is a strong predictor of mortality in the general population. And higher amounts of potassium intake is associated with reduced incidence of chronic kidney disease and a decline in the kidney functions. And it's been seen that this protective association in potassium, however, is not seen if your kidney functions are impaired. So remember that your potassium intake should be good only if you have not developed a kidney disease. Once you have developed a kidney problem, then you may have to restrict your potassium intake because you have a chance of developing high potassiums in your blood, which can be a problem for your heart. And this is again just to show you that if you take higher amounts of vegetables, the chances of developing kidney disease is less. And again, high potassium will lead to a benefit or reducing the incidence of developing kidney disease. Salt intake. Higher sodium intake has been found to be associated with increased risk of chronic kidney disease, and high sodium intake is detrimental. So one of our nephrology friends from Chennai had actually coined this slogan that ek chammach kam, 1 spoon less of salt, because Indian diets are very rich in salt intake as compared to the Western diet. And therefore, if we can cut down on our salt intake right from a young age, our taste buds will get used to taking less amount of salt, and we will have a less chance of developing kidney disease in future, less chance of developing high blood pressure in future. And this is just to show you the same. So a healthy diet is characterized by higher intake of fruits, vegetables, low-fat diet, high in fiber, whole grains, low intake of sodium, low intake of red meat, and low intake of sugar, and can reduce your kidney damage by 30% almost. Smoking. I mean, Calcutta is supposed to be one of the cities where smoking is probably one of the highest in the country. So it's been seen that current and former smokers had higher risk of developing chronic kidney disease and albuminuria. Smoking, there are several mechanisms by which smoking can lead to chronic kidney disease, and it is recommended that you should have complete cessation of smoking. And this is just to show you again the average of all the trials which have shown that higher exposure of nicotine can damage the kidney. Avoidance of certain medicines like painkillers, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. Very often we have some pain, we go to our local chemist, he gives you a tablet, and you start taking it without realizing the consequences that this is going to do. And very often we do that over a long period of time. So drugs such as ibuprofen, nimesulide, naproxen, acetaminophen, even paracetamol, It's not 100% safe, even though it is the safest amongst them, which can relieve your pain, but it's not 100% safe. So be careful about the number of tablets that you're taking of this, because chronic consumption of these painkillers over a lengthy period of time would ultimately affect your kidneys. Antibiotics, Pratim mentioned about amikacin, but all antibiotics have some harmful effects. None of them are 100%, so we have to be careful when giving the antibiotics, and the antibiotics should be given only if it is absolutely essential. Herbal medicines, medicines containing heavy metals, proton pump inhibitors. These are medicines that many of us are taking. We have this, India has this unique problem of flatulence, gas. Everybody comes to you, I mean, he may be having the worst kind of kidney disease, or he may be having advanced liver failure, but he will only complain of gas. And this gas problem is there across the country. I mean, you go to the south, you'll find patients complaining the same thing about gas. In Lucknow, we see all patients, they tell you that this gas is there, he's not able to sleep because of that. So, and they start taking these proton pump inhibitors. And there are studies now which have shown that you take these medicines, proton pump inhibitors, which, excuse me, for an indefinite long period of time, it can affect, particularly in the elderly. In the elderly, it has been seen that it can affect your kidneys. So even if you're prescribed proton pump inhibitors, rabeprazole, omeprazole, all these drugs should be taken for a limited period of time only. So avoid taking over-the-counter medicines without consulting a doctor, particularly those who are diabetics, elderly, or the pre-existing kidney disease. There's something known as chronic kidney disease of unknown etiology, which is a new form of chronic kidney disease, which has a substantial mortality and morbidity, and it's seen in certain regions of the world where there's heavy agricultural activity and extremely hot environments. From India, we have these cases being reported from Orissa and Andhra Pradesh. And people have not been able to exactly find out the cause. There have been several theories, and one of them is that your working in hot environment can lead to dehydration. Many of them are exposed, these farmers, agriculture workers are exposed to pesticides and heavy metals, and this heat stress, the combination of all this can lead to a kidney dysfunction. So the message, therefore, from these studies is that you should take adequate amounts of fluid, particularly if you're working in a hot environment. And even many of us who go out for outdoor work in the summers in a city like Calcutta, where it's hot, humid weather, you must take enough fluids. A word about secondary prevention, that the main goal is to slow the progression of the disease, and this can be done by health education and clinical intervention. So what is the goal? If you develop a kidney disease, as I told you earlier, it's a progressive, irreversible. So the GFR is going to decline. So if an individual develops kidney disease at the age of 25, he's likely to go on to dialysis in the next 20 years, because if the rate of decline is about 5 ml per minute per year. The aim is that even if you slow it down to 3, he will develop kidney disease by, say, 55 years of age. But if we can keep the initial period stable, and we try and reduce this progression to at least 1 ml per minute per year, this gentleman, even if he has developed a kidney dysfunction at the age of 25, can perhaps lead a reasonably long life to complete his family's needs and look after them. So the goal of all of us here is one is to prevent the development of kidney disease, and 2 is that even if you have developed kidney disease, we try and slow it down to as slow a rate of progression as possible, that we can prolong the period of time where you do not require to go on to dialysis or need a transplantation. So, in summary, the primary prevention, the risk factors are obesity, diabetes, hypertension, congenital disorders, if you have a single kidney, high intake of salt or high intake of protein, and what should we do? We should identify the high-risk persons, manage obesity, improve the sugar and blood pressure control, avoid high intake of salt, encourage a healthy lifestyle, healthy food intake, avoid smoking. So these are the messages: adequate amount of hydration, avoid taking drugs which are potentially harmful to the kidney. So do not take drugs without consulting a doctor, and take it for as short a period of time. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Hopefully I've tried to sort of give you some background information as how we can prevent this problem, which is becoming a major, major health problem for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your such a elaborative and very, very evidence-based talk. I think the entire audience here got a lot of values and information from your talk. And sir, for your information, the entire session is broadcasted in our YouTube and Facebook channels. And right now, I just got information, as of now, right now, 1,600 people are watching. And it will be in the Facebook Live, and everybody will see. This will be live for a decent number of time. And I can tell you, sir, from our end, we'll make every topic small and crisp, and also upload in our page so that people can get this type of message much more and they can see it. Thank you, sir. So now we are waiting to listen from Dr. Souvik Sural. Dr. Sural is one of the most accomplished nephrologists of the city of Kolkata. He's just like my elder brother. We do a lot of activities together. This time we are hosting the Indian Society of Nephrology National Conference in the city, and Souvik is the organizing secretary of that. We have a lot of meetings regarding engagement regarding all the esteemed nephrologists across the country. The Souvik's most favorable topic is the nutrition, and we'll talk about on nutritional approach to manage the kidney disease. Thank you, Souvik. The stage is yours, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, famous nephrologist Dr. Souvik Sural on stage right now. Please give him a round of applause. He is going to deliver a wonderful session for us. Now it's time for Dr. Souvik Sural.
Okay, I will do
that. Very good afternoon. So, at the onset, I must thank my brother, Pratim Sengupta, for inviting me to talk in this August gathering. It is a privilege to hear my professor, my teacher, my mentor, Professor Amit Gupta, for 30 minutes. We are all enthralled by his speech. My topic is nutrition, and I am seeing the pioneer of renal nutrition, Professor Bharat Shah, is sitting in front. But I also remember another sweet face, what I am missing today, who is the pioneer of renal nutrition, not only renal nutrition, of lot of other research work related to nutrition and kidney disease, whom I am seeing for the last many years sitting besides Professor Amit Gupta, Dr. Anita Saxena. We have lost her because of some incurable disease, and she was always an appreciator. She always used to encourage my talk, and I am really missing her, madam. Wherever you are, I am missing you today. Talking about my brother, Pratim Sengupta, he is doing lot of things, lot of research works. but you have not seen his, probably you have seen, but you have not understood two important things. One is his humorous side. He has given whom to talk on nutrition? The man with the highest BMI in the audience. So that is his humorous side. And the intelligent side is to talk on nutrition just before the lunch, so that you people get more enthusiasm in having a fabulous lunch just after the talk. So talking about nutritional intervention, already we are hearing various topics. So once a patient suffers from chronic kidney disease, or for that matter any sort of renal disease, they affect the metabolism, they affect the nutritional requirements, and we should know the nutritional status of the patient. Once there is a decrease in urine output or decrease in glomerular filtration rate, there is a tendency to accumulate fluid and electrolytes in the blood. The retention of nitrogenous waste products, and combined together we used to call it uremia. So something related to urea, we call it uremia, which can lead to deterioration of your health. And we are talking about gas. This is not the gas acid, it is another type of various types of acids which get accumulated in the body whenever your kidneys do not function properly. So what are the goals? These are the problems when a patient suffers from kidney disease. So nutrition helps you to reduce the renal workload, to delay or prevent further kidney damage. It tries to restore your maintain the optimal nutritional status. And of course, it controls the accumulation of renal toxins. So these are the goals of a nutrition therapy. So basically, renal diet is little complex. Of course, we will not discuss the complexity of the issue, rather we'll try to make it lucid. So 6 components which should be regulated. One is protein, sodium, potassium, phosphorus, calcium, and your fluid balance. So these are the 6 components of a renal nutritional package, what I'll talk on. So proper nutritional intervention is must for every CKD patients, no doubt. And the guideline initially, as usual, came from US, the KDOQI. It is a world guideline, the evidence-based clinical practice guidelines for all stages of chronic kidney disease and for the various complications related to chronic kidney disease. Now we talk about the diet, we talk about the pre-dialysis patients, and we talk about the dialysis patients. I'll today focus on the diet on pre-dialysis patients because that is very important. So we recommend the energy and protein intake should be evaluated in all patients with chronic kidney disease. So any patient comes to you with chronic kidney disease, along with your prescription of the medicines, there should be a prescription for the diet. If necessary, it is better to counsel them with a nutritionist who should be sitting with you. And this has been already mentioned. Once you calculate creatinine and then from that you calculate eGFR and you classify kidney disease into chronic kidney disease into 5 stages. Stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Initially the focus, maybe many years back, 10, 15 years back, it was on the stage 4, 5. What we used to think of high creatinine, how do you manage that? How do you do dialysis, transplantation and other sorts of renal replacement therapy? They are important even today, but the focus, especially in an economic country like us, the developing country like us, we should try to detect the disease at an early stage, stage 1, stage 2, so that we can do certain intervention there, we can do some lifestyle modifications there, so that these patients, they don't go to the other stages, stage 3, 4, 5. Or even if they go, we can postpone the stages by a fair margin. So that is why we should try to, that is why we had to try to find out those risk factors, where we should get this simple test like creatinine, urine albumin, and we can calculate the eGFR and we can start intervening at an early stage. So basically again we have to decide about the calorie, the protein, sodium, fluids, potassium, calcium. This is a ready reckoner where you can know what are the targets. But remember, I was talking about albumin, but albumin, the goal, even if it is more than 4, we have to understand that it comes from the muscle mass and it measures the appropriate appetite and intake. But at the same time, low albumin may be because of various other reasons, Like low albumin doesn't mean that always you are suffering from a nutritional problem. There may be infection, there may be inflammation, there may be fluid overload, there may be inadequate dialysis. So low albumin doesn't mean always that it is a parameter of your poor nutrition. You have to look into the other issues also. Calorie. So patient with renal disease must have an adequate calorie intake to prevent breakdown of body protein. So basically you are asking the patient to take less protein. Now if you take less protein, you have to supplement the calorie with something else. Otherwise patient will suffer from malnutrition. So the desirable body weight adult usually needs at least 35 kilocalorie per kg of desirable body weight per day. So remember, this is desirable or ideal body weight. Sometimes we wrongly calculate on the patient's present body weight. Like somebody like me who is around 100 kg body weight. If you add 35 into 100, 0.8 into 100, so I'll get a lot of calorie, lot of protein. That will only make me more overweight. On the other hand, somebody who is having 40 kg or 36 kg who is already suffering from malnutrition, if you give him 35 calorie per kg or less the amount of protein, he will suffer from more malnutrition. So we have to understand that at that particular height, particular age, particular race, what is the ideal body weight. So all of your calculations should depend on the ideal body weight, not the actual body weight what the patient is having. And children should be no less than 80% of the recommended allowance for age to prevent growth retardation. So in children we have to also keep in mind that you should avoid the growth retardation. That is very, very important. So recommended energy intake, what I have already mentioned, 30 to 35 kilocalorie per kg. It spares body protein, it maintains neutral nitrogen balance, it promotes higher serum albumin level. But what are the challenges? It is very easy to talk. This is all written in the book, this is what Dr. Sural has said or Dr. Pratim Sengupta has said, so we have to follow that. But sometimes it is not that easy to follow it. So challenges because patient is already suffering from kidney disease, so there may be some decrease in appetite. So various CKD, you are already doing lot of dietary modifications and finding the food source for added calories. So we have to find a food which is restricted in protein, phosphate, at the same time it is maintaining the calorie. So it is not a very easy thing, it is a challenge, and that is why the nutritionist role that come into play. So as the protein intake of patients with renal disease is restricted, an adequate supply of calories should come from the carbohydrates and fat in the diet. So we are reducing the protein, so you have to give adequate and proper carbohydrate and fat. So protein, the major end product of protein metabolism are non-protein nitrogen, which may be urea, organic acid, carbon dioxide and water. So as I have already mentioned, when the kidney is not functioning normally, these waste products are not excreted properly and they tend to accumulate in the body and tissue and they cause so-called uremic symptoms like patient is not eating well, patient एसे बोलते डॉक्टर बाबू हमें खेते पाচ্ছি ना, खाना खा नहीं सकते, मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा nausea, vomiting हो रहा है, not feeling well, drowsiness, and all these things just maybe because of your protein intake is high. So once you curtail the protein intake, all these symptoms tend to subside. So what should be the goal of protein intake? That is, I am coming to that. But before that, we should remember that egg white is a best source of high quality protein. What was already mentioned that it should be a protein with high biologic value. Meat, fish, milk and whole eggs are other good sources. The amount of rice and high protein vegetables need to be regulated as the proteins in these foods are of lower biological value. So although you restrict your total protein intake, it should be, the maximum of the protein should be, at least 2/3 of the protein should be the protein with high biologic value. That is very, very important. Otherwise, you will tend to suffer from malnutrition. So the KDOQI was a guideline that showed what is the normal average protein intake. It is 1.2 gram per kg per day for an American, mind you, coming to the Indian scenario later. So if you reduce it to 0.7 gram, 5 gram per kg for CKD stages 1 to 3, 0.6 gram per kg per day for CKD stages 4 and 5. And again I am mentioning that 50% of the dietary protein should be of high biological value, which contains less nitrogenous waste. 45 to 60 gram protein per day is recommended in that case. But remember, our dialysis patient, they always tend to lose little more protein. The hemodialysis patient lose protein. The person what Dr. Amit Gupta was talking about, a patient on CAPD. So CAPD patients, they tend to lose more protein. So any patient who is on hemodialysis or CAPD, they should have a higher protein diet compared to even to a normal individual. So stage 1 to stage 4, your protein intake should be low, but once the patient is reaching stage 5D, that is dialysis patient, your protein intake should be high. But coming back to Indian data, now we have the pioneer, Dr. Bharat Shah, who has a lot of Indian data. So the concept was that, because I was talking about the Americans who are taking 1.2 gram per kg, but if you look at the standard Indian vegetarian population, probably the intake, if you calculate, it is only 0.8 gram per kg, which is, according to American standard, it is low. So what should you do? Is there at all any role of low protein diet in Indian context in a CKD patient? So there was a lot of dilemma, a lot of thoughts, but ultimately it was found that yes, there is definitely a role of low body weight diet. Even if you start in the stage 1, 2, 3, it should be 0.6 to 0.8 gram per kg body per weight per day in the early stage. But mind you that at the same time we have to assess the nutritional parameters. So if the patient is already in malnutrition phase, and if you curtail further protein intake, then you are doing harm to the patient rather than doing good to the patient. So even if the stage 4, 5, there you should curtail the protein intake, but provided the patient's nutritional status and appetite is good. So somebody in a vegetarian population whose nutritional status and appetite is already not good, there you should not burden him with a low protein diet. Is that clear? It can be prescribed even at late stages of CKD if the appetite and nutritional status are good. So in our population, it is very important that we measure the protein intake, we calculate how much protein he is taking, and somebody who is already taking less protein intake, there is no point telling him you take even lesser protein intake. Because we have to avoid protein energy wasting. So we can see that if we encourage a low protein diet and we don't assess the nutritional status, the patient may suffer from undernutrition that could result from disease, decreased nutrient intake and or increased catabolism. So we should avoid this. So challenges with high protein foods are sometimes, because like I was talking about, in a dialysis patient you should give high protein diet. Now high protein diet, they are high in phosphates and potassium. Now in a dialysis patient we don't want to give a high phosphorus diet. So these are little complex things, so you have to understand what are the diets which will give you more protein but less phosphorus and potassium. So you have to find out those things. So talking about minerals, excess and deficiencies of certain electrolytes are a consequence of kidney malfunction. As I was already telling, as your urine output is low, kidney is malfunctioning, there is a tendency to accumulate, and there will be various sorts of dyselectrolytemia. Electrolytes means sodium, potassium, calcium, phosphorus. So sodium, as already Dr. Amit Gupta was also telling, somebody said that एक चम्मच कम, that is very important. जितना salt आप लेते हो, उससे एक चम्मच आप कम लीजिए, आपका blood pressure ठीक रहेगा, आपका kidney ठीक रहेगा. या तो चीनी कम, so चीनी कम भी लेंगे, तो आपका sugar patients को you will avoid to suffer from sugar related problems. So चीनी कम और एक चम्मच कम, ये दोनों चीज आप याद रखिए. So eat less salt. And giraffes, they don't take salt and they don't suffer from hypertension. This is for your information. I also got the information from a veterinary surgeon of mine, friend. But sodium, if it is high, it can cause high blood pressure, and there is a edema, that is swelling of the body. On the other hand, if your sodium is too low, like a hyponatremia, so एक चम्मच कम से भी अगर ज़्यादा कम हो जाए, so you can suffer from lot of disease. So it should be the optimal sodium intake. It can cause low blood pressure, depletion of ECF volume, and rapid weight loss, and a further deterioration of excretory capacity. So if the patient is already having little bit of edema and blood pressure, your sodium requirement should be less than 2 grams per day. In extremely edematous patient, we make it less than 1.5 grams per day. And greatest source of sodium, you know, table salt. But pre-prepared foods, processed foods, canned, bottled and packaged foods, they also contain a lot of sodium. So, जितना कम आप इसको लेंगे उतना ही अच्छा है आपके लिए. Canned foods, bottled foods, packaged food, जो हम लोगों के parents या grandmothers what they have suggested, that probably should we follow even today. घर का खाना खाइए जितना हो सके, बाहर का खाना उतना ज़्यादा ना खाइए. मतलब जो processed और pre-prepared foods ना लीजिए. And 1 TSF salt is 2.3 milligram sodium. Just to tell you that 1 TSF means 2.3. So accordingly, every time it is not possible to measure, so you can understand from this that what amount of sodium one should take. So 2 gram sodium diet, you should be fresh foods. Sometimes to make the thing little tasty. Like somebody can tell that if there is no sodium, I cannot eat because I am used to take sodium. मुझे वही पसंद है, sodium rich food, that taste. So you can use a cured or pickled foods. You should limit all these things, but you can avoid salt. You can flavor foods with spices, vinegar, lemon juice, pepper, which will add to the taste. Always remember, you should never take this potassium chloride salt. एक लोना salt नाम से मिलता है. कभी-कभी हम लोगों को we don't understand why the patient is suffering from hyperkalemia. There is high potassium. Everything you are asking, he is restricting everything. Then suddenly you find out that what salt he is using, that is Lona salt, low sodium. But that low sodium means it is high potassium. So then once you identify that patient is suffering from hyperkalemia, that is high potassium, one should look for whether he is taking this sort of salt substitute, which is very common. And then you stop that and you find that patient's potassium is now under control. So potassium is something which is, in a patient who is not suffering from chronic kidney disease, probably little increased potassium intake is fine, what Professor Gupta has already said. But once the patient is suffering from chronic kidney disease, the high potassium can cause a lot of problems. It can cause even death, cardiac arrest. So any patient who is suffering from advanced chronic kidney disease, they should not take potassium containing food. You must tell them that even creatinine, you can, if creatinine jumps from 2 to 3, 3 to 4, you are not immediately afraid or alarmed. But if potassium goes from 4.5 to 5.5, you should be alarmed because it can cause cardiac arrest. So your potassium in advanced chronic kidney disease, potassium content should be low and it should be less than 60 milliequivalents per day. Sorry. So urine potassium restriction, when should we advise potassium restriction? If urine output is less than 1 liter, GFR is less than 30. On the one hand, these ACE inhibitors, this is a very good drug, what has been already told by Dr. Bharat Shah in the early stages of renal disease, because they will prevent your progression of renal disease. But at the same time, they can cause hyperkalemia, they can increase the potassium. So if already the GFR is low and if you tend to use these drugs, then you should measure potassium very frequently. Otherwise, what will happen, there will be some progression slowing by these drugs, but this can cause a lot of side effects because of the high potassium. So those things should be kept in mind. So serum potassium more than 5, you have to curtail the potassium. And dietary potassium restriction should be less than 2 grams per day, and goal is between 3.5 to 5.5. So the potassium containing drugs are mainly the fruits. On the other, initially we tell the fruits are good for your health, but patients with advanced chronic kidney disease, you should avoid fruits because fruits contain a lot of potassium. Potato contains a lot of potassium. So we talk about fruits, but we forget that potato can also contain, can cause severe degree of hyperkalemia. So this is a very big chart. I am not going to bore you, but एक चीज वो बता देते हैं हम लोग कि कोई फल नहीं खाना है, साग नहीं खाना है, ड्राई फ्रूट्स नहीं खाना है, और pickles, chutney, achar, all these things you should not take because all these things contain a lot of potassium. Last thing I am talking about, the kidney. I was talking about the kidney. The kidney, the main function is excretory, but it also helps to make your RBCs, so to prevent anemia. It controls your blood pressure, and number 3, it also keeps your bones healthy. So if your kidneys are healthy, your bones are healthy. So remember that. So bones means you have to, kidney failure leads to decreased production of active vitamin D. There will be low calcium, high potassium, high phosphorus, elevated parathyroid hormone, and there will be lot of problems in your bones. So any patient with chronic kidney disease, we should also look at the calcium phosphate metabolism. We should give diet which contains less phosphorus, normal calcium, and that will prevent your bone disease. But sometimes it is very difficult to control, again I am telling, because certain food material, they contain both phosphorus or calcium. You want to decrease one and increase the other, so sometimes the permutation combination becomes a little difficult, but always there will be a nutritionist to help you and give you that right diet. So level of phosphorus restriction may range from 700 to 1000 milligram daily, and when it is not possible, we use certain drugs called phosphate binders, which will help you to curtail your phosphorus. And phosphorus is not found on the nutrition. See, this is one neglected even by the traders, the shopkeepers, because even the level you won't find, you will find sodium level, potassium level, calcium level, but phosphate level is usually not mentioned. So this is a chart where you can find what are the high phosphorus food. Fluid restriction. Everybody asks, Doctor Sahab, पानी कितना पीना है? कितना पानी पिएंगे किडनी ठीक रखने के लिए? What you have to tell that there is no fixed thing, because somebody who is sitting, is sedentary, sitting in the AC room, doing something mainly sitting, his water intake should be something. But somebody who is working in the farm, in the agricultural project, they tend to get dehydrated. And Professor Amit Gupta was already talking about something called CKDU, chronic kidney disease of unknown origin. Unknown means normally we have told that diabetes, high blood pressure, they are the things which can cause chronic kidney disease. But suddenly you find there is a population of chronic kidney disease, you can't find any cause, totally clueless. Then once the research was done, you find that some of them were getting chronically dehydrated. Like in the agriculture workers, they are toiling in the heat, but in the extremes of weather, but they are not taking adequate water. So that chronic dehydration can cause chronic kidney disease of so-called unknown origin. So in CKD stage 4, 5, especially in the advanced stage when there is a tendency to fluid overload, so you decrease fluid intake, but initial stages probably the fluid should be little more to avoid dehydration. So somebody says, baraf khana hai ki nahi hai, baraf to solid hai. So the answer would be that fluid means what? Any food that is liquid at room temperature. Because your ice is water at room temperature, so it is also a fluid. So soup, gelatin, ice cream, these are all. Anyway, my last slide was there. There was some problem. So I conclude it here. The message is that your nutrition intake should vary depending on your stages, depending on your physique, depending on your work. We have Mr. Imran Khan who has a beautiful physique. So his protein intake should be definitely much more compared to somebody who is not having that physique. So you have to individualize that. You have to individualize that. That is very important. And at the end, I again stop here and I welcome you for the Indian Society of Nephrology conference, where I am the organizing secretary, and I wish all of you to join there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering your wonderful speech. It motivates us a lot, I must say. And there's an important announcement for everyone that we have some stalls outside the auditorium that is very much related with the seminar, like yoga, nutrition, and a few membership benefit packages as well. So please, whenever you go outside the auditorium, you do take advantages of all those. And you can also check out everyone, I hope they get their welcome kit. So you can check out as well those welcome kit, because we have some comprehensive kidney checkup coupons inside this welcome kit. You can take advantages as well. Now, I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Sen Gupta once again. Give him a round of applause, please. Now it's his turn to deliver some wonderful speech for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, by the time they prepare the stage and all the audiovisual setups, just have a brief take-home message from all the speakers you have listened since the morning. Dr. Shah, Professor Bharat Shah, he has given us a beautiful idea regarding how the paradigm shift has happened in the nephrology care. And also, he spread the message for the organ donation. We heard from our esteemed Professor Amit Gupta regarding the silent killer, how slowly it is imprinting to the society and the ways how we can prevent it. And such a nothing talk, so thank you very much. And Shobikda has given us a thorough journey how we should modulate our proteins. Now it's my turn to take you to the journey for those unfortunate guys who has been landed in end-stage kidney disease. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start my talk, just to announce you, because we are in between the lunch break, before the lunch break, there will be a beautiful meditative session so that what we eat, we can digest it properly, and the food gets very well assimilated in the body, and we believe in the philosophy of mental eating. That is, your mind should be on the plate, let your mind be focused, and eat accordingly so that even with the minimal calories, protein, whatever you take, you can assimilate in your body. So please wait for the massive and very interesting meditative session will be conducted after my talk by Shubhato, just pre-lunch. A humble submission to everybody present here. Parthuda, welcome. Dr. Partha Sarathi Bhattacharya, the senior physicians of Nephrocare, he has been came here. So a humble submission to the every audience here. This speech has been prepared, keeping in mind the audiences being layman, because we are broadcasting it across the country. 6 Facebook pages of Nephrocare, Kidney Care, also my personal page, YouTube page, LinkedIn page, everywhere it is going live. So we made it so simple that a common man can understand. We deliver a lot of hi-fi scientific talks in these scientific gatherings, understanding the people present here, we have made it very simple. So ESRD care 360 degree, what exactly we mean by that? I'll discuss it in the 8 steps. Early diagnosis and screening so that we can identify ESRD early. Then how to prevent the complications, which otherwise is bound to come in somebody who is suffering from ESRD. We will discuss about medical care and beyond. Because it is, I believe from core of my heart, it is not simply prescribing medicines. There are a lot of things in ESRD care, indeed in all medical care. And obviously RRT, how to optimize it. Nutrition, lifestyle and yoga is core, which we deliver to my patients so that they can live a very good life and care beyond medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, by 360 degree care, we want to emphasize on not simply the precision medicine. Science has evolved. Now we are targeting every cell, every molecules. But what does exactly the holistic care means? The holistic care means you have to take an account not simply what you see in the laboratory. That's important. Nobody denies about that. But plus something which we possibly do not know. We can understand from our wisdom. Maybe science has not evolved that thing, but it has a significant value. Henceforth, WHO has defined health not simply a physical impairment. It's a mental, social, even the spiritual dimension. So we need to understand one thing that, okay, the knowledge of well-being, there is a significant component of the mind along with the body. And I add 2 more components here. One is our energy system and also our spirit and the spiritual system. If we combine all these 4 components, it seems like, metaphorically speaking, the 4 wheels of a car. A car cannot run with one functional wheel. Physical health, if considered as a one wheel, the mind, the energy, the spirit must be considered as the 3 other wheels. And to have a very smooth journey of your life, whatever be the disease, we need the 4 wheel functioning in a proper motion and in synchrony. Then only we can live a very near normal life. So well-being is multidimensional. So CKD, as we already discussed earlier, the CKD is silent. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, with the last 1.5 decade of nephrology practice, we have encountered patients without any symptom presenting with creatinine 13, 14. I think everybody will agree. Number is less, but that means the tolerance to the chronic kidney disease, even in the end stage, varies person to person. We encounter often, there are some patterns, chronic interstitial nephritis, CKD of unknown origins. In this type of scenario, even a person can tolerate. So we need to detect end-stage kidney disease, which otherwise by defined by a GFR less than 15, very early. So we must have a significant screening mechanism. And those who have already been detected early stage, we need to follow them up so that we can pick up the end-stage kidney disease early. This slide is well known because if you know one end-stage kidney disease, there will be at least 20 end-stage kidney disease surrounding unknown because this often remain asymptomatic. We all know the consequences of chronic kidney disease. It's not a good thing, it's a bad thing. It leads to problem to the acid-base balance in the body. Electrolytes, kidney is a such important organ to take care of your sodium, potassium, calcium, phosphorus. There is a huge electrolyte imbalance which peeps in once the patient leads to the end-stage kidney disease. There is a CKD NBD, that is mineral bone disorder, that means bone becomes sick, kidney being important organ for maintaining parathyroid hormone, vitamin D metabolism, active vitamin D. It has an important significance in that. Water hemostasis, as nicely said, how kidney maintains the water balance in our body. Cardiovascular disorder has direct connections with the kidney problems. We know as a cardio-renal syndrome as a new entity coming in. We know the kidney causes anemia because a lot of people don't know. The kidney produces a hormone which is responsible for making our hemoglobin athlete and protein energy wasting. We learned a lot from Surala that end-stage kidney disease leads to a huge metabolism disorder leading to protein energy wasting. Now, if we look at the kidney care in the end stage, it could be divided into two broad headings. The number one is the general medical management, which includes obviously the medical treatment which we do with the medications, nutrition lifestyle cares, prevention of infection by vaccinations, and renal replacement therapy. That means your survival is at stake. When you cannot live without a support, your kidneys is not working well, you need either hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, and the best modality is a transplant, which otherwise is a lifesaver for a person who is suffering from end-stage kidney disease. Now, question is, end-stage kidney disease, we need to evaluate the symptom, we need to do detailed blood work, ABG, IPTH, vitamin D, a lot of tests are necessary to understand what is the state. Nutritional assessment can be done well by the anthropometric dietary recalls. We have a very strong nutrition team, around 8 people work in-house. They always inquire about the dietary recalls and anthropometry when required. Now, coming to these components in a very, very simplistic way so that people can understand, anemia is prevalent in end-stage kidney disease. Why? There are the multiple reasons. Most important reason is erythropoietin production is less, the hormone which stimulates bone marrow to produce hemoglobin. And also there are iron deficiency. Then this uremic patient has some GI blood loss because of the platelet dysfunctions. And their marrow often become non-responsive to the erythropoietin available because of the uremic toxins. They don't allow the marrow to work. So all this leads to a anemic milieu. They leads to the anemic situations, and we need to correct the hemoglobin. Now people think that, okay, hemoglobin if the better is more, but it is not correct on the ESKD, that is end-stage kidney disease. If any hemoglobin more than 13 is also bad, and simultaneously hemoglobin less than 11 is also bad, we target a hemoglobin in between 11 to 13 to maintain a decent life who has landed in the end-stage kidney disease. Coming to the blood pressure, we have learned a lot from my earlier speakers, the importance of the blood pressure in terms of arresting progression of chronic kidney disease. But somebody who has landed in end-stage kidney failure, that means kidneys are not working, requiring dialysis or transplant, blood pressure has immense importance to make them alive and to prevent complications like stroke, heart attack, peripheral vascular disease. So we have to be very careful to managing the blood pressure in the range. But unfortunately, this is the biggest and the largest challenge we as a clinician face when addressing the blood pressure of end-stage kidney disease patient. Do you know why? they have a brittle hypertension. That means you give a medicine, their pressure suddenly drops to undetectable level. They feel very dizzy. And the moment you withdraw the drug, their BP shoots up to the 200. So this type of fluctuations of the blood pressure is very common. There are multiple scientific causes behind that: autonomic neuropathy, volume overload, and volume changes during the dialysis. I'm not going in details of that. They're too much technical. But this is very, very important thing to be kept in mind because of these brittle natures of the hypertension, autonomic neuropathy, and sometimes the management of the hypertension during dialysis becomes very, very difficult, because in dialysis, we are taking 3-4 liters of the water from the body, and some of them behave as a resistant hypertensive patient. That means even if you give the medicines, whatever you do, it becomes difficult to maintain their blood pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really facing this challenge. There are a lot of councils and the professional guidelines coming out for managing hypertension in CKD. Unfortunately, end-stage kidney disease hypertension management is so difficult, and there is so much lack of evidence. Even the CKD KDIGO guideline did not focus what should be the target blood pressure of end-stage kidney disease. It varies. So you don't have any fixed guideline for that. But however, it is worth mentioning that regular monitoring is important. You need to monitor your blood pressure daily. We recommend every end-stage kidney disease patient, but it is just for my talk in this forum I'm talking about end-stage, it should be with every people in the family. Every family must have a blood pressure machine. Whether you don't have a TB, I don't bother. But you must have a blood pressure machine, because this is more important, more connected to your life. And monitoring when it is end-stage kidney disease is really important. You have to do it. I'm extremely sorry, I had some viral, my voice is sounding very bad today. Please don't mind. Thank you. Low salt, we have mentioned about the salt, because India is a country where salt consumption is extremely high. There are some publications. The national standard of consumption of salt is 5 grams, whereas the average Indian consumption of salt is 10 to 12 grams, double. So we have to be very careful about salt intake. And honestly speaking, those who are vegetarian, I have my friend Marwari, I went to his house. Their breakfast is with pickles. Their lunch, they take some chanachurs, and the evening snacks with chanachurs, and the dinner again with pickles. You can consume, you can understand how much salt they consume. So we have to be very careful regarding salt consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are, especially ladies, those who are very fond of taking pickles, please be careful. It's a tremendous deliberation of the salt. We don't know there are some hidden salt sources. For example, the processed meats, they have a very high amount of salt. We have to be very careful about that. Next point is quit smoking. Obviously, smoking is a very, very bad thing. And there is a paradigm shift in the smoking pattern, you know. You go to the new town, this is one place in the Calcutta where all the IT industries are there. And if you go to the lunch break time, maybe 12:30, 1:30ish, and you'll see every young girl, they are standing in the roads and smoking. The smoking among the women, smoking among the girls has increased significantly. I think you all admit with that. That does not mean that gents has limited that. It is visibly perceivable that everybody, parallelly people are smoking a very high rate. And I know one of my friend who is the owner of Pataka industry. They are the owner of Pataka Bidi. They have landed in the hospitals called GD hospitals. So they invited me in a speech. And I said, you are running a hospital, but you sell bidis. How many bidis you made? Well, we don't count in number, we measure in tons. This is amazing. I said, tons means yes. Our production is 500 tons, 700 tons of bidi. That is traditional Indian smoking, through which the rural people smokes, in tons. And there are other smart way of smoking nowadays. In this hotel, in the top floor, if you go, there is a beautiful bar where people smokes what I call hookah. This has become another popular thing. So ladies and gentlemen, we are educated for smoking. The smoking is bad, but possibly we have transformed the modalities in different ways, but it is still there. So this is my humble request, please quit smoking. Exercise, there's no doubt about exercise. Understanding the need. We promoted the gyms and activities, and recently we are starting a medico gym in collaboration with Mantra. Shubhabrata will give some insight regarding that. This is a new concept because gymming has also given up some other health risk in terms of cardiac health. There are a lot of incidences where people died while gymming. The marathon runners died while gymming. So why this thing happened? We understood there is just something wrong in the practice of gymming. That does not mean that exercise is bad, but it need to be medically supervised. So that's the concept we are coming for, medical gymming. Mantra, NephroCare together is starting the medical gym, and we are doing the groundwork. We had a discussion with the diabetologist, exercise physiologist, how to structure this program at all. And healthy diet, nobody can ask the questions about it. This is a technical guideline how to maintain the blood pressure. I'm not going to the pharmacological details because it will be quite technical and difficult for the common people to understand. Electrolyte management, Sarah has already mentioned how dangerous is hyperkalemia. Potassium is up, you are sleeping, ESRD, suddenly your heart may stop. It can lead. I can remember one of my patients, Akash Kaushik, 18 years young aspirant, who was preparing for engineering exam. One fine evening, on evening, his mother called me, Akash is not feeling well, brought to the hospital, immediately collapsed. We could not save him. And when we inquired what happened exactly, his dialysis was due. He took tomato sausage in plenty of amount, and the blood drawn in the emergency showed potassium 8.5. And this one potassium took the life of a young aspirant engineer. This is very, very unfortunate. This happens quite randomly. So ladies and gentlemen, if anybody in your family suffering from ESKD, please educate yourself regarding potassium. In this regard, let me tell you, on behalf of Kidney Care Society, we have developed a potassium calculator. Sir, this will be my honor to show you one demonstration in my leisure time during lunch break and everything, where anybody, it is available a tool where you can type the name of any food item, it will immediately calculate or immediately inform you how much potassium it contains. Now, challenge is, you know that this food has a high potassium, but when you cook a food, you add a lot of spices. And in any dish which you eat, it does not contain one single item. It contains 4 or 5 different ingredients. And that calculator has the liberty to calculate the entire potassium content of the dish, provided you provide the recipes which demands what are the ingredients to prepare that food. So in that way it is designed, and it has helped thousands of dietitians, common patients, to understand or protect themselves for hyperkalemia. Similarly, hyponatremia, phosphate imbalance and calcium imbalance are common. I have mentioned about hyperkalemia, and managing hyponatremia in CKD is also, sometimes it happens. Why? We become too much restrictive for the salt. Too much salt restrictions, and with aging, we all know possibly the bone has the strongest sodium reservoir. Along with the CKD MBD, as osteoporosis sets in, the reservoirs of the bone, that the sodium reserve in the body goes down. We use diuretics, we use a lot of salt restriction, we do embargo in the taking of the salt, and that sometimes may lead to the hyponatremia that becomes dangerous. CKD MBD is very important. MBD means mineral bone disease, because it increases the risk of fracture, and also it increases the risk of vascular calcification. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems slightly Hebrew, what is vascular calcification from the layman's, but you need to understand one thing. We are alive because we have a very good blood circulation. Our hearts are beating. And that beat and the pulses of all the heart is felt in every cells of our body. The moment the heart beats, it throws the blood, and the vessels are elastic, they carry the pulsation of life to everywhere. And as the vessel, as we lands in the end-stage kidney disease, the calcium get deposited. The elastic, flexible vessels turn out to be lead stem pipe. That's called vascular calcification, which has a major catastrophe in terms of heart attack, strokes, and also leading to the gangrenes and the peripheral vascular disease. So we have to be very careful to prevent vascular calcifications, and that can be detected in end-stage kidney disease, highly prevalent, by simple lateral X-ray, echo, and vascular calcification, and also CT calcification score. These are the tests which often, even those who are physicians, for them, this message is from them, that we don't do a lateral X-ray for the lateral abdominal X-ray for the end-stage kidney disease. We don't specifically look for whether there is calcification is there or not. Those who are echocardiographer, it is the message to you. If we find vascular calcification in the aortic valves and anything, let us know that this guy has a vascular calcification. We have to take some precaution for that. There are a lot of intervention by which we can protect that. Phosphate binders, calcium supplementation, vitamin D. secondary hyperparathyroidism management by the gynecologist surgical involvement, and the newer emerging therapies. These are too much technicals. I'm not going to that because the doctors who is treating you, they need to decide. For you, as a common people, you need to understand that with chronic kidney disease, your vessel can become stiff, they can become hard, they can lose their elasticity, and they cannot do the necessary changes of the blood flow as required in the different situation of the life if the vessel gets calcified. Hence, we need to protect it. Diabetes control, protect kidney disease. This has been well presented by Professor Gupta with a lot of evidences, a lot of randomized control trial, and also the outcomes of the major RCTs which has been done in this. There is no doubt, better the glycemic control, better the well-being of ESKD patients, but the problem is they are very high risk for developing hypoglycemia, and also they are brittle diabetics. Sometimes their sugar becomes low, sometimes it shoots up, so it's very difficult. Nowadays, there are few modalities of the treatment which has changed the glycemic control in chronic kidney disease patient. Unfortunately, the best of the medicines, which are the most important in terms of preventing all the complications of the diabetes, are not tested in ESKD patients, end-stage kidney disease patients. For example, SGLT2 inhibitors. We can't prescribe if GFR is less than 25. For example, the metformin, one of the greatest drug, is doubtful whether it is helpful in the patient who has ESKD because of fear of lactic acidosis. So our care of ESKD sugar still boil down to insulin and the older medicines which are otherwise tested. New drugs which very helpful for the patient who is suffering from ESKD are not tested. Among the gliptins, we all know teneligliptins is a safe which can be used. Vaccination, there is no doubt that CKDs has a high risk of getting infections. So we have to vaccinate them early so that these are the recommended vaccines like influenza, pneumococcal hepatitis B, and also hepatitis A, and COVID vaccine is also safe. Now coming to the RRT means renal replacement therapy. That means kidneys has gone, how to replace its function with some artificial means. We call it the renal replacement therapy. So there are three basic modalities of the RRT. One is, the best is the transplant. That's, by God's grace, human being has 2 kidneys. A person can donate 1, and we can implant it to make this unfortunate guy to live a normal life. And 1 kidney is enough to somebody to survive, and henceforth we do. And it can be extended further by the cadaveric organ donation, as Professor Bharat has mentioned in the morning. Somebody who has a brainstem death, they can donate their organs and save the life of unfortunate kidney failure patients. Similarly, we have other 2 modalities of RRT called hemodialysis and the peritoneal dialysis. Hemo is the blood-borne therapy where the blood is taken out through a machine we filter, and PD is a treatment where we implant a catheter inside the abdomen, and our peritoneal fluid ultimately filters the toxins from the body. The choice of which modalities are RRT will be best, it depends on a lot of factors. This is absolutely technical. We decide upon understanding the availability, resource, and everything. But most important is the access creation for those who have end-stage kidney disease. Be it hemodialysis, we need a lot of access, for example, vascular access, palm caths, or if suitable, then we can put the temporary catheter for the time being. These are some indications when the dialysis is done. These are too much technical, I'm not going to the details. But one thing I must tell you, there is a concept called incremental dialysis. Creatinine has gone up, somebody advised dialysis, that not necessarily mean the patient will require 3 dialysis in a week, which is standard. There is a significant number of patients who can be benefited even with a lesser dose of dialysis. We call it incremental dialysis. That means you need to adjust the dialysis dose also based on your residual renal function. And we had a huge number of data in this area where patients are doing quite reasonably well in once per a week dialysis, once per 10 days dialysis, and they are having no symptom, no problems. There is a lot of debate among this. Few people not in favor, few people in favor, but this is one concept I like to highlight. Incremental dialysis is an option for the patient who is otherwise suffering. These are some so-called technological advancement where a patient who is otherwise greatly bored by the dialysis, they can go ahead with the wearable dialysis machines, not practical in the Indian scenario, understanding the cost, but I have seen a miniature dialysis device conference in Germany around 4 or 5 years ago, where they have devised a belt. The belt itself is a dialysis machine. A patient can wear and dance with the wearing the dialysis machine and going on the dialysis. That's it. Taking this in account, we have introduced home hemodialysis in this city. Right now, we have 30 patients who are getting home hemodialysis in these centers. And we have designed a technology by which the tap water can be converted to the dialysis water, and patient can provide a dialysis. So this is another advancement. Peritoneal dialysis, SAD is present here, the pioneer of peritoneal dialysis in this country. Once upon a time, the ACPGI was the center who used to implant the largest number of PD catheters in India. And PD is one modality of the treatment which is very good, safe, and easily can be handled, but the problem is again cost. And being a hot country, a lot of people, because of the sweating, they lead to some catheter-related implication, tunnel infection, exit site infection. These are the problems, but it can be well managed. Somehow, it is winning off because of lack of availability of the resource. Cost is not being coming down, and availability of the hemodialysis in every corner of the country. PD is slightly winning off, is becoming the second choice, even the third choice in this country. Kidney transplant, obviously the best modalities of renal replacement therapy. We do roughly 15 to 20 transplants in a month. You can understand how much burden of the kidney failure patients. More and more cadaver transplant, that is deceased organ donation transplant, can be put forward to match the huge gap between the demand and supply. So this is very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have ESKD, we need to think for transplant, but getting a donor, getting a related donor or getting an altruistic donor is very, very difficult. Sometimes we need to work out more from the foundation like Kidney Care Society, NephroCare, all the organizations, to make society much more aware so that cadaver organ donation, that is donation of kidney after death, become more popular so that we can serve a lot of patients. Artificial kidney, a lot of time I get the questions, sir, how is the progress of artificial kidney? When the artificial kidney will come? I think you all are aware right now, those who are doing Googles and everything. The kidney project, which is done in the last UCLA by Dr. Subhorai, has progressed a lot because of the COVID. There was some embargo in the research and all this stuff. We are hopeful maybe another 2-3 years, maybe we can get an organ which we can implant and also take care of the kidney failure or ESKD patients. Now coming to the protein energy wasting, a lot of things already Shuralda has said, I'm not going in that, but it is a complex in ESKD. It's a really complex because multiple factors are playing a role to landing to the protein energy wasting. It needs a dedicated approach. It needs a totally trained nutrition team to address this issue, but it is preventable. If we take necessary action on time, it is preventable. In this regard, let me tell you some of the research activities which we are doing. We are working to develop a lentil which has a low potassium, because in India, more than 60% people are vegetarian. The moment they land in the ESKD, we don't allow them to take dal. I'm very favor and fond of dal. If somebody asks me, don't take dal, my dish is gone. Now, this is a real pain. That patient asks and begs us, sir, please allow me one day I can take a dal. We sometimes allow them, okay, on the day of dialysis, you can take a dal, but it is their daily need. So understanding that thing, we researched, we co-partnered with the Bidhannagar Krishi Vidyalaya, and they have a beautiful genetic scientist. They designed a special varieties of the lentil by mutating one specific protein which transmit the potassium from the ground through the rootlet to the lentil crop. Let me tell you, we designed 18 different varieties of lentils. Normal lentils have roughly 1560 milligram of potassium in 100 grams. And these new lentils, they contain 300 to 400 milligram of potassium. That's a massive breakthrough. But the challenge is, potassium being the most important immunity of a plant, these plants are getting very well infested, easily infested by the pests. And there is a very high pesticide. So we are trying to figure it out how and which part of the land it can be cultivated so that we can get a good lentil with a low potassium. So our dream is, let's bring dal available to each ESKD patient dish. That is our goal. Yoga in ESKD care, we are doing a phenomenal research in this in collaboration with the Subha Batra. We also have a lot of discussion going on with Kaivalya Dham Institute and Vyasa Institute regarding implementing their few programs in our kidney care as a Mukti, which helps a lot for the patient to keep their kidney well. And National Kidney Foundation also recognized our effort. They have promoted yoga as one modalities of exercise in treating this patient. How yoga helps, there are so many hypotheses regarding that. Possibly kidney, ultimately, the impact of the kidney disease in every organ system. is secondary to the inflammation. And there is no doubt that all inflammatory markers and stress comes down when somebody does the yoga. We had a beautiful system of monitoring the pulmonary function test, pre and post, and we have observed a significant improvement in the lung capacity for the patient who are practicing our pranayamas, which we teach. And this is, we need to understand one thing very from our wisdom, that we have two excretory organs in our body. One is kidney, another one is a lung. All the gaseous and volatile toxins from the body are taken care of by the lung, and kidney does all the water soluble. Henceforth, these two organs works hand in hand, possibly increasing the strength of the lung, and functionality and physiology of the lung has a tremendous impact or supportive roles in the patient who is otherwise suffering from ESKD, at least, and the acid-base management. That we are trying to figure it out. There are a lot of publication in this regards, and two asanas has been well researched in this regard. One is Matsendrasana and is Pavan Muktasana. They has a tremendous benefit in terms of protective kidney disease. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether this slide will run or not. I can show you the experience of few of our patients. Is the sound output? This lady had a problem of unconsolidated vasculitis. So unconsolidated vasculitis, those who are present here, all the esteemed nephrologists of the team, we know that this is such a bad disease. Presenting creatinine was 6.4. C-ANCA was positive, and there was active sediment in the urine. We treated with the standard treatment of the rituximab, plasmapheresis, and everything. But this patient, sometime after improvement of the kidney function, there was some stagnancy, and he was not feeling well, very weak, and he was very, very religious about practicing our Mukti program. And over a period of 3 to 6 months, his blood pressure stabilized. And happily say that it is obviously the medical treatment, nobody denies his role, but the impact of the yoga has changed his life in terms of the positivity and lot of blood pressure control and other soft care which we could provide, which is part of my holistic care. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize on that. Similarly, there are so many others, few patients' views. I'm not going to show that thing. Anytime anybody can. This is a very interesting case. This gentleman was a dialysis patient, unable to walk, unable to talk, unable to, had a lot of balance issues. With all neurological intervention, we failed to make the patient to walk. He has a problem in hearing. He takes a hearing aid. But with 3 months of yoga, this guy was so energetic, enthusiastic, walking, and his BP becomes so stable. We could recommend that this is a really, really one intervention which is monitored by me and Subrata and helping this patient in a bigger way. Coming to the last part, that is music as a medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, we often ignore the role of sound. It is said in our ancient verses that Sabda is Brahma. And I, being a practitioner of classical music, I know the impact how music can have in our mental energy system and also the spiritual understanding. Our brain and the bodies respond to the sound both in the cognitive and the physical ways. There are so many research. We look at only the molecules. We look at only the pharmaceutical intervention. But there are some easier intervention also, along with the pharmaceutical interventions, which can help somebody to changes what are the neurological impact comes in different form of disease, obviously indeed in ESKD. So this is a very interesting study which was shown how the blood flow in the brain changes when somebody lands in chronic kidney disease. So if you have a chronic kidney disease, it has been observed that certain area of the brain does not get adequate blood flow. And possibly everybody understand that if a patient suffers from ESKD, their softest mental skills, they are forgetful, they become irritable, their memory become weak, they can't remember. We give a lot of terminology for them and whatever, but ultimately it boils down to the non-perfusion of the brain in the proper way, be it microvasculopathy, macrovascularity, whatever be the cause. And this is another interesting study was done among the musicians to see the musicians has a different areas of the brain which is overflown by the I mean, if you do the imaging in terms of the blood flow of the musician, you will find some areas of their brain are getting much more blood flow than the normal area because they have to use some part of the brain more. For example, I can tell you, my Guruma, Shishir Kana Dharchudri, we take for the MRI. She was suffering from dementia, And the MRI or the echo diagnostic, Dr. Sarma said me, Pratim, what does she does? Why? Because her left motor cortex is abnormally over-functioning instead of the other part of the brain. I said she's a musician, playing music for the last 40, 50 years. Maybe that was, I was not able, I was thinking whether there was any brain tumor or not. Why this part is so much, taking so much of blood flow, so much hyperinflated? This is the reason. And if you to compare these two images, you'll find that the areas where the blood flow is less in otherwise CKD are those areas where the blood flow increases if somebody practices music. That was the intention. When I read this paper, I tried, let's see whether something changed in the brain flow of the patient. And I found some interesting research paper in this area that music and brain chemistry has a tremendous impact. Sorry if my voice is cracking. So they say that if somebody listen music, the brain chemistry changes, and that is in favorable of the whatever things. And there are so many papers published in this area. And music in ESRD patient helps to reduce their anxiety, their stress, their pain, clarity, balance, relaxations, memory and concentration, sleep, and obviously it has impact on the immune system. There are some studies published from the Australian group. There was one ESKD patient who was in ventilator, and this binaural beats, this is some kind of sound wave treatment which are given in the 2 ear, 2 different sound, and help them to recover earlier from the ventilation. Why not implement this in our day-to-day care? Music and blood pressure control is over-established. Over-established. I don't know if this audio runs. This is one of my guruma. I took some lessons from Vidushi Kalaramnath. He's one of the famous violinist, internationally accredited violinist, accomplished violinist all over the world. Once in a concert, she came in the Calcutta. We are sitting in Calcutta Club. So she told me a beautiful message. Sound, please.
Music is a form of art which has accompanied humankind since the origin of our species. Music, particularly Indian classical music and ragas, are not mere soothing sounds. Rather, they have a much deeper meaning and impact on life process. Ragas in Indian classical music are associated with definite mood and sentiments that nature arouses in human beings. When the ragas are played properly, it aligns with the emotional state of the individual, producing a psychological and physiological effect on the mind and body, generating happiness, peace, and tranquility. There are much deeper health benefits too. For example, Raga Gorak Kalyan is known to stabilize blood pressure. Darbari improves alertness and brain function. Much more efforts are needed in this area. I salute Dr. Pratim Sengupta and the researchers of Kidney Care Society in this regard, and wish them the very best in the pursuit of their endeavor.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, what the message is, we invited her to initiative for how music can help our ESKD patients, and she is very keen, and she launched the first Indian archive of all the classical music, their traditions, scores and everything, and it has been proven Gorak Kalyan is a one beautiful evening raga. If played well, it reduces blood pressure. So there are a lot of papers which is published, the effect of music therapy in the overall well-being of the patients on maintenance hemodialysis, and also the patients with children on hemodialysis. This is a tremendously published literature available in this regard. It's small note in this regard, there is one instrument in the Australia called degraded. I have never played it, it's such a big thing. But it has been seen that it prevents sleep apnea. Sleep apnea for the obese people is dangerous, especially if ESKD, they increases the risk of heart failure. This could be one mean. I got it, it's just a offbeat presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, now coming to the last and most challenging aspect of the CKD care, the holistic care. We talk about treatment, we talk about modalities, but we never consider the cost is the biggest burden of care. I'll show you one data, you will understand. The financial challenges of the ESRD cares, the second last government expenditure on health, India. If you are in Europe, you land in ESKD, state will take responsibility of your health, your treatment, your test, your dialysis. government is taking care of. Who takes care of you in India? Henceforth, we are making people aware. But those who are unfortunate to do, we are coming out with some financial models where we can subsidize a patient by doing some act in healthcare. For example, we have patient education courses. We have some programs for the yogas. Those who are making it popular among their peers, among their cohorts, we are giving them some points. The point means some money. That money they can spend for their treatment. So we are structuring this thing. I need some help from the people who had a decent knowledge in the financial modeling. Doctors are very scared about numbers, you know. We always spend time on seeing patients we don't know, but there are a lot of means by which we can support our patients so that they can become responsible for taking their treatment. They shouldn't feel that they are the burden to the society. With this, I would like to end my talk. Thank you very much for patience hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a next session that is yoga and meditation, deep meditation by Shivabrato. And after that, we'll take the lunch break. Thank you very much for patience hearing.
If I ask anyone what is more precious than anything else, then everybody will agree that nowadays healthy mind and healthy body is very exclusive and very precious in our life. Nobody can disagree with this. And we all know that how much yoga affects our body and mind and how important it is in our today's stressful life where we all are into a rat race process. And yoga, that's why, work as a tonic for a healthy life, healthy mind and healthy body. And that's why we are today here for our next session where how much yoga is important for somebody's life, that can be explained very detailed, and there's a wonderful showcase of yoga session here within few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our upcoming guest of today. He is none other than Mr. Shubhobroto Bhattacharya. Not only just a yoga teacher, he is an evaluator as well, bagging a wonderful postgraduate diploma in sports management from IISWBM, and also he is a board member of Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Thank you so much for being here and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sengupta, and thank you everybody here. What is the toughest thing? What is the toughest time to do meditation? Any idea? Anybody can share? Avoiding your hunger pangs and do meditations. Already time is over. Hunger pangs is there, and we are trying to do meditate. Okay, we will win. And we will do meditation. My request to the volunteers that when I start my session, doors should be closed. And those who want to enter, please enter. My Hindi was not good, but I was inspired with you. And yeah, and I will try a little bit. जिंदगी एक हसीन ख्वाब है, जिंदगी एक हसीन ख्वाब है। ये ख्वाब भरी जिंदगी जीने के लिए दिल में चाहत चाहिए। ये ख्वाब भरी जिंदगी जीने के लिए दिल में चाहत चाहिए। गम गम यूं निकल जाएगा, सिर्फ मुस्कुराने का आदत चाहिए। इरफान जी, आर यू रिपीट इट विथ मी? आप बहुत अच्छा बताएंगे मुझसे भी, प्लीज। Please.
That's written by you?
No, no.
Okay.
I collected from someone.
Okay, but हाँ बोलिए.
Okay. जिंदगी एक हसीन ख्वाब है.
जिंदगी एक हसीन ख्वाब है.
ये ख्वाब भरी जिंदगी जीने के लिए दिल में चाहत चाहिए.
जिंदगी एक हसीन ख्वाब है और इस ख्वाब भरी जिंदगी को जीने के लिए दिल में चाहत होनी चाहिए.
गम यूं ही निकल जाएगा. गम यूं ही निकल जाएगा. सिर्फ मुस्कुराने का आदत चाहिए.
गम यूं ही निकल जाएगा. गम यूं ही निकल जाएगा. सिर्फ मुस्कुराने की आदत बनानी चाहिए. So this applause is for him.
Thank you, thank you. So, if you ask me what is the definition of meditation, smile is the definition of meditation in simplest way. There are so many definitions, and right now we will not launch to the definition. We will practice our meditation, and we will practice our meditation with a smiling face. So, cameramen, please focus on all the face, that everybody should have a beautiful smile. Is there 2 or 3 hours, everybody is sitting on the chairs and listening to so many things, and now everybody have to smile and they have to relax little bit. So for relaxation, can everybody please stand up little bit? Yes. And can everybody please clap your hand and extend your smile more? Please. Yes, yes, that's beautiful. That's the beautiful vibration. More clap. It's increase the blood circulation. It'll help to meditate. And can you put your leg little bit more? Clap. Yes. Yes. Very good. Very good. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And before starting the meditation, my small question. Where mind stay? We will do meditation for our mind. My question to everyone, where your mind stay? Do you have any answers? Where your mind stay? Around us. But is there any physical existence of our mind? Where our mind stay? Any answer? মন কোথায় থাকে? বিভিন্ন জনকে জিজ্ঞেস করলে মাথায়. So, is there any physical existence? Can be scanned, or through MRI can you find that this is the, here mind is there, this is the spot? No. So, where mind stay? We will control the mind, we will do the meditation. That is the basic question we should ask, where our mind stay? Where our mind stay? Please. Beautiful. Mind stays at our thought. If there is thought, there is mind. If there is no thought, there is no mind. Absolutely. So today we will try to do a meditation called Antarmauna, Dr. Sengupta said. So through that meditation, we try to achieve a state where we can feel no thought state. Maybe in the first day it will not happen, but we can try it up to go in a state where we can feel, yes, there is no thought. So for that reason, I need a little bit help, that the light should be minimized. All light should be minimized. If possible, doors should be closed. And everybody should be sit on your position comfortably. Your head, shoulder and spine should be in a straight line as much as possible. If you can put off your watch and specs, that will be helpful Yeah. Absolutely. It will not go further. So, absolutely relax, and now gradually close your eyes. If possible, please minimize the light as much as possible and close your eyes. Just close your eyes and have a beautiful smile on your face. With that smiling face, you should take a resolution. You should not move any body part during this session. During this coming 15 minutes, you should not move any body part. You say to yourself, yes, I take this challenge and I will definitely not move any of my body part. This is the last time I am moving, and you just, everybody, I just allow everyone to final adjust your body postures, and after that you say to yourself, yes, I will not move any body part with your closed eyes. You are in a beautiful seminar hall at Golden Tulip Hotel. Your eyes are closed and you have a fantastic smile on your face. Your head, your spine is absolutely straight. And you are preparing yourself for the meditation of Antar Mauna. For this meditation, you have to do only one thing. You should not move any body part. You have to remain static. You have to remain silent for the entire meditative period. Now, with your closed eyes, gradually visualize a full-length mirror in front of you. There is a full-length mirror in front of you. Try to visualize your body posture on that mirror. Your eyes are closed. You have a beautiful smile on your face. You are doing meditation in this beautiful atmosphere. This image you should visualize on the full-length mirror. In front of a full-length mirror, you should visualize your meditative pose. And there is another mirror on your right. Visualize your image on that mirror also. There is another mirror on your left. And there is another mirror on your back. From the front, from the back, from the right side, from the left side, all over the mirror. All over the mirror, and you are visualizing your image on that mirror. Absolutely static, absolutely steady. Absolutely static, you should not move. Only focus on your physical body. Imagine yourself, visualize yourself from the front of the mirror, from the back of the mirror, from the left side of the mirror, from the right side of the mirror, from the top of the mirror. Everywhere you see your physical image. intensify your physical awareness, your body awareness, and see yourself. Now visualize your brain, visualize your head, visualize your chest, visualize your abdomen, visualize your entire physical body. Scan your entire physical body and feel if there is any sensation in your body. Scan your head and feel, is there any sensation there? If there is any sensation, just observe it as a drashta, as an observer. Don't engage on that sensation. Scan your neck, feel, is there any sensation? If you feel any sensation, just observe it. Don't involve with the sensation. As an observer, feel the sensation. Scan your chest. Feel the sensation. Feel the heartbeat. Try to listen the sound of your heart. Your heart is beating. Take your mind to the heart and try to listen the sound of your heartbeat. Take your mind to the abdomen. Try to feel the abdomen with your breathing, the relationship between your breath and your abdomen. Try to feel as an external entity. Try to feel all the physical feelings you have regarding your body. As a drashta, as an observer, you try to observe your field. As a practitioner, if you can practice the attitude of the drashta for few seconds, around 10 to 15 seconds, gradually you feel your nerves will come down. You are more composed, you are more coordinate. Just feel that. As you are able to calm down your nerve sensation, now you can able to observe your thoughts. Right? Now try to observe your thoughts. Right now, at this moment, just observe what is coming to your mind. Just observe what is coming to your mind. What is coming to your mind? Just observe it. Don't engross with the thought. Don't be with the thought. Just as a drashta, just as a seer, like you are watching movie, you are watching your thoughts one by one. Whatever the thoughts is coming, take the thoughts and go away naturally. Then another thoughts come, continue and go away. for some practitioners, it might happen that they might don't have any thought. If you have the condition, no thought, cherish that moment. Relax on that moment of no thought. Now gradually try to listen the sound inside of this hall. Whatever the sound you can listen, try to listen the sound inside of the hall. Gradually feel you sit on a comfortable chair, your eyes are closed, you are on a meditative pose. And now, again, should have a beautiful smile on your face. With this beautiful smile, you all should chant Om chanting with me 10 times. Take deep breath in and chant Om. Take deep breath in. 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 Om. Then rub your hands. Rub your hands. And few times, and put your hands on your eyes. 3 times. Do it for 3 times. And with a beautiful smile, open your eyes. With a beautiful smile, open your eyes. This is a short meditation. Basically, for Antarmauna, it's take lot of time.
Thank you, Shiva brother. It's just a test. Test means 1 small specks of sugars from the ocean of sugar. So actually, we do this type of workshop with our patients, one-to-one sessions where 30, 40, 50 patients sits, and we conduct a Antarmauna session for 30, 40 minutes. And let me tell you my experience. After the session is over, when I ask them, maybe 5 minutes, 7 minutes down the line, please open your eyes. Somebody resists to open your eyes, says, sir, we are so happy, don't ask me to open my eyes. We are enjoying the calmness, we are enjoying such a contentment within, we are enjoying such a thing so beautifully, let's be it. And in few sessions, we never put the comment, open your eyes. Let them open on their own, take their time. And one person, he was lying on the floor for 16 odd minutes after we stopped the session. He was enjoying it such a nice. He was not sleeping. He was enjoying the thing, Because the things happens, you need to understand one thing very clearly. Our mind is just like a waves on the surface of the seas. But deep inside, there is an absolutely calm, contentful, and very productive mind. Shubhrato started the session with the one question: why does the mind stays? And then the answer came out from the hall. Everybody said the mind stays in the thought. Now, if I ask one question ahead, why does the thought lives? It's not brain. The question is, we do all the actions because of our thoughts. The thought is the source of actions. Mind and thought, to some extent, is contemporary. Possibly mind gives rise to thoughts, and we say that by your thinking, that mind exists in the thought. Okay? Now, why does the thought live? What is the source of thought? Source of thought is being. We have to be. There are people who are brain, but that brain is not functional, brain dead. We know one of the senior political leaders of West Bengal, Priyaranjan Dasmunshi. He was in a vegetative state for 8 years. His brain was there. All electrical waves are coming. But there was no thought, no productive action. So the thought lies in the field of being. And the field of being is somewhere which is a creative energy which gives rise to all the creation. It is the source of every creation. And that, to understand that thing, we need to first stabilize the superficial mind. And from then, when we deep dive inside, there are a lot of means to do that, a lot of practices to do that in our ancient culture. Then slowly, 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 your conscious mind can touch to the deeper, calm, and the coolest area. And from where we can regenerate a lot of positivity, health, positive thoughts and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, in this regard, I'm taking a long time before the lunch break, just 5 minutes I'll end. We see the small waves in the seas. And some of the waves, when it leads to tsunami, do you know what is the source? It is a tectonic plate movement. That means, bottom to the sea, if there is some undulation and movement happens, on the surface, it comes as a big wave, miles apart, and leading to the tsunamis. Similarly, whatever action we do, that actions are generating on the thought level of our superficial mind. If your thought goes deep, deep, deep in the inner court of your mind, and from that end, if you take any action, the power of action becomes so powerful, it can cause a tsunami of actions. So this meditation, which we teach, Antarmana, this makes the inner drive and take the mind to the deeper part of the coolest part and keep the energy from which you can take some action on some resolution. And when it comes to the surface, it has a power to execute that in a bigger way and to change the world. And that is the main mission of this Antarmana. It is not to make somebody inactive, rather making to the state of restful alertness from where you can take some resolution and can do something which can change the world. That is the main purpose of the Antarmana. And it has a tremendous benefit in terms of actions, health, whatever we name it, it has some benefit out of that. So, Subrata, over to you.
Thank you, Brother. This is a small practice. Anybody reach this thoughtless state? Anybody just feel that no thought is coming? Nobody. Okay. But closing of eyes is enough. Gradually, basically what happened, stopping body movement, it's very challenging. Sitting calm for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes is very challenging. Once we able to static our body, then only we can stabilize our mind. So we start the journey from the body, then we goes to the mind. I will close with some little trick that everybody just turn your hands like this. Yeah, both hands, like this, like prayer, and sit straight, and sit straight. Yes, sit straight and like prayer. Hands like this, hands like this. Yes, yes. Yes. And feel from where you are breathing. Hand straight, hand straight. Yes. Is it from your abdomen or is it from your chest? Which is moving more? Your abdomen is moving more on your breath. Turn on your hands. Yes, your breath pattern change. Now your chest is moving. Are you realizing? Realizing? Yes, again do it. Experiment with you. Yes, now your abdomen is moving. So, and turn your hand, your chest is moving. So, what happened? When abdomen is moving, we are more on relaxed states. So, this is the hugging. We hug, we love for each other. And when gradually our chest is moving more, gradually our anxiety creep. This hand gradually changes like this, then this, and then this. So, huge shift of sympathetic to parasympathetic. Pratimda, can you elaborate?
Okay, actually, this is an interesting research project we are doing. It looks whenever we think about our autonomic nervous system, our autonomic nervous system is a major role for having our good health. And one of our professors in neurology, in her introductory classes, told us, Professor Vivekanand Das, he told us, autonomic nervous system is Cinderella of medicine. This is known for unseen beauty. That means it's such a beautiful interplay of autonomic nervous system happens in our body. So more we emphasize our parasympathetic, less the chances of all these chronic injuries and everything. So we are doing some experiment with some meditation, some breathing techniques by which we can improve the parasympathetic activities and thereby reduces the blood pressure and all this stuff. Subrata, here all the esteemed doctors are there. We can have a dedicated session with the doctors in this regard, what we did together for the last 4 or 5 years, and we have a seminal data in this field, how a simple Antarmona meditation reduces blood pressure, sympathetic drive becomes normal. We have some EEG records, how the alpha wave changed to the beta waves. We have a traditional, and I mean a longitudinal follow-up of the patients by their PFT function to see how their lung function is improving. So that's a great thing which everybody can do. It does not require an instrument, only some awareness and some teaching. And that can help and preserve health in a better way. I hope it's a long time we are all sitting together. It's roughly 2:45. So we'll take a lunch break. And after that, ladies and gentlemen, please come here. We'll have a meet the expert session. Let me announce one of the most renowned nephrologists, our teachers during when we are in the MD medicine, Dr. Pratik Das is just arrived in this stage. Please have a big round of applause regarding Dr. Das. And I'll request to felicitate Dr. Das. Please come on the stage. Dr. Das is one of the most acclaimed and accomplished nephrologists of Eastern India. He's a man with a magical brain. And honestly, I have a great regard because we passed medicine reading Pratik Das' note. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. So I'll request Professor Arvind Gupta, sir. Please come on the stage and felicitate Pratik Das. Thank you, Pratik Das. If you want to speak something about World Kidney Day and kidney disease awareness, speak spots, and we'll not allow you to go home because in the Meet the Expert sessions, you have to talk or address the general audience regarding kidney disease awareness.
So at the outset, what I tell, thanks to Pratim and his NephroCare for inviting me and telling so many good words about me. I don't know whether I'm eligible for that or not, but I'm extremely happy because I know him since he was a student in MBBS in RG Kar Medical College and as our RMO in that hospital, and after that he passed in the MD in the medicine. He was a very bright student, used to come to us for. So what I didn't know his abilities to expand the whole holistic medicine to such an extent that it involves everything. It's not only medicine, it's beyond medicine. And I just heard about thought, science, technology. So I am extremely happy, and thank you all. Please be with him. He can give you a good life after all. I can say that all. Thanks to Professor Gupta, Dr. Sura, Dr. Bhattacharya, and I am with them. I am extremely happy. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, for us this is such an honor to be with this wonderful kind of personalities with us right now. And thank you so much those who are present here. And now we are taking a break for the lunch session, but before that I have an announcement only for our eminent guest of today to please come on the ground floor for the balloon hosting, and the rest can join us for the lunch session. There's a request to all our eminent guests to please come on the ground floor for the balloon hosting, and the rest can join us for the lunch session. Thank you so much. Lunch is providing at the 3rd floor. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I hope you are doing excellent. Today I'll tell about one very important update regarding kidney disease. Those who are suffering from kidney failure or having any problem related to the kidney, they all have so many questions in their mind. They often ask thousands of questions. And nowadays, because of the social media, Google is available. There are a lot of Facebook friends, WhatsApp groups, whatnot. So we get so many questions and everybody get confused. And I have seen majority of these questions are not absolutely rational, or the answers they get or the idea they carry in their mind is not correct. To solve all this issue, we have came out with this book. This is called Art of Living with Kidney Disease. This book has Bengali, English and also the Hindi vernacular. And it is a complete companion for a patient who is suffering from kidney disease. So this book, which has been written by me and my team, this gives a complete idea regarding kidney disease, idea regarding how it should be managed in the early stage, what are the lifestyle tips somebody must take to keep himself fit. A lot of information regarding diet in kidney disease has been covered in this book. Not only that, in advanced renal failure patients, those who require renal replacement therapy, for them, whatever is necessary, be it dialysis, be it CAPD, be it transplant, all information regarding that is absolutely written in a very simple language. And also this book is available in the 3 vernacular, Bengali, English and also in Hindi, so that everyone can understand what needs to be done, what are the pros, what are the cons, what are the precautions they should take while these treatments are going on. For those who are undergoing transplant, they will get a complete idea regarding the preparation for transplantations, how somebody should prepare for transplant, what are the common lifestyle policy they should follow after transplants. They must get clear-cut idea after reading the transplant chapter from this book. What are the necessary precautions they must follow in their day-to-day lifestyle to maintain their graft functions well and to live a very near normal productive life even with the transplant. I hope everybody must collect this book, and this book will be tremendously helpful for those who are suffering from kidney failure. Thank you. In our day-to-day clinic, often we get questions from the patients, the doctors, how long a new transplanted kidney lasts. I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. I am going to answer these questions today in this episode. Look, this is a very, very valid, pertinent questions because the person who is undergoing transplant, he obviously will want that kidney will last forever. That is the ideal scenario. But you need to understand one thing, that okay, whenever we are implanting a new kidney in your body, that kidney is not meant for you. That kidney has been not prepared by the God for you. So we need to make it acceptable in your body by your immune system, by adjusting some of your immune axis, by applying some medications which otherwise help to suppress your immunity. But the good news is, nowadays, so many good medications for altering our immune system or adaptability of the kidney can be adopted. Average graft life nowadays is at least 15 to discuss about what should a transplant patient eat after transplant. Actually, after transplant, as because the kidneys start functioning well, there is a very nice urine output, so there is no limitation in the drinking of water. On the contrary, patient gets bored of drinking so much of water because they have a habit of not drinking water for a long time while they are on dialysis. But after transplant, there is no restriction in the water drinking. That is, you must drink as much water you want. Second point is in terms of foods. Majority of the foods which you like, you can take after transplant, but only one condition which need to follow. The foods need to be freshly cooked, and it should not be preserved in a fridge for a long time, and it should be prepared in a very hygienic manner. If you maintain these three basic conditions, then any food is okay to go. But you need to keep in mind few points. There are few specific items, food items, for example, grapefruit juice. This has an impact on changing the blood level of the immunosuppression drugs. So we have to be very careful about those things. And timing of the food to the medicine is to some extent is a very important concern. Everybody must keep in mind that some of the immunosuppressions which are absorbed in empty stomach. So don't take food immediately after taking the immunosuppressive medicine or prior to the immunosuppression. It is better if you keep a half an hour interval between your intake of food and the immunosuppressive medicine. That is best. However, every drug has a different absorption kinetics related to the food. We do teach every person during their discharge what should be the time gap between your food and to the immunosuppressive drug. So keep in mind that you have no restriction in the waters. You can take majority of the fruits, there is no problem. But for the grapefruit juice, which has a significant impact on the drug level, be careful about that. Food must be prepared in a hygienic way. Don't eat any food which has been cooked more than 4 times ago and stored in the refrigerator. These are not hygienic to eat. So always try to prefer the freshly cooked food. And usually there is no restrictions in eating. Now, often patient asks me, doctor, can I eat outside? Can I go to the restaurants? Yes, you can go to the restaurants provided the restaurants maintain the food hygiene. Any 5-star category hotels or those who have a broth prepared and cultured prior to the serving to their customers, those standards of the hotels, there is no bar and restriction. But I recommend in India, the hygiene of the food in different restaurants, we don't know exactly how they are prepared, how they have been maintained, whether they are serving old foods or not. Keeping that in mind, it is always safe to eat at home or to the restaurants where you know they maintain very stringent food hygiene. But it is always safe to avoid any of the eating place where there is a hygienist you are not sure about. Thank you very much. Often I get questions from my patients in my clinic. Doctors, what is the exact place where my new kidney will be implanted during the transplant surgery? So I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. Today I will answer about these questions to understand exactly where we transplant the kidney. Look, a lot of people have an idea that the old kidneys are removed and the new kidneys are placed there. This is not correct. We keep the old kidney intact in majority of the cases, except you have polycystic kidney disease, or you have some suspicious tumor in the kidney, or you are having any chronic infections in the kidney. Except these 3 scenarios, and sometime in resistant hypertension, we always try to preserve the old kidney as it is, so we don't touch them. Instead, what we do, we make incision in the lower quadrant of our abdomen and go inside the abdomen retroperitoneally, that is beyond the peritoneum, and we make a space there because our abdomen has a lot of free space. We can get enough space to implant one kidney there, and the kidney is implanted there, and kidney takes its blood supply from either internal or external iliac artery. These are the 2 major arteries which are passing from abdomen to the lower limb. External iliac, and internal iliac is supplying to the bladders and all the other internal organs. So either of these arteries supplies the blood to the new kidney,
And usually we implant the renal vein in a external iliac vein, the vein which is ultimately draining blood from our lower limb to our heart. And obviously the bladder is nearby, as because below at the lower part of the abdomen there is our urinary bladder natively lies there, and we implant the new ureter there. So the kidney takes blood from one of the arteries which is sending blood to the lower limb, and from the new kidney the toxic blood with all the toxicity that goes inside the vein, that is external renal vein, and the urine formed by the new kidney are drained in the bladder through a new the ureter of the graft kidney, and it is implanted newly in the bladder. I think you got the answer of the question. In our day-to-day clinical practice, often we get questions from the patients who are getting prepared for kidney transplantations. The doctor, do our old native kidneys will be operated out and the new kidney will be transplanted? I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. I discuss on this topic today to get a clear-cut idea regarding exactly what transplantation is. Ladies and gentlemen, please try to understand one thing very clearly. In regular transplant, in routine transplant, usually we do not operate the God-gifted kidneys which are already been there, which is not functioning. So we usually keep those kidneys intact, except few conditions like polycystic kidney disease, where there are a big sized, or kidney is totally filled with a lot of cyst, and the kidney is enlarged in such a big size, then there is a space problem. So we have to keep in mind, unless there is a space issue because of polycystic kidney disease, usually we don't operate the native kidney which is already been there in routine transplants. Then you may ask me why the new kidney is implanted. The new kidney is implanted in the pelvic floor area, that is some area at the right or left side in the lower part of your abdomen, where we take the connection of arterial blood from one major arteries, and we send a return of the venous blood to another important vein, and we connect the ureter to the bladder by a simple surgery. So if you have an idea that you are going to, you are proceeding for the transplants and your old kidneys will be taken out, it is not correct. Only the kidneys are taken out if you are suffering from autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease, when kidneys are very, very big in size and there is a real space problem to implant the new kidney. In other conditions, sometimes the nephrectomy, that is native kidney to be taken out, the decision is taken. In some conditions, these are not very regular thing. That is, if you have some chronic infection in that native kidney, which may throw a risk in your future post-transplant period, in that scenario, we have to operate the old kidney. Sometimes if there is a suspicious kidney tumors in the native kidney, we can take it out, because immunosuppression can give rise to some problems if it is a malignant tumors, or if we don't know the nature of the tumors, it can flourish up the tumor. So polycystic kidney disease, kidney with infections, and kidney with suspicious tumors. These are the three basic conditions where the native kidneys are taken out. Rarely, the fourth condition which I like to mention here, sometimes some patient, because of their kidneys are not working, they have a very, very resistant hypertension, uncontrolled blood pressure which is cannot control with any medication. This is another scenario when the doctors take a decision to take out the native kidney to control blood pressure. So these are the rare instances where the surgery or operating the native kidney is required. Otherwise, in regular transplant, out of 99 patients who are suffering from kidney failure, we don't take the native kidney out. Now, you may ask me the questions of when this operation is done. Usually, the nephrectomy, that is removal of your native kidney, and the transplant is never done simultaneously. We usually do 6 weeks prior to the transplant surgery, the first surgery where we take out the large kidney or infected kidney or the kidney with some suspected tumors. And after 6 weeks, we proceed for the transplant surgery.
So I think with who are listening this video, this idea is clear. The native kidney is usually not operated until and unless there is a polycystic kidney, there is a suspicious tumors in the kidney, or there is infection, and fourth and rarer condition is a very uncontrolled hypertension where you require kidney to be removed for control of blood pressure. Thank you very much for observing today's video. Hello everyone, I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta, consultant nephrologist and renal transplant physician. I know kidney disease means there are so many restrictions in your diet. Every time the people came to our chamber to consult me, they share their frustration. Doctor, dietitian don't allow to eat this thing or don't allow to eat that thing. I have to leave my most preferred foods. How can I leave? It is better not to live without this type of foods. I understand this is really very painful, but don't be scared. We came out with a beautiful solution to bring a smile on your face. This is The Art of Cooking for Kidney Failure Patients. This is a book. In this book we have created 75 mind-blowing recipes, starting from your breakfast, your lunch, your mid-morning food, your dinner, your evening snacks. We have recipes for everything prepared in this book, and it's scientifically designed. We have tested all the compositions, all the cooked food in the laboratory to see the exact amount of sodium, potassium, calorie which are required is delivered in that in adequate amount, in appropriate amount in the every recipes of which has been suggested in this book. Please collect this book. This is available in Bengali and English so far. We are starting the Hindi vernacular very soon. I strongly believe this book is going to change your life and it will bring smile to your face. There should not be a feeling of you have been devoured of all the tasty recipes. Whatever you want in that form, the food can be delivered to your table, provided you follow all the cooking tips which you have mentioned in this Art of Cooking for Kidney Disease Patients. Thank you very much. Welcome to our transplant app. So right now you are here, that means you are either on the phase of preparation for kidney transplantation, or you are in the process looking for the real transplant to happen. I think everybody who is in the process of transplant, or those who are first time thinking for transplant or going to get yourself prepared for the renal transplantation, you must know that there are a large number of tests which need to be done for the recipients, a large number of tests which need to be done for the donors, and there are so much nitty-gritty in analyzing those tests and coming to the conclusions. There are immunological tests, cross-match, HLA typing, virological screening, vaccination status, and all the tests are not done in a one go. We do all these tests step by step. Then after the tests are being done, then you need to seen by our surgeons, anesthetists. Their clearance from their end is also required. Then the donor need a clearance from the psychiatrist. So it's a complex process. And often we have seen that this entire process needs some sort of guidance, some sort of digital monitoring system which will help you to understand in this long journey of starting from any transplant process today till your transplant happens where you are, what are the steps you need to do, what are the actions you need to do, because you have some legal actions need to be done, necessary certificates you need. So keeping everything in streamline to make all very easy for everybody who is planning for the transplant, we have developed this unique app called the Transplant app in Dr. Pratim's care. Please get yourself registered in this app, and this app will guide you step-by-step process, what you need to do right now, after that what you need to do. So it is a roadmap to your transplant. So please register yourself. You need to put your basic details, and we will assist you to work through in the journey of the transplant. Thank you very much.
lot of time my patient asks me, Doctor, how do I know that my kidneys are working well? Hi, I'm Dr. Pratim Sengupta, Director of Nephrocare India Private Limited. For last 10 years, we were treating more than 10 to 20,000 patients suffering from kidney disease. This question is one of the most pertinent and very common question which always goes to the patient's mind or the patient relative's mind, because kidney disease is silent. A lot of time a person cannot understand that he has no symptom, otherwise he was fit, he might be sportsman, he might be absolutely active in his all day-to-day activities, but in routine investigation he or she been detected with the suffering from advanced chronic kidney disease. So in this video I am going to explain how do you know that your kidneys are healthy and you are not been affected by this silent killer. Ladies and gentlemen, please try to understand one thing very clearly. Kidney disease is a silent killer. So without some specific test, in majority of the cases, except if you are handling with the renal failure, acute renal failure, or you have kidney stones which leading to serious pain, majority of the chronic kidney disease, which is the main burden of the kidney disease in this country, they usually do not face any symptoms. So you need to test. Now, what are the tests by which you can understand that your kidneys are healthy, they are working well as per the standard of your age, as per the standard of your sex, and as per the standard of your other medical comorbidities. Now, the most important test we recommend is some blood parameter testing, in which we do test for the blood for urea, creatinine, electrolytes, mainly sodium, potassium, vitamin D, calcium and phosphorus. And for urine analysis, because urine is a window through which we can see how the kidneys are functioning, we usually test the urine routine and albumin creatinine ratio, which gives us the clue whether you are losing some protein through your kidneys or not. And last but not the least is the ultrasonography of the kidney. In ultrasound, we can understand the anatomical structure of the kidney, how is cortex looking, how is medulla looking, is there any dilatation of pelvic calyceal system, and a lot more other information. If we do the Dopplers, we can understand the blood flow of the kidney. So in nutshell, there are the three basic parameters, three basic types of tests by which we can understand whether your kidneys are working in a healthy state or they have some problem. So which are those? I reiterating those what already I said. In blood, we do urea, creatinine, electrolytes, which include sodium, potassium, and also calcium and phosphorus, and vitamin D3. And as we all know that kidney has some role in production of hemoglobin by synthesis of erythropoietin, we also add hemogram or complete hemogram as one parameter to understand whether there is anemia because of the renal cause. Then we look at the urine, and urine we mainly test the routine urine and along with the albumin creatinine ratio. And in the imaging studies by which we can understand the structure of the kidney, we prefer ultrasound as a baseline, non-invasive and very simple test where we can understand the kidney's architecture, how it looks in the ultrasound, its size, the pelvic calyceal system, how its cortex and medulla looks. And by these three subtypes of the test, blood test, urine test and ultrasound, we can conclude that whether your kidneys are absolutely functioning well or they have some problem which needs to be immediate attention. Thank you very much. If you love this video and if you make listening these videos meaningful, please share it to your friends and don't forget to subscribe our channels, and please don't forget to visit www.drpratim.com to get updated regarding a lot of other videos, educational videos which I am posting here time to time. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I hope you are doing excellent. Today I'll tell about one very important update regarding kidney disease. Those who are suffering from kidney failure or having any problem related to the kidney,
They all have so many questions in their mind. They often ask thousands of questions. And nowadays, because of the social media, Google is available. There are a lot of Facebook friends, WhatsApp groups, whatnot. So we get so many questions and everybody get confused. And I have seen majority of these questions are not absolutely rational, or the answers they get or the idea they carry in their mind is not correct. To solve all this issue, we have came out with this book. This is called Art of Living with Kidney Disease. This book has Bengali, English and also the Hindi vernacular. And it is a complete companion for a patient who is suffering from kidney disease. So this book, which has been written by me and my team, this gives a complete idea regarding kidney disease, idea regarding how it should be managed in the early stage, what are the lifestyle tips somebody must take to keep himself fit. A lot of information regarding diet in kidney disease has been covered in this book. Not only that, in advanced renal failure patients, those who require renal replacement therapy, for them, whatever is necessary, be it dialysis, be it CAPD, be it transplant, all information regarding that is absolutely written in a very, very simple language. And also this book is available in the 3 vernacular, Bengali, English and also in Hindi, so that everyone can understand what needs to be done, what are the pros, what are the cons, what are the precautions they should take while these treatments are going on. For those who are undergoing transplant, they will get a complete idea regarding the preparation for transplantations, how somebody should prepare for transplant, what are the common lifestyle policy they should follow after transplants. They must get clear-cut idea after reading the transplant chapter from this book, what are the necessary precautions they must follow in their day-to-day lifestyle to maintain their graft functions well and to live a very near normal productive life even with the transplant. I hope everybody must collect this book, and this book will be tremendously helpful for those who are suffering from kidney failure. Thank you. In our day-to-day clinic, often we get questions from the patients, the doctors, how long a new transplanted kidney lasts. I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. I am going to answer these questions today in this episode. Look, this is a very, very valid, pertinent questions, because the person who is undergoing transplant, he obviously will want that kidney will last forever. That is the ideal scenario. But you need to understand one thing, that okay, whenever we are implanting a new kidney in your body, that kidney is not meant for you. That kidney has been not prepared by the God for you. So we need to make it acceptable in your body by your immune system, by adjusting some of your immune axis, by applying some medications which otherwise help to suppress your immunity. But the good news is, nowadays, so many good medications for altering our immune system or adaptability of the kidney can be adopted. Average graft life nowadays is at least 15 to 20 years. So after you transplant, if everything goes well, your immune system is managed properly, the drug doses and everything is taken care of, and if you take care of your life properly, 15 to 20 years of graft survival is absolute a common phenomenon nowadays. So rule of thumb is, when we transplant, we look at survival of a graft for at least 20 years. So a lot of time I get questions from my patients who are landed in a end-stage renal failure, that doctor, should I go for transplant or we should go for dialysis? So I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. Today in this short video I will answer why in between kidney transplantation and the dialysis, which is the best for you. Look, these are the two modalities which I have mentioned here, be it dialysis, either hemo or CAPD, or kidney transplantation. These are renal replacement therapy. That means your kidney function has reached to such a level that there is no other option to live a healthy life without any support. Either
by dialysis or replacing or implanting a new kidney inside your body. Now, in between these two modalities of therapy, that is dialysis and transplant, transplant is always better in terms of the quality of life is concerned, in terms of the benefit it offers to the patient who is suffering from renal failure, and also in terms of the reversibility of others comorbid conditions like heart disease, neurological disease, which otherwise bound to come in any advanced renal failure patients. So, if you ask me, in between dialysis and transplant, which is the best option for me, the first and foremost answer is there is no doubt that transplant is always better for you. However, there are few conditions when we don't take somebody in the transplant. For example, those who are very old, more than 80 years of age, those who have a significant heart complications, we expect their life expectancy is less than 5 years. Those who are suffering from some malignancy, those who have some chronic infection, active tuberculosis, these are some limitations, some conditions when transplant is not a very suitable option. Continuing dialysis is better. Otherwise, in between dialysis and transplant, transplant is always the better option. So if you have end-stage renal failure, and if situation permits, obviously we doctors will analyze whether it is suitable for you or not. The first choice is transplant, second choice is transplant, and third choice is transplant. If that is not possible, then you can think about the other options like hemodialysis or peritoneal dialysis. In our day-to-day clinic, often we get questions from the patients, the doctors, how long a new transplanted kidney lasts? I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. I am going to answer these questions today in this episode. Look, this is a very valid, pertinent questions because the person who is undergoing transplant, he obviously will want that kidney will last forever. That is the ideal scenario. But you need to understand one thing, that okay, whenever we are implanting a new kidney in your body, that kidney is not meant for you. That kidney is been not prepared by the God for you. So we need to make it acceptable in your body by your immune system, by adjusting some of your immune axis, by applying some medications which otherwise help to suppress your immunity. But the good news is, nowadays, so many good medications for altering our immune system or adaptability of the kidney can be adopted. Average graft life nowadays is at least 15 to 20 years. So after you transplant, if everything goes well, your immune system is managed properly, the drug doses and everything is taken care of, and if you take care of your life properly, 15 to 20 years of graft survival is absolute a common phenomenon nowadays. So rule of thumb is, when we transplant, we look at survival of a graft for at least 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed the practice of Mukti so far. This is one of the best things which I have designed for my patients. And I hope those who are practicing it regularly, it has given you a lot of freedom in terms of your flexibility. You are feeling much more energetic. I'm sure that your sleep quality is definitely improved. But Mukti has a multiple layers. Those who are practicing this, the initial beginner's version of the Mukti, which is absolutely free, I please recommended you, please subscribe for the advanced level of the Mukti, where we do teach much more deeper thing. This is just a preparation where you can make your body slightly prepared so that you can practice the advanced practices very nicely, and the inter practice settles in your system, and thereby you can live very healthy life with utmost fitness, with utmost happiness, and it will obviously help you to progress in the journey of your spiritual development also. Thank you. So, often we get a question from our patients, Doctor, after transplantation, can I eat everything? This is a very, very important question, and I must love to answer this thing. I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. In today's episode, I'll discuss about what should a transplant patient eat after transplant. Actually, after transplant, as because the kidneys start functioning well, there is a very nice urine output, so there is no limitation in the drinking of water. On the contrary, patient gets bored of drinking so much of water because they have a habit of not drinking water for a long time while they are on dialysis. But after transplant, there is no restriction in the water drinking. That is, you must drink as much water you want. Second point is in terms of foods. Majority of the foods which you like, you can take after transplant, but only one condition which need to follow. The foods need to be freshly cooked, and it should not be preserved in a fridge for a long time, and it should be prepared in a very hygienic manner. If you maintain these three basic conditions, then any food is okay to go. But you need to keep in mind few points. There are few specific items, food items, for example, grapefruit juice. This has an impact on changing the blood level of the immunosuppression drugs. So we have to be very careful about those things. And timing of the food to the medicine is to some extent is a very important concern. Everybody must keep in mind that some of the immunosuppressions which are absorbed in empty stomach. So don't take food immediately after taking the immunosuppressive medicine or prior to the immunosuppressive. It is better if you keep a half an hour interval between your intake of food and the immunosuppressive medicine. That is best. However, every drug has a different absorption kinetics related to the food. We do teach every person during their discharge what should be the time gap between your food and to the immunosuppressive drug. So keep in mind that you have no restriction in the waters. You can take majority of the fruits, there is no problem. But for the grapefruit juice, which has a significant impact on the drug level, be careful about that. Food must be prepared in a hygienic way. Don't eat any food which has been cooked more than 4 times ago and stored in the refrigerator. These are not hygienic to eat. So always try to prefer the freshly cooked food. And usually there is no restrictions in eating. Now, often patient asks me, doctor, can I eat outside? Can I go to the restaurants? Yes, you can go to the restaurants, provided the restaurants maintain the food hygiene. Any 5-star category hotels or those who have a broth prepared and cultured prior to the serving to their customers, those standards of the hotels, there is no bar and restriction. But I recommend in India, the hygiene of the food in different restaurants, we don't know exactly how they are prepared, how they have been maintained, whether they are serving old foods or not. Keeping that in mind, it is always safe to eat at home or to the restaurants where you know they maintain very stringent food hygiene. But it is always safe to avoid any of the eating place where there is a hygienist you are not sure about. Thank you very much. Often I get a questions from my patients in my clinic. Doctors, what is the exact place where my new kidney will be implanted during the transplant surgery? So I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. Today I will answer about these questions to understand exactly where we transplant the kidney. Look, a lot of people have an idea that the old kidneys are removed and the new kidneys are placed there. This is not correct. We keep the old kidney intact in majority of the cases, except you have polycystic kidney disease, or you have some suspicious tumor in the kidney, or you are having any chronic infections in the kidney. Except these 3 scenarios, and sometime in resistant hypertension, we always try to preserve the old kidney as it is. We don't touch them. Instead, what we do, we make incision in the lower quadrant of our abdomen and go inside the abdomen retroperitoneally, that is beyond the peritoneum, and we make a space there because our abdomen has a lot of free space. We can get enough space to implant one kidney there, and the kidney is implanted there to the lower limb, external iliac, and internal iliac is supplying to the bladders and all the other internal organs. So either of these arteries supplies the blood to the new kidney, and usually we implant the renal vein in a external iliac vein, the vein which is ultimately draining blood from our lower limb
to our heart. And obviously the bladder is nearby, as because below at the lower part of the abdomen there is our urinary bladder natively lies there, and we implant the new ureter there. So the kidney takes blood from one of the arteries which is sending blood to the lower limb, and from the new kidney the toxic blood with all the toxicity that goes inside the vein, that is external renal vein, and the urine formed by the new kidney are drained in the bladder through a new ureter, the ureter of the graft kidney, and it is implanted newly in the bladder. I think in our day-to-day clinical practice, often we get questions from the patients who are getting prepared for kidney transplantations. The doctor, do our old native kidneys will be operated out and the new kidney will be transplanted? I am Dr. Pratim Sengupta. I discuss on this topic today to get a clear-cut idea regarding exactly what transplantation is. Ladies and gentlemen, please try to understand one thing very clearly. In regular transplant, in routine transplant, usually we do not operate the God-gifted kidneys which are already been there, which is not functioning. So we usually keep those kidneys intact, except few conditions like polycystic kidney disease, where there are a big sized, our kidney is totally filled with a lot of cyst, and the kidney is enlarged in such a big size, then there is a space problem. So we have to keep in mind, unless there is a space issue because of polycystic kidney disease, usually we don't operate the native kidney which is already been there in routine transplants. Then you ask me why the new kidney is implanted. The new kidney is implanted in the pelvic floor area, that is some area at the right or left side in the lower part of your abdomen, where we take the connection of arterial blood from one major arteries, and we send a return of the venous blood to another important vein, and we connect the ureter to the bladder by a simple surgery. So if you have an idea that you are going to, you are proceeding for the transplants and your old kidneys will be taken out, it is not correct. Only the kidneys are taken out if you are suffering from autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease, when kidneys are very, very big in size and there is a real space problem to implant the new kidney. In other conditions, sometimes the nephrectomy, that is native kidney to be taken out, the decision is taken. In some conditions, these are not very regular thing. That is, if you have some chronic infection in that native kidney, which may throw a risk in your future post-transplant period, in that scenario, we have to operate the old kidney. Sometimes if there is a suspicious kidney tumors in the native kidney, we can take it out because immunosuppression can give rise to some problems if it is a malignant tumors, or if we don't know the nature of the tumors, it can flourish up the tumor. So polycystic kidney disease, kidney with infections, and kidney with suspicious tumors. These are the three basic conditions where the native kidneys are taken out. Rarely, the fourth condition which I like to mention here, sometimes some patient, because of their kidneys are not working, they have a very, very resistant hypertension, uncontrolled blood pressure, which is cannot control with any medication. This is another scenario when the doctor
You is how you would explain to the common people what is exactly a kidney biopsy is, and whenever they are suggested, how you should share upon your wisdom so that they don't get scared or taking the risk of, I don't say risk, taking the decision of proceeding with the kidney biopsy. Please, your insight in this.
So, good afternoon everyone. I'm very much thankful to the Nephrocare and Dr. Sengupta, my respected Pratinda, for giving me the opportunity to express my views. You need to understand that, kidney biopsy or percutaneous renal biopsy, which we in short call PRB, is not a newer procedure. It's a very old procedure. It's gained its popularity in mid-90s in Europe. And then we do it on day-to-day basis under guidance of ultrasonic real imaging. So normally there is a stigma to the biopsy. Whenever a clinician says that you need to do a biopsy, the moment the patient listens it and he or she starts thinking that whether I am having any cancer, so-called, there is a taboo in our society, that quote-unquote cancer. But you need to understand that biopsy simply means that we need to know your tissue diagnosis. In today's world, tissue diagnosis is the best diagnosis. What information a tissue can give you under microscope, no radiological investigation can reflect that. So it is a typically safe procedure. Clinicians, obviously they take proper precautions before the biopsies, the necessary investigations they used to do, and then they ultimately takes a needle biopsy, which is a very, very miniature amount of the native tissue. So it is completely safe, and the biopsy, once interpreted, you need not to repeat it unless the quality is too poor or there are some other problems. So once you are done, you are free to go for the treatment and all. So it is not a very scary or something to be very worried of. In short, I will say that.
Thank you, Leonardo. So the message is, ladies and gentlemen, if a nephrologist suggests you for a biopsy, be it for the native kidney, be it for the graft, it is necessary to understand exactly what pathology is going in. Don't keep in your mind that biopsy means cancer. In layman's term, biopsy exactly means the examination of living tissue, and autopsy means examination of dead tissue. So when you are living, we want to keep you alive. We want to test your living tissue, what are the pathology they have, so that autopsy is not required. So please don't get scared whenever it is advised for biopsy. It's a simple procedure. You have seen Dr. Shah's lecture that how ultrasound guided biopsy can be done with minimal intervention, and the outcome of the biopsy can change the entire paradigm of your disease. So thank you very much. Those who are listening, there is another good question I will pass on to the Pratikda. This question was asked by somebody who said, I am hypertensive but my kidney function is normal. Do I need to check my kidney function every year? Answer is very straightforward, yes, but I want to address this question by Pratikda.
If you have hypertension, then there is always a possibility you are at a higher risk of developing kidney disease in future. And the complexity of the pathogenesis is slightly different from the diabetic kidney disease. It may take some time, and it is the inflammatory processes, may do that works less. But if you have hypertension, there is every possibility developing the kidney disease. Then how can you prevent that? You control your blood pressure. If you control your blood pressure in every quartile, there is every percentage of benefit you will achieve. Suppose a normal blood pressure of say 150 by 90, if you keep it 140 by 80, the benefit you will get more benefit if you keep the blood pressure in the tune of 120 by 60 and like that. And in some situations, this hypertension control is much more important, specifically if it develops in a very younger age group, if it develops during pregnancy, if it develops for a very short, sudden onset, recent onset hypertension and very severe hypertension, and the hypertension with some organ damages. Already you have some problems in the retina
or during an echo you have got some problem, the heart is enlarged, and some sort minor changes. So these are the situations where you need a more aggressive control of the blood pressure than you normally have. The answer is yes. If you have hypertension, you have to check your kidney function at a specific interval, not very frequent, but it may be at a certain interval.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for your beautiful suggestion for the person who asked these questions. There are another 160 questions which has accumulated. I understand it is not possible to answer everything. However, this is my honest submission to those who have asked these questions. I'll pass these questions to the respective panelists here and obviously post you and connect you directly, because we have a musical evening and all the participants and all the performers have already been here. We have with us the famous violinist of the country, the entire India knows them by their name, the Shankar brothers, Jyoti Shankar and Dev Shankar. They have already reached. They will play beautiful violin. We will flow the music with that. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Das. Thank you, Professor Amit Gupta. Thank you, Dr. Bhaswar. Thank you, Nimando, for enlightening sessions. And we'll take a short tea break. By the time the musicians should balance their sound system and everything, and we'll come back and rejoin in this musical evening. Everybody please wait here. And we are having a fabulous evening with lots of sweet tones and music from the eminent artists of the country.
Hello. Hello. Many of us are thinking actually we have only some serious discussions today, but not only that, we have a small tea break for just a 15-minute tea break for everyone, and then we'll be back soon with a cultural program. Violin Brothers, they have already reached here, and actually Dev Shankar and Jyoti Shankar brothers, popularly known as Violin Brothers, they don't need any introduction, ladies and gentlemen, but this musical extravaganza is going to start after the tea break, and both the Violin Brothers take their violin talent into another high level, ladies and gentlemen. Not only within our country, they are internationally very known and popular as well. And there is a big surprise after the tea break is waiting for you. Allow me to reveal that after the tea break. Please join us within next 15 minutes in this auditorium, and we'll be resume this program with our cultural and musical part. Thank you.
की ज़रूरत होती है। BCM कार्ड जो होता है चिप अच्छे से पोंछ लेंगे ताकि कोई मॉइस्चर या क्रीम ना रहे। ठीक इस तरीके से एक लगाएंगे 3 उंगली गैप में, ठीक यहाँ पे। सेम चीज इधर भी करना पड़ेगा। जॉइंट में एक थोड़ा सा इधर आ जाए, यहाँ एल्वेनस ऊपर। सो एंड करने के बाद अभी ये आपका रिकॉर्ड हो गया है। अभी मैं कंटिन्यू करके देखूंगा कि कितना इनका सेव मेजरमेंट आया है। की ज़रूरत होती है। BCM कार्ड जो होता है एक चिप अच्छे से पोंछ लेंगे ताकि कोई मॉइस्चर या क्रीम ना रहे। ठीक इस तरीके से एक लगाएंगे 3 उंगली गैप में, ठीक यहाँ पे। सेम चीज इधर भी करना पड़ेगा। जॉइंट में एक थोड़ा सा इधर आ जाए, यहाँ वेनस ऊपर। सो एंड करने के बाद अभी ये आपका रिकॉर्ड हो गया है। अभी मैं कंटिन्यू करके देखूंगा कि कितना इनका सेव मेजरमेंट आया है।
হ্যালো চেক হলো। হ্যাঁ জার আসছে কিসে? তা হ্যালো হ্যালো কাঁপছে কিসে? হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যাঁ 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 ডান্সটা জার নিচ্ছে। ঠিক আছে নমস্কার, আমার নাম দেবদীপ। খোলামকুচি বলে একটা ওয়েব সিরিজ মিউজিক ডিরেক্ট করেছি ওখানে, তো ওটার কিছু গান আপনাদের শোনাচ্ছি। সেটা আমিও জানতে চাই। আমি এই সব কথা বলবো যে কাকে এই রাত, এসো জাগবো তোমাকে সেই দিন যদি সাড়া পাই ডাকে। আনন্দে মরে যাই, বাসে ভালো উঁচু বুকটাকে এমনিতেই তো চুপ করে থাকে, ভয় করছে না নিজের ছায়াকে। আনন্দে মরে যায়। তাড়াতাড়ি তালি দেবেন। যারা ফুল কুড়লো ওরা উদাসী গাড়ির ধুলো, যারা ফুল কুড়লো ওরা উদাসী গাড়ির ধুলো, কি গোলাম বুঝি আমার কি গোলাম বুঝি উঠছে জীবন সোনাল গায়। এই জিনিসাদ ভাঙা আসমানটাকে এমনই লুকোলো মনেই না থাকে, আমার খবর রাখে কিনা রাখে, আনন্দে 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 মরে যাই। আমি আদার ব্যাপারী জাহাজ চালাই, আনন্দে মরে যাই। আজ থেকে যাও প্লিজ, থেকে যাও, আজ থেকে যাও, এমনি থেকে যাও। ঠোঁটলাল সেজে কলারের ফাঁকে বুকের বাঁদিকে যে বন্ধু থাকে মানিয়ে নিয়েছি সমস্তটাকে, আনন্দে মরে যাই। যারা ফুল কুড়লো ওরা উদাসী গাড়ির ধুলো। গাইবেন না এটুকু লাইন, সবাই সবাই সাহস সাহস করুন। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, 1 2 3 2 2 3। যারা ফুল কুড়লো ওরা উদাসী গাড়ির ধুলো, যারা আরেকবার আরেকবার। কি গোলাম বুঝি আমার কি গোলাম বুঝি উঠছে জীবন সোনার গায়। যাও ধরে যাও, যাও 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 চলে যাও। এই আলো ছিল কিনা সেটা শুধু ভালো জানে জানলাই, আর চুমু খেলে চোখ বুঝে যায় কেন বালাই শার্ট বালাই। তুমি ঢিল ছুঁড়েছে মৌচাকে নাচেছ ওরা দীর্ঘ আঁকে, নাচে তারা শাকে শাকে ঝাঁকে ঝাঁকে, আনন্দে মরে যাই। এই আনন্দে মরে যাই এটুকু সবাই মিলে করি, আনন্দে মরে যাই। 1 2 3 2 2 3 আনন্দে মরে যাই। আরেকবার হোক। এই ওয়েব সিরিজে আর একটা গান ছিল, মাঝে মাঝে এরকম হয় অনেকগুলো ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট, কিন্তু এরকম স্টেজ তো আসে যে একলা উঠে পড়তে হয় একটা গিটার নিয়ে, তো মজা হয় তখন আরো বেশি। তখন আমার মনে হয় যে যতগুলো লোক বসে আছে তারা সবাই আমার ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট, সেই জন্য তোমাদের ইনভলভমেন্টটা আমার প্রয়োজন হয়, বা আমি যে গানটা বা যে সুরটা করতে থাকি, যে লাইনগুলো বলতে থাকি, চাই যে একটু মানুষ পার্টিসিপেট করুক তার সঙ্গে। হারানোর কিছু নেই বলে একটা গান এই ওয়েব সিরিজের জন্যই লেখা হয়েছিল। এই 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 হারানোর কিছু নেই, আর নেই কিছু হারানো, এই 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 হারানোর কিছু নেই, আরে নেই 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 কিছু হারানো। নিচু চৌকাঠ মাথা সামলে জীবন পেছল ছড়ানো, ও তো বুঝবে না আজ কেন প্রয়োজন শুধু দুটো হাত বাড়ানোর। নিচু চৌকাঠ মাথা সামলে জীবন পেছল ছড়ানো, ও তো বুঝবে না আজ কেন প্রয়োজন শুধু দুটো হাত বাড়ানোর। আমিষের তাকে ওষুধের শিশি কিসের অসুখ সারানোর, হারানোর কিছু নেই, আরে নেই 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 কিছু হারানো। এই দেখি না মুঠোতে লুকোলে কি ওটা কিছু নেই কিছু নেই, আরে নেই কিছু হারানো। এই ভয় পেয়ে ওঠে বুড়ো পিয়ানোটা, নেই নেই কিছু নেই নেই কিছু হারানোর। লেখে বসন্ত অক্ষর গোটা গোটা, নেই নেই কিছু নেই নেই কিছু হারানোর। বুকে এসরাজ চোখে বাকরুদ্ধতাও তো আর নেই নেই কিছু হারানোর। এবার শুধু শুধু বসে তালি দিলে তো হবে না, আমি বাকি লাইনটুকু গাইবো। নেই কিছু হারানোরটুকু আপনাদের দায়িত্ব, ঠিক আছে? কিরকম হবে দেখেন। দেখি না মুঠোতে লুকোলে কি ওটা কিছু নেই কিছু নেই নেই কিছু হারানোর। ভেরি গুড। ভয় পেয়ে ওঠে বুড়ো পিয়ানোটা, নেই নেই কিছু নেই। লেখে বসন্ত অক্ষর গোটা গোটা, নেই নেই কিছু নেই। বুকে এসরাজ চোখে বাকরুদ্ধতাও তো আর নেই। এই এতটা আলো এতটা আঁধার কোনোদিনই কিছু নেই। এই পৃথিবী সূর্য তারা মহারথী, নেই নেই কেউ নেই। এই তুমি নেই আমি নেই কেউ নেই, নেই নেই কিছু নেই। এই এই সব নেই ওই সব নেই এত কিছু নেই। আগে থেকে বোকা তাকে ফের বোকা বানানোর কিছু নেই নেই। আমার তোমাকে না ছেলু কোনো জানানোর কিছু নেই। বোকা তাকে ফের বোকা বানানোর কিছু নেই। আমার তোমায় না ছেলু কোনো জানানোর কিছু নেই। ঘুমিয়ে পড়েছে এই ঘুমিয়ে পড়েছে তাকে অত ঘুম পাড়ানোর কিছু নেই, হারানোর কিছু নেই। আরে নেই 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 কিছু হারানো। এই 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 হারানোর কিছু নেই। আরে নেই নেই কিছু হারানো। খুশির বিন্দু ফুলের পরাগে, আসল কথাটা বলি তার আগে, ভালোবাসা পেতে সবার ভালো লাগে। খুশির বিন্দু ফুলের পরাগে, আসল কথাটা বলি তার আগে, ভালোবাসা পেলে এমনি ভালো লাগে। খুব কি জরুরি এখন ঝগড়াটা বাঁধানো, এই হাত থেকে তার অস্ত্র নামানো, ধর্মের কল বাতাসে নাড়ানো। ধরা দেব বলে এসেছি যখন পালানোর কিছু নেই। বলি কি যা অন্ধকার তাতে ছোট আলো জ্বালানোর কিছু নেই। স্বপ্নের চোখে অতকাল সিটে সাজানোর কিছু নেই। আর বাঁশি পড়ে থাকা একলা দুপুরে, বাঁশি পড়ে থাকা একলা দুপুরে বাজানোরও কিছু নেই, হারানোর কিছু নেই। আরে নেই কিছু হারানো। সবাই গাই। হারানোর কিছু নেই, নেই কিছু হারানোর। সবাই আবার হারানোর কিছু নেই, নেই কিছু হারানোর। নিচু চৌকাঠ মাথা সামলে জীবন পেছল ছড়ানো, ও তো বুঝবে না আজ কেন প্রয়োজন শুধু দুটো হাত বাড়ানোর। আমিষের তাকে ওষুধের শিশি কিসের অসুখ সারানোর, হারানোর কিছু নেই আর নেই কিছু হারানো, হারানোর কিছু নেই, নেই কিছু হারানোর, সবাই হারানোর কিছু নেই, নেই কিছু হারানোর, হারানোর কিছু নেই, নেই কিছু হারানো, লাস্ট টাইম হারানো। That's the spirit. Thank you. হ্যাঁ, কবিরা আমার লেখা গান নয়। হ্যাঁ করবো, তার আগে একটু পাগলামি করি, ছোট্ট পাগলামি আছে। সবাই মিলে একসঙ্গে তালে তালে চিকচিকা বলবো। হ্যাঁ, চিকচিকা। 1 2 3 4 Lovely. 1 2 3 আরে রামধনু ঢুকে গেল চোখে, আমি তো মরেই গেছি কবে। ইশারাতে ঠিক বুঝে যাব কেন এত যে কথা জমিয়ে রাখো, যে যার মনের মাঝে একা 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 ঠিক জুটিয়েছে মনের খোরাকো। ও হে গৃহবাসীদার খোলো এবার প্লিজ খোলো, নোটে গাছটা কি বেঘরে যে মূলো, শুনি এইটা কেমন কথা হলো, আর তোমার আচমকা কি হচ্ছে। হাতে খোঁজ ভাগের কলমে এখনো তো কত কথা বাকি, বোবার শত্রু নেই তাই এই অবেলাতে এমনি চুপ করে থাকি। যে মিছিলে আমি হাঁটি তুমি এলে মনে হয় আজকে দিনটা খুব লাকি। পাগল নাকি আমি তো করিনি বাবা কিছু, পাগল নাকি ঘেটে তো দেখিনি উঁচু নিচু, পাগল নাকি আমি তো নিইনি কারো পিছু, পাগল নাকি কে ফালতু যায় মাছু পিছু। এরকম করে চুপ করে থাকলে হবে না, গাইতে হবে। কোনটা গাইতে হবে? পাগল নাকিটা গাইতে হবে। ঠিক আছে, 1 2 3 পাগল নাকি 1 2 3। আমি তো করিনি বাবা কিছু, ঘেটে তো দেখিনি উঁচু নিচু, আমি তো নিইনি কারো কিছু, কে ফালতু যায় মাছু পিছু। এই সবাই মিলে একটু পার্টিসিপেট করো না, বাকিরা গল্প করছো কেন? 1 2 3 পাগল নাকি আমি তো করিনি বাবা কিছু, ঘেটে তো দেখিনি উঁচু নিচু, আমি তো নিইনি কারো পিছু, কে ফালতু যায় মাছু পিছু। কে মারে দু পাখি এক ঢিলে, শাক দিয়ে মাছ ঢেকেছিলে, ছিপ নিয়ে যাবে কেন ছিলে, সব কথা গায়ে মেখে নিলে। পাগল নাকি আমি তো করিনি বাবা কিছু, পাগল নাকি ঘেটে তো দেখিনি উঁচু নিচু, পাগল নাকি আমি তো নিইনি কারো পিছু, পাগল নাকি কে ফালতু যায় মাছু পিছু, পাগল নাকি কে মারে দু পাখি এক ঢিলে, পাগল নাকি শাক দিয়ে মাছ ডেকেছিলে, পাগল নাকি ছিপ নিয়ে যাবে কেন ছিলে, পাগল নাকি সব কথা গায়ে মেখে নিলে, পাগল নাকি আমি সেই জম যার জমের অরুচি, চোখ মারলো খোলাম কুচি, জ্বর ছাড়লো খোলাম কুচি, জুতো ছিঁড়লো খোলাম কুচি, বাড়ি ফিরলো খোলাম কুচি, উড়ে যাচ্ছে খোলাম কুচি, করে খাচ্ছে খোলাম কুচি, কাছে আসছে খোলাম কুচি, ভালোবাসছে খোলাম কুচি, কাছে আসছে খোলাম কুচি, সবাই ভালোবাসছে খোলাম কুচি, কাছে ভালো। Last time? Wrap up? আমার একটাই গায়ে একটু জল খাওয়াবে গো? এ ভাই তুই যা না এখান থেকে, সেফ থাক না ভাই। মনে একবার হারিয়ে গেছি তেঁতুল বনে, তাদের মালা তখনও তো তোমার আমার হয়নি আলাপ, তখনও তো তোমার তখনও তো তোমার সাথে হয়নি আলাপ, মেলাচ্ছি তাল লা tralala 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 la 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 আপনারাও গাইতে পারেন la 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 tralala 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 la 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 la. Love you guys. Love you guys. Can you please talk softly? With love from stage. A little. একটু কথাটা বন্ধ হলে আমি গান ধরতে পারি, কথাটা বন্ধ হলে আমি গান ধরতে পারি। আমি কি আর তোমার সঙ্গে পারি, কথাটা বন্ধ হলে আমি গান ধরতে পারি। তখন আমি ঠিক এতটা হইনি বুড়ো, দু চোখে ঘুরছি নিয়ে কাছের গুঁড়ো, তখন ওই নতুন নতুন শিখছি সালা ট্রালালা 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 লা 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 সবাই লা 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 la 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 ছিল বটে এক তাতে সব বোঝাই করা জহর মানি, এই তো সেদিন প্রথম গানের স্কুলে তোমার ওই রংটা গায়ের থোড়াই জানি, কাগজের নৌকো বানাই নিজেই ডুবি, ভাবছি প্রথম চিঠি লিখবো কাকে, বেঁধে চোখ শব্দ বাজি হাতেই সেই আমাকে সবাই তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে সেই আমাকে আরেকবার। তখন আমি আলোর থেকেও ছুটছি জোরে, আঁকি কোল চৌকো আঁকি একা চড়ে, যখন আর পোষাচ্ছে না এ এক চালা, তখনও তো তোমার আমার হয়নি আলাপ, তখনও তো তোমার আমার হয়নি আলাপ, আবার তখনও তো তোমার সাথে হয়নি আলাপ, তখনও তো তোমার আমার হয়নি আলাপ, তখনও তো তোমার সাথে হয়নি আলাপ, তখন ওই মেলাচ্ছে তাল তারাল্লালা, তখন আমি চোখ মারলেই ভাঙছে তালা, দেখি আমি থাকছি বসে খাম খেয়ালা। যা শেষ হয়ে গেল, হয়নি? আছে ট্রালালা 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 লা 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 সবাই লা 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 লা। তখন তো তোমার আমার হয়নি আলাপ, ছিল বটে একখানা ওই বাক্স টিনের, তাতে সব বোঝাই করা জহর মানি, এই তো সেদিন প্রথম গানের স্কুলে তোমার ওই রংটা গায়ের ঘোড়াই জানি, কাগজের নৌকো বানাই নিজেই ডুবি ভাবছি প্রথম চিঠি লিখবো কাকে পেটে চোখ শব্দ বাজি হাতেই ফাটেই তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে সেই আমাকে সবাই তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে সেই আমাকে তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে সেই আমাকে জোরে তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে সেই আমাকে তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে সেই আমাকে লাস্ট টাইম তুমি আর কোথায় পেলে সেই আমাকে ভালো থাকবেন সুস্থ থাকবেন
Your voice, I must say, it comes like a fresh breath of air. Can we have some applause, please, once again for Devdi? Thank you so much. Music is something that I must consider is always, for me, it's moner shanti, pranir aram. আর তাই এরকম একটা সুন্দর গান দিয়ে আমাদের আজকের কালচারাল জার্নি শুরু হলো এবং এর ঠিক পরেই যাদেরকে আমি মঞ্চে ডেকে নিতে চলেছি actually they doesn't need any introduction. The Dev Shankar and Jyoti Shankar brother, popularly known as Violin Brothers, who take this musical extravaganza into another height, either it's nationally or internationally, and I personally love their amazing performance on Tagore song or it's from Ray's movies. Rhythm, the violin that they play makes an amazing ambience within few seconds, ladies and gentlemen, because amazing or outstanding, whatever I say, that would be completely an understatement for them. So ladies and gentlemen, our next performer of today, please welcome with a huge round of applause, Violin Brothers. We need some time to set up the entire stage. Please consider us few minutes and then the next performance will start. Thank you. দুটো চেয়ার লাগবে না দাঁড়িয়ে পারফর্ম করব
হ্যালো
Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you earlier, that there is a surprise for you, and that is, we have already Violin Brothers on stage right now. But apart from that, being an unparalleled name of the nephrology industry. Dr. Pratim Sengupta is also joined with them on stage. That was the biggest surprise of the day. Hello. We all know him as an unparalleled name of the nephrology industry. But now, today, we will show another side of Dr. Pratim Sengupta. Can we have some noise, please, for Dr. Sengupta as well?
একটু কাউন্ট আচ্ছা নমস্কার এরকম একটা অনুষ্ঠানে আসতে পেরে খুব ভালো লাগছে স্পেশালি থ্যাঙ্কস টু ডক্টর প্রতিম সেনগুপ্ত আর সামনে বসে আছেন ডক্টর প্রতীক দাস আর প্রফেসর অমিত গুপ্তা এরা সব বসে আছেন তার মধ্যে আপনারা জানেন কি জানি না ডক্টর সেনগুপ্ত কিন্তু খুব ভালো ভায়োলিন বাজান আমাদের কাছে সেদিন যখন এসেছিলেন একটা বিশেষ থিম বাজিয়েছেন সেটা আমরা একসঙ্গে তিনজন বাজাবো আজকে এটা আমাদের সেদিনের পরিকল্পনা তা অনেক আজকে ভায়োলিন আনতে পড়েছি তো উনি বাজাবেন তা আমরা আমাদের কিছু কম্পোজিশন বাজাচ্ছি জানি না কতক্ষণ সময় আছে তো প্রথম কম্পোজিশনটা রাগ হংসধ্বনি ব্যাক টু ইউ
Thank you.
হ্যালো, না সেটা না, এতক্ষণ হইচই হলো অনেক, হ্যাঁ, তা আমাদের একটা থ্যাংক ইউ। আর একটু বলে রাখি আমার তো ভায়োলিন, আপনারা জানি না ভায়োলিন সবাই তো নিশ্চয়ই দেখেছেন, আমাদের বিশেষ একটা ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট, আমাদের ইট ইস অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইউরোপিয়ান ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট। তো আমরা যেটা বাংলায় বেহালা বলি, তো এটা একটু আনকনভেনশনাল, যেটা আমরা কাঠের ভায়োলিন দিয়ে রেগুলার আমরা জানি, তো এগুলো ইলেকট্রিক ভায়োলিন মেড অফ ইটালি। তো এগুলো আমাদের একটু সাউন্ড প্রসেস করে বাজাতে হয়, যার জন্য একটু সময় লাগে অন স্টেজ। তো যেটা বলছিলাম, সেকেন্ড যে কম্পোজিশনটা বাজাবো খুব আমাদের পরিচিত একটা রাগ ইমান, তার সঙ্গে আমরা একটা আমাদের খুব শ্রদ্ধার, মানে আমাদের ভারতবর্ষে শুধু না সারা পৃথিবীর লতা মঙ্গেশকর এবং ভূপেন্দ্র সিং একটা গান আমরা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করেছি। প্রথম কম্পোজিশনটা আমাদের রাগ ইমান। Hello. Sound up. No, I'm ready. Ready. No.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, right now.
Good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা একটু আগে একটু বলে রাখি যেটা বলছিলাম গত বছর ডাক্তারবাবুর সঙ্গে আমাদের মিটিং হয়েছিল তো সেইখানে ঠিক করা ছিল ফেলুদা থিমটা আমরা বাজাবো অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটার প্রসঙ্গে একটু বলে রাখি আমরা সত্যজিৎ রায় বিশ্ববরেণ্য চিত্র পরিচালক তার সঙ্গে 10টা ছবিতে আমরা কাজ করতে সুযোগ পেয়েছি এবং বাজিয়েছি এবং অরিজিনালি ফেলুদা থিমটা আমাদেরই বাজানো তো সেটা বাজাই আমরা প্রত্যেকটা প্রোগ্রামে তো আজকে আমরা 3 জন বাজাচ্ছি এটা একটা আমাদের কাছে নতুন একটা দিক খুললো আর কি তো শুনুন ফেলুদা থিম ডাক্তারবাবু কিছু বল
শুরু করার আগে একটা ছোট্ট কথা বলি সবাই জানে আমি খুব সাহসী কিন্তু আজকে আমি যেটা করছি এটা খুব দুঃসাহসী বুঝতে পারছেন তো মানে বিশ্ববরেণ্য ভায়োলিনিস্টদের সাথে এক মঞ্চে উঠে ভায়োলিন বাজানোর সাহস দেখানো চারটেখানি ব্যাপার নয় থ্যাংক ইউ
হ্যালো, আসলে এই ডাক্তারবাবুর সাথে বাজালাম মানে আমরা ইন্সপায়ার্ড হলাম, কিন্তু কারণ হচ্ছে ডাক্তারবাবু একটা অন্য প্রফেশনে থেকেও যে একটা যন্ত্রকে নিয়ে উনি চর্চা করেন, তো আমরা ডাক্তারবাবুকে বলেছি আমাদের একাডেমিতে আসতে, আমরা একসঙ্গে গান বাজনা করবো, হ্যাঁ, উইকলি একদিন আসতে। আচ্ছা, আমরা কি একটা লাস্ট কম্পোজিশন বাজাই? হ্যাঁ, এটা আমরা নর্মালি সমস্ত কনসার্টেই বাজাই। কম্পোজিশনের নাম ক্রসিং দ্য বর্ডার, বেসড অন রাগ কলাবত। তাহলে আবার টর্চ বার করতে হবে, টর্চ। না না, একটু টর্চ বার করলে আমাদের ভালো লাগে।
আমার একটু লেভেলটা না চাই
Ladies and gentlemen, this deserves a standing ovation. Another big round of applause. Mind blowing. Honestly speaking, what is not there in this presentation? Starting from Indian classical music, Alap, Jhala, Jor, Tihai, then Sawal Jawab, then Western compositions, East, West. This type of presentation I have never heard. Thank you very much from bottom of my heart. Both Devshankar Dada and Jyoti Dada. It's really pleasure. Another round of applause, please. Big hands for the Hari Brothers.
Thank you for making everyone speechless.
I recommend Professor Amit Gupta. Sir, please come to felicitate Jyoti Shankar Dada.
There's a felicitation from the Nefrocare group to our beloved Valiant brothers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for making everyone speechless. And I have seen the jaw-dropping expression in everybody's face. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this amazing performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Valiant brothers on stage right now.
I'll call upon Dr. Pratik Das on stage to felicitate the greatest violinist, Devshankar Dada. It's a really pleasure to have both the brothers here with us. It's really a pleasure to have the It's really a pleasure to have both the violin brothers on stage. Dr. Pratik Das is felicitating Devshankar Dada. It's a fabulous performance. Standing ovation, please. Again, a big round of applause for both the brothers, violin brothers.
আমি একটু পরিচয় করে দিই যারা এতক্ষণ দুজনে বাজালেন। প্রণব ইজ এ ভেরি গুড কিবোর্ডিস্ট আমাদের দেশের। ওকে যেই বলেছি ও বলে নিশ্চয়ই যাবো আজকে বাজাতে, ও খুব বিজি থাকে। অ্যান্ড সৌভিক এতক্ষণ আমার সঙ্গে লড়াই করলো, ওর জন্য একটা স্পেশাল হাততালি। এবং ও যে ইনস্ট্রুমেন্টে বসে বাজাচ্ছে আমি জানি না আপনারা সবাই দেখেছেন, ইটস এ ল্যাটিন পারকাশন, ইটস কল কাহুন। তা এটা আমাদের ড্রামের সাবস্টিটিউট করি, প্লাস ভীষণ সুন্দর একটা ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট কাহুন। তো প্লিজ বিগ অ্যাপ্লজ ফর দ্য সৌভিক অ্যান্ড প্রণব। থ্যাংক ইউ।
On behalf of Nefrocare, I am requesting Devapriya, please felicitate Shovik. Or naam ta ki? Pranab. Pranab, please. Pranab, please come on the stage. Pranab, you are a beautiful musical supporting hand. The way you play the keyboard, it's mind-blowing. Thank you. Thank you. Just a minute. আমি তো যাবো 7 ইনস্টিটিউটে। ঠিক আছে, দেখা হবে। বাবা এখানে তো কারেন্ট হচ্ছে গো। কারেন্ট আমি পায়ে একবার টের পেলাম, পিঠে একবার টের পেলাম। হ্যাঁ, কিছু একটা হচ্ছে। সব বলে হবে না। Let me call upon Shovik. Shovik, please. What a beautiful Sawal Jawab. What a beautiful Sawal Jawab. Please come on the stage.
হ্যালো, আমরা মঞ্চটা কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই আমাদের নেক্সট পারফরমেন্সের জন্য প্রস্তুত করব। এতক্ষণ আপনারা দেবদীপ এবং সেই সঙ্গে ভায়োলেন্ট ব্রাদার্সের অনবদ্য পারফরমেন্স দেখছিলেন, which makes us almost spellbound, ladies and gentlemen. And now this is the high time to call up on stage the very talented, the dynamic, young and very passionate about music, Saregamapa, ex-Saregamapa winner in 2018, none other than Ankita Bhattacharya. She is very popular among youngsters and doing very well for herself, have huge YouTube and social media followers nowadays, and doing various playbacks and stage shows in India and abroad too. Ladies and gentlemen, recently she has done a wonderful playback in the movie called Projapati, directed by Obhijit Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our last performer of the day, Ankita Bhattacharya from Saregama.
Hello, check, check. Hello, check. Test, hello, check.
প্রসেসর থেকে লেভেলটা কমা শিখে নিস
হ্যালো হ্যালো শুভ সন্ধ্যা। এখন আজকে যারা আপনারা এখানে উপস্থিত আছেন, লেডিস এন্ড জেন্টলম্যান, উই আর ইন দ্য ফ্যাগ এন্ড অফ দ্য মিউজিক্যাল এক্সট্রাভ্যাগেঞ্জা। আমাদের মধ্যে আজকে উপস্থিত আছেন, আপনারা তো সবাই জানেন, একটি ছোট্ট মেয়ে, ছোট্ট কিশোরী। কিন্তু বয়স ছোট হলে কি হবে? ও যে সরস্বতীর সাক্ষাৎ বরপ্রাপ্ত। আমরা শুনেছি সারেগামা পাতে ওর গান, সেই ছোট্ট সারেগামা পার বিজয়ী অঙ্কিতা এখন ভারত বিখ্যাত নয়, পৃথিবী বিখ্যাত একজন সুরকার, সঙ্গীতকার। সো অঙ্কিতা আজকে আমাদের মধ্যে এসেছে। বিশ্বাস করুন, ওর জ্বর এসেছিল কালকে থেকে। ওর বাবা খুব আতঙ্কে ছিল যে সত্যিও গাইতে পারবে তো। অঙ্কিতা বললো ডক্টর আঙ্কেল বলেছেন, কারণ অঙ্কিতার দাদা সে আমার খুব ক্লোজ ফ্রেন্ড, ডক্টর উইক ভট্টাচার্য, একজন ইন্টারভেনশনাল রেডিওলজিস্ট। সো দাদার বন্ধু ডেকেছে, আমি নিশ্চয়ই যাব। ছোট্ট বেটি ঘরের ভেতরে বসেছিল এতক্ষণ, আর কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই ওর সাউন্ড সব রেডি। আই বিলিভ অল মিউজিশিয়ানস আর রেডি। তো আমরা অঙ্কিতাকে ডেকে নেব। আপনারা সবাই প্লিজ 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 খুব মন দিয়ে অঙ্কিতার গান শুনুন, এবং সবাইকে আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করব, ও যখন স্টেজে আসবে প্লিজ একটা স্ট্যান্ডিং ওভেশন। অঙ্কিতার মতো এরকম একজন শিল্পীকে আমরা আজকে পেয়েছি, শরীর অসুস্থতা নিয়েও ও আজকে আমাদের মধ্যে গাইতে এসেছে। এটা কিন্তু শোজ হার কমিটমেন্ট টুয়ার্ড মিউজিক, হার কমিটমেন্ট টুয়ার্ড and our love toward music. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, let me call up on the stage Ankita Bhattacharya. Before we start listening the music of Ankita, from the Nephrocare team, I want to felicitate all the musicians. I know the musicians are ultimately the backbone. This supports the entire program. So as Ankita comes on the stage, by the time Ankita reaches the stage, I will know one by one the name of the musicians and I want to felicitate them. Sir, your name please.
Raju.
So Raju bhai is with us. He is a guitarist
and he will make the show for all the beautiful tunes of the guitar. So please felicitate Raju with a Uttariyo. And a small token of gift on behalf of Nephrocare. Actually, একটু এটা হাতে নিও, না হলে ওরা কি করে বাজাবে? Please help. Please. Next, I'll call upon Bishwanath Dada. Bishwanath Dada is another beautiful, I think you will play with bando, percussionist. He is a percussionist. তো বিশ্বনাথ দাদাকে আমরা নেফ্রোকেয়ারের পক্ষ থেকে ফেলিসিটেট করে নিচ্ছি। প্লিজ কাম আপ অন দ্য স্টেজ। কি আছে? See, on red t-shirt, we are listening his adjustment of the music, drums and everything. The greatest drummer. আমার একটা ছোট ভাইয়ের ড্রাম বাজায়, জানিস তো? I'm so happy to give you. I know how beautifully you are playing the sticks of the drum. Thank you. তোমার নাম? উজান। Thank you, উজান। আমাদের মধ্যে একজন কিবোর্ড নিয়ে আছেন, দুটো কিবোর্ড। ইয়ানিকে দেখেছিলেন দুটো কিবোর্ড একসাথে বাজাতে। So please can you identify yourself? Tufan. So thank you for coming here, and it's my pleasure to honor you. Onkitar group থেকে, if I missed anybody, okay, please. Sad is here. What's your name? পার্থর সাথে আমাদের আগেই কথা হয়েছে রিগার্ডিং মিউজিক অ্যান্ড সাউন্ডস। পার্থ ইজ দ্য মেইন পার্সন হু অ্যারেঞ্জেস অল দি সাউন্ড অ্যান্ড এভরিথিং। পার্থকে নেফ্রোকেয়ার পক্ষ থেকে আমি ফেলিসিটেট করে দিচ্ছি। থ্যাংক ইউ পার্থ। আমরা কাউকে মিস করিনি তো? আমরা কাউকে মিস করিনি? What's his name? No, please come forward. You are the main backbone. Please come forward. তো শুভ, ছোট্ট শুভ স্টেজের পেছনে দাঁড়িয়ে সমস্ত সাউন্ড সবকিছু কন্ট্রোল করছে। তো শুভ আসতে চাইছো না লজ্জায়। তো শুভ ইজ দ্য আল্টিমেট ম্যান ফর মেকিং দ্য সাউন্ড। থ্যাংক ইউ শুভ। Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are calling upon on the stage none but the person, the musicians for which we all are waiting since morning. Ankita Bhattacharya. আচ্ছা, আমি একটু অঙ্কিতার বাবাকে একটু ডেকে নেবো। বেশমশাই প্লিজ আপনি স্টেজে আসুন, একটু আসুন, আপনাকে দরকার আছে। এই মানুষটিকে আপনারা সবাই সারেগামাপা স্টেজ দেখেছেন। প্রত্যেকটি শোতে উনি থাকতেন, অঙ্কিতার মাও সঙ্গে থাকতো, আমরা ওনাকে গাইতেও শুনেছি। আজকে উনি আমাদের মধ্যে আছেন এবং উনার অনুপ্রেরণায় আছে অঙ্কিতা। সো আমরা নেফ্রোকেয়ারের পক্ষ থেকে ওনাকে একটু বরণ করে নিচ্ছি একটা উত্তরীয় দিয়ে। সমস্যা আপনি না থাকলে অঙ্কিতা আজকে আসতো না পৃথিবীতে। So we are really feel proud of you and the way you nurturing her, she is really really great.
একটা দুটো কথা বলবো। খুব সত্যি কথা বলতে কি, আমার পরিবারে স্যার জানেন সবাই ডাক্তার। আমরা চার ভাইয়ের আমি ছোট। আমি একমাত্র পেরেছি আমার মেয়েকে অন্য স্ট্রিমে নিয়ে যেতে, কারণ আমার বড়দার একটা ছেলে অভিক, চেনেন ডক্টর অভিক ভট্টাচার্য, ও হচ্ছে স্যারের খুব কাছের মানুষ। আমার মেজদার ছেলে সেও ডাক্তার, শেষদার ছেলে ইঞ্জিনিয়ার, মেয়ে ডাক্তার। তো স্বাভাবিকভাবেই আমি, আমার মেয়ে হচ্ছে বড়, ছেলে একদম খুব ছোট। মেয়েকে পেরেছি, কিন্তু টোটালি ও কিন্তু স্টুডেন্ট, ভীষণ ভালো স্টুডেন্ট। ওকে আমি পড়ালেখার মধ্যে না নিয়ে গিয়ে গানের লাইনটায় নিয়ে গেছি। তো সাধনা থাকলে যে কোনো প্রফেশনেই কিন্তু অ্যাচিভ করা যায়।
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll call upon now the star of today's evening, Ankita Bhattacharya. Ankita, please. Ankita, please come up on the stage.
Check. Hello.
Sairapa 18-19 champion. Ankita!
মা সবসময় একটা কথা বলে যে তুই কষ্ট করে যা দেখবি কেষ্ট ঠিক মিলবে, মানে আমরা যদি কোনো বিষয় নিয়ে খুব বেশি কষ্ট করি তো তার ফল আমরা পাবই পাবো।
ইতিহাসে পাতিহাস, ভূগোলেতে গোল, অঙ্কেতে মাথা নেই হয়েছি পাগল। ঘেরে সঙ্গী উড়ে চলে দিক দিক, কমলাহে নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া, এগো কমলাহে নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া, এগো কমলাহে নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া রে। কমলাহে নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া। Check, check. Mama
প্রথমেই জানাই উপস্থিত সব বড়দের আমার প্রণাম এবং ছোটদের অনেক ভালোবাসা জানিয়ে আমি সরাসরি একদম সময় না নষ্ট করে পরবর্তী গানে যাচ্ছি। আর পরবর্তী গান অবশ্যই একটা বাংলা গান, আমার ভীষণ পছন্দের একটা বাংলা গান। এই গানটি তো যেটা বলছিলাম, সরি, পরবর্তী চলো যাই। চলো। এবার একটা হিন্দি গানের দিকে যাই এবং এইবারে যে হিন্দি গানটা, এই গানটা আমার ভীষণ পছন্দের একটা মুভি থেকে, রোজা ফিল্ম থেকে। এবং আমরা সকলেই জানি যে রোজা ফিল্মের কত সুন্দর সুন্দর গান আছে। তো আজকে আমি যে গানটা বেছে নিয়েছি এখানে গাইবার জন্য, সেটা এআর রহমান স্যারের কম্পোজিশনে। গানের নামটা বলছি না, একেবারে সরাসরি গানেতেই যাচ্ছি আমি। তো চলো। এইবার হিন্দি গানের দিকে যাবো না আবার একটা বাংলা গান গান গাইবো? হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, তো তাহলে আমার চয়েসই যাওয়া যাক। তো এইবার যে গানটা গাইবো সেই গানটি নির্মলা মিশ্র ম্যামের গাওয়া, আমার ভীষণ ভীষণ পছন্দের একটা গান। এই গানটা এত পছন্দের আমার ছিল না, কিন্তু আমার মা তো আপনারা সবাই জানেন ভীষণ গান প্রেমী একটা মানুষ, তো মা যবে থেকে এই গানটা আমার শুনিয়েছে সত্যি তবে থেকে এই গানটার প্রেমে আমিও পড়ে গেছি। তো তাই আজকে ভীষণ ইচ্ছে করছে গানটা গাইতে। তো শোন। Oh, চেক চেক হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে তো অবশ্যই যে কটা গানের রিকোয়েস্ট পেলাম অবশ্যই সেই গানগুলোর দিকে যাবার যেটা আপনি বললেন সেটা আমি সেই গানটা দিয়ে তাহলে অনুষ্ঠানটা শেষ করব আজকে কারণ আপনারা সবাই জানেন গানটা বিরাট বড় একটা গান প্রচুর লম্বা একটা গান যার জন্য এই গানটা দিয়েই শেষ করব ঠিক আছে কিন্তু এখন যে গানটা গাইবো আমার মনে হয় এখানে উপস্থিত সকলে আমরা এই গানটা কোথাও শুনেছি কোথাও দেখেছি এবং সোশ্যাল মিডিয়াতে এই গানগুলো ভীষণভাবে ভাইরাল তো যদি আপনাদের সবার গুনগুন করতে ইচ্ছা করে কোনো বাধা নেই গুনগুনে তো চলো যাওয়া যাক
La
তো পড়েছি শুভদা? তো এবার যে গানটা গাইবো সেই গানটা লতাজি এবং ইলারুন ম্যামের গাওয়া, আর একটু অন্য ধরনের একটা গান, বেশ অন্য ধরনের একটা গান। এবং এইখানে চেষ্টা করবো আজকে আমি একটু রাজস্থানি ফ্লেভার যদি আনতে পারি, কারণ গানটার মধ্যে গানটা পুরোটাই রাজস্থানি ফ্লেভারের একটা গান। তো যাই, চলো। সো মাচ, থ্যাংক ইউ সবাইকে।
These type of performance is standing ovation. My God, what a beautiful voice combination. Ladies and gentlemen,
this was a song which deserves a dance with it. I wonder what all of you were doing behind.
থ্যাংক ইউ। মানে সত্যি অনেক জায়গায় হয়তো গানটা গাই, কিন্তু এরকম সম্মান এই গানটার পরে এই প্রথম বোধহয় আমরা পেলাম। মানে এত বড় একটা সম্মান, তো এটা আমাদের জন্য অনেকটা বড় একটা পাওয়া, সত্যি অনেক বড়। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। এবার একটা বাংলা গান চাই। এবারে বাংলা গানটা আমার জন্য ভীষণভাবে মেমোরেবল একটা গান, কারণ এই গানটা যখন আমি সারেগামাপার মঞ্চে ছিলাম, সেই মঞ্চের ফাইনালে প্রথম এপিসোডে আমি এই গানটা এপিসোডে বলছি প্রথম রাউন্ডে আমি আমি না খুব কাঁচা কথা বলাতে, এবং পাশের থেকে যদি কেউ কথা বলা আরম্ভ করে আমি আরোই বলতে পারবো না। তো যেটা বলছিলাম, প্রথম এপিসোডে এই গানটা, প্রথম রাউন্ডে এই গানটা গিয়েছিলাম, তো সেই গানটাই এখন আপনাদের সামনে। এবং এই গানটি আর ডি বর্মন স্যারের সুরে, আর ডি বর্মন স্যার এবং আশাজি গাওয়া। চলো।
মাই গুডনেস, হোয়াট এ ভয়েস মডুলেশন। যারা সঙ্গীতের জগতে আছেন, গান শুনেছেন, তারা জানবেন যে এই গানটা গাওয়ার কি জিনিস, কি করে মানে সুরের খাত থেকে চড়া, কখনো জোর কখনো কম। আমরা অভিভূত অঙ্কিতা। প্লিজ বিগ রাউন্ড অফ অ্যাপ্লজ।
তোরা একটু পাঁচ গানের দিকে যাবো? হ্যাঁ, রেডি তো? সবার গান প্রস্তুত তো? আমার জায়গাটা অনেকটা ছোট তো, তুমি শুরু করলাম, উনি ওখান থেকে ওইখানে পালিয়ে গেলেন। আমি তারপরে অনেকক্ষণ ধরে মানে নিজেকে কন্ট্রোল করলাম যে না অঙ্কিতা হাসবে না, তুমি গাইবে পরে। তারপরে আমি আবার গাওয়া শুরু করলাম। সরি দাদা যদি আপনার কানে লেগে থাকে, আমি এক্সট্রিমলি সরি, আমার কোনো দোষ নেই, ওই যোগ দোষ সব ওকে বস। এইবার যে গানটা গাইবো, গানটা মোহাম্মদ হাফিজের গাওয়া, সবাই জানি আমরা। আর আমার একটা রিকোয়েস্ট রইল আপনাদের সকলের কাছে, যদি পারেন আমি যখন মাইকটা আপনাদের দিকে দেবো, তখন যদি আপনারা সবাই মিলে গানটা আমার সাথে গান, তাহলে আমার ভীষণ ভালো লাগবে, আরো বেশি ভালো লাগবে। চলো যাই। রেডি সবাই? সবাই জানি আমরা গানটা ভীষণ পপুলার একটা গান। চলুন গাওয়া যাক। 1 2 1 2 3 গোলাপি क्या बात संभालो गुलाबी जो तेरी शराबी संभालो मुझको ओ मेरे यारो संभलना मुश्किल हो गया ला 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 Thank you so much. Thank you. তো এবার যে গানটা আপনাদের মধ্যে কেন্দ্র রিকোয়েস্ট করেছে তো সেই গানটাতেই যাবো এবং এই গানটা সবারই রিকোয়েস্ট এই গানটা এবং এই গানটা সত্যি আমি যখন রিলিজ করেছিলাম আমার ইউটিউব চ্যানেল থেকে এই গানটা এই একটা বছরে গানটা আমাকে অনেক কিছু দিয়েছে অনেক স্পেশাল মুহূর্ত দিয়েছে এবং অনেক সারপ্রাইজেস দিয়েছে তার মধ্যে থেকে সব থেকে বড়গুলো আমি আজকে বলবো সেটা হলো এই গানটা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ফিল্ম ফেস্টিভ্যালে রীতাবরী চক্রবর্তী ম্যাম নিজে ডান্স করেছেন এবং ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপে কাতারে ঠিক খেলার আগের মুহূর্তেও এই গানটা স্টেডিয়ামে বাজানো হয়েছে এবং হায়দ্রাবাদে রামোজি ফিল্ম সিটিতেও এই গানে ডান্স করা হয়েছে তো অনেক বড় সারপ্রাইজেস অনেক বড় স্পেশাল মুভমেন্ট আমাকে এই গানটা দিয়েছে তো তার জন্য এইটা শুধু সম্ভব হচ্ছে আপনাদের সকলের ভালোবাসা এবং আশীর্বাদের জন্য তো সেই গানটাই আরেকটি বার আপনাদের সকলের জন্য
gentlemen, আমরা আজকে এই অনুষ্ঠানে অসাধারণ গানের পাশাপাশি হঠাৎ আমার মাকে খুঁজে পেলাম। আমার মাকে দায়িত্ব এখন নাচতেও পারে এটা আমি আজকে জানলাম। থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ শিল্পী, থ্যাংক ইউ। তোমার কোনো অসুবিধা থেকে এখনো যাই, কিন্তু সবাই এত এনজয় করছে, এটা স্বতঃস্ফূর্তভাবে মন থেকে ফিরে আসছে, বুঝতে পেরেছি?
বুঝতে পেরেছি, আমি দেখেই বুঝতে পারছি ওনাদের সকলের ডান্স করতে ইচ্ছা করছে। তাই কি আমি কি কিছু ভুল বললাম? আপনাদের সকলের ডান্স করতে ইচ্ছা করছে কি করছে না? করছে তো? তাহলে আরেকটা কি এরকম গান গাবো? তো এবারে গানটা একটা বসন্তের গান, এবং এই গানটাও আমারই গাওয়া একটা গান। আমার ইউটিউব চ্যানেল নয়, সারেগামা বেঙ্গলি ইউটিউব চ্যানেল, মানে যেটা আমরা HMV নামে চিনি, সেই HMV থেকে রিলিজ হয়েছিল। এবং এই গানটাও আপনাদের ভালোবাসায় অনেক 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 ভালোবাসা পেয়েছি। তো যাই আপনারা কি সবাই মিলে একটু হাতে দিতে পারবেন? টাকা সবাই মিলে পরের লাইনটা আপনারা গাইবেন, তাই থেমে গেলাম আমরা। আচ্ছা না, এই গানটা সবাই জানে, এই শুধু এই 4 জন মিলে গাইছে, 4-5 জন মিলে, আর বাদ বাকির গলা কই আমি পেলাম না কিন্তু। আর একটু জোরে হবে। বতরে পিরিতির ফুল আরেকবার। বতরে পিরিতির ফুল বতরে Thank you so much. আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে এবারে গানটা লেখাছি বাংলাদেশ স্যারের গাওয়া। আমি আগে থেকে বলে দিলাম নাটক 1, 2, 3 অলরেডি স্টার্ট হয়ে গেছিল, গানটা স্টার্ট হয়ে তো বলতেই পারতাম না কার গাওয়া। তো চলো এবার গান। তো এবার তো আচ্ছা, আমরা অনেকক্ষণ ধরে ভাবছিলাম যে কি গান গাওয়া যায়, কি গান গাওয়া যায়। অলরেডি 8টা বেজে গেছে। তো একটা গান মাথায় এসেছে, তো সেই গানটা এখনকার সময় দাঁড়িয়ে মানে বিশেষ করে এই বছরটা সেই ফিল্মটা নিয়ে, সেই গানগুলো নিয়ে বিভিন্নভাবে En esta noche la vida es propia, este mundo la vida es propia. Nishate aaj shirika utare kare dishna তারপরে আপনারা কি গাইবেন? লজ্জা লাগছে গাইতে? লাগছে না গাইতে, নাকি গাইবেন না? ঠিক আছে, আমি গাইছি। En esta noche la vida es propia, este mundo la vida es propia. Nishate aaj shirika utare kare dishna दुनिया তো অনুষ্ঠানের বললাম আমার জুতোর লেস খুলে গেল। অনুষ্ঠানের সেকেন্ড লাস্ট গান এবং এর পরবর্তী গানটা দিয়ে আমি আমার আজকের অনুষ্ঠান শেষ করবো। তো এক সেকেন্ড আমি জুতোর লেসটা বেঁধে নিই, ততক্ষণে তুমি করতে পারবে। এবার যে গানটা গাইবো সে গানটা আমার ভীষণ পছন্দের একজন সিঙ্গার সুনিধি রহমান ম্যামের গাওয়া, কিন্তু তার আগে যাই
ऐसी में ही तू कहा मेरा दिल ये
পারেন। দুবার স্বামী আছে, আমি যখনই মাইকটা আপনার দিকে দেব আপনারা দুবার স্বামী বলবেন, তালে বলবেন, হ্যাঁ? আমি জানি আপনারা তালে বলবেন। क्या बात, এটা আরেকটু জোরে হবে। क्या बात, आहा, গাইতেই পারেন, অসুবিধা নেই, আমার সাথেই গান গাবেন। Thank you so much. Thank you. তো একদম শেষ গানে যাওয়ার আগে ওনাদের সকলের নাম তো আপনারা জেনে গেছেন, কিন্তু আমি রোজ পরিচয় করাই ওদের সবাইকে, এবং সেটা আমার ভালো লাগে। সেটা আমার না করলে মনে হয় যেন কি একটা করি পুরো শোটা ধরে। তো আমি ওদের সবাইকে কাকু দাদা এইভাবেই ডাকি, ঠিক আছে? তাই এইভাবেই আপনাদের কাছে আমি পরিচয় দিচ্ছি। আর যখন একটু আপনাদের কাছে নামগুলো বলবো, একটু সবাই মিলে একটু হাততালি লাগবে, ঠিক আছে? কারণ ওরা অসম্ভব ভাবে এতক্ষণ ধরে অসম্ভব সুন্দর ভাবে নিজেদের ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট গুলো বাজিয়ে গেছে। তো প্রথমেই আছে আমাদের বেস গিটারে পার্থ কাকু, তার ঠিক পরেই আছে আমাদের কিবোর্ডে টুবাইদা, এবং ঠিক আমার পেছনেই বসে আছে ড্রামসে মুজান্না, এবং ঠিক পরেই আছে আমাদের ব্যান্ডের সব থেকে সিনিয়র পার্সন, আমাদের ব্যান্ডের সব থেকে বড় পারকাশনে বিশু কাকু, এবং সবার শেষে শান্ত ছেলের মতো দাঁড়িয়েছে এবং আমার সাথে ডান্সও করেছে দুজনে মিলে। তো লিড গিটারে রাজুদা। আচ্ছা, আমাদের পরিবারটা কিন্তু বেশ বড় সড়ো পরিবার, এখনো নামগুলো শেষ হয়নি। এর পরবর্তী নামটা হলো আমাদের সাউন্ড ইঞ্জিনিয়ার শুভদা। একটা ছোট্ট ঘটনা ঘটে ওর নামটা বলার পরে, তো সবার ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট ও নিজের হাতে বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে যাতে হ্যালো আমারটা বন্ধ করলে পরের দিন থেকে দেখ তোকে এখানে কে নিয়ে আসে। তো ঠিক আছে, এইভাবেই আমাদের মধ্যে ইয়ার্কি চলে। তো আরো তিনজনের নাম শম্ভুদা, পণ্ডিতা এবং মধুদা, যারা আমাদেরকে চালিয়ে না নিয়ে আসলে আমরা সত্যি আপনাদের কাছে এসে উঠতে পারি না, যে কোনো জায়গায় আমরা যেতে পারি না। তো এই পুরো বড় সড়ো নয়, ছোট্টখাট্ট পরিবারটার জন্য একটা বড় সড়ো করে কি হাততালি আমরা পেতে পারি? সো মাচ। এবং আরেকবার হাততালি চাইবো, সেটা আপনাদের জন্য। ক্যা বাত, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। তো চলুন যাওয়া যাক অনুষ্ঠানের শেষ গানে, এবং পারসান ফিল্ম থেকে কিশোর কুমার স্যার এবং মানাদে স্যারে গাওয়া আমার অনুষ্ঠানের শেষ গান।
या काचा तोरा नाट कर कैसे कर या काचा तोरा नाट कर कैसे कर मेरे मन का नाट ये खुद से जात हम भारत जात अरे हे तोरा नाट कर कैसे कर एक चतुर नार बड़ी होशियार चतुर नार बड़ी होशियार अपने ही जान में फंस जाते हम हंसत जाते अरे एक चतुर नार बड़ी होशियार तू क्यों छेड़ा तू क्यों गाने दान तेरा किसी याका पहनाना या गौड़ बोलना या चादर बोलना या कटा तो नार कर कैसे नार चतुर नार बड़ी होती नार मेरे मन के नार के भगत जान अपने ही जान में भगत जान हम मरद जान अरे चतुर नार गोश नार कर कैसे नार अपने ही जान में भगत जान हम हसत जान हम भगत जान हम मरद जान तैया हम मरद जान Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful soundscape has been created by this marvelous girl.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
আমার থেকে অনেক ছোট মা, অভিক এর মতো, তো দাদা। তো আমরা জাস্ট খুশি হয়েছি বোঝাতে পারবো না। এখানে আর একটা জিনিস কি জানিস তো, তোর গান আজকে আমার মাকে আমি নতুন করে চিনলাম, মা আজকে রাস্তা করে আমি জানতাম না, মা গাইতো কিন্তু আজকে প্রথম ছিল। তো আমাদের একটা ছোট্ট জিনিস বাকি রয়েছে, আমি বাবাকে দেখে নেবো। বাবা তুমি স্টেজে এসো, অঙ্কিতাকে আমরা একটা উত্তরে দিয়ে বরণ করে নেবো। প্রেরণা তুমি একটু স্টেজে এসো, তুমি ওই জিনিসগুলো নিয়ে এসো। অঙ্কিতা ঈশ্বর তোমাকে যে অসীম ক্ষমতা দিয়ে পাঠিয়েছে, আরো এগিয়ে যাবো, আরো বড় হও, শ্রেষ্ঠ সঙ্গীত। আমরা চাই ও আরো এগিয়ে যাক, সবার আশীর্বাদ নিয়ে, সবার ভালোবাসা নিয়ে সারা জীবন ধরে ও এগিয়ে চলুক, মানুষকে আনন্দ দিক। মিউজিক আমরা জানি শব্দই ব্রহ্ম, যে সাউন্ড স্কেপটা আছে এবং যেটা তৈরি করবো এটা অসাধারণ। আর আরেকজনের মানুষকে মানে আমি সুলতান না জানি পাচ্ছি না, সেটা অঙ্কিতা বাবা। মিসমাজ আপনি প্লিজ স্টেজে আসুন, আপনি প্লিজ স্টেজে আসুন, মিসমাজ আপনি প্লিজ স্টেজে আসুন। আমি অঙ্কিতা বাবাকে বলছি একটু স্টেজে আসুন, আপনি প্লিজ স্টেজে আসুন। আমরা সারেগামা পার স্টেজে অঙ্কিতা বাবাকে, অঙ্কিতা মাকে আমরা দেখেছি একটা সহজ সরল মানুষ, সবসময় ওনার মেয়েকে আগলে রাখেন এবং ওনার প্রেরণায় অঙ্কিতা এত সুন্দর হয়ে গিয়েছে। মিসমাজ আপনি দুটো কথা বলুন।
ছোটবেলা থেকে কিন্তু খুব কষ্ট, মানে আমরা সবাই একটা নির্দিষ্ট জায়গায় পৌঁছানোর জন্য যে পথটা দিয়ে আমাদের হাঁটতে হয়, স্বাভাবিকভাবে সেই পথটা সবসময় মসৃণ থাকে না। অনেক চড়াই উঠাই পথ পার করে কিন্তু একটা নির্দিষ্ট আমাদের গন্তব্যস্থলে পৌঁছতে হয়। তো সেইরকমই কিন্তু অঙ্কিতার জার্নিটা কিন্তু শুরুতেই কিন্তু ভীষণ কষ্টের ছিল। 21 বার ধার করে কিন্তু আমি বম্বেতে গেছি বিভিন্ন রিয়েলিটি শোতে, ভালো গাইছি, চান্স হচ্ছে না, ইভেন বাংলাতেও তাই। তো আমাদের কপালের রেখাটা যখন সঠিক জায়গায় না আসে ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত কোনো অ্যাচিভমেন্টের জায়গাটা পাওয়া যায় না। তো চেষ্টা চালিয়ে গেছি, হয়ে গেছে, এর থেকে আর বেশি।
একটা ছোট্ট ঘোষণা না করে পাচ্ছি না, সরাসরি সাথে কথা হচ্ছিল আমার। টি সিরিজ থেকে অঙ্কিতাকে ইনভাইট করেছে ফর পারফর্মিং। এটা একটা খুব আনন্দের খবর, বাংলাদেশে আমরা সত্যি খুব গর্ব করতেছি এবং আমরা চাই যে বাংলার মুখকে অঙ্কিতা ভারতবর্ষের শ্রেষ্ঠ জায়গায় নিয়ে যাক। অঙ্কিতা, উই আর প্রাউড ফর ইউ, প্লিজ ক্যারি অন, প্লিজ ক্যারি অন, প্লিজ চলুন।
আপনাদের আশীর্বাদটাই আমাদের কাছে অনেক কিছু, তো ওটাই আশীর্বাদটাই লাগবে আপনাদের, আর কিচ্ছু লাগবে না, আর কিচ্ছু চাইনি আপনাদের কাছ থেকে।
চালিয়ে যাও, রেয়াজ করো, আরো ভালো দিকে যাও, পারফর্মটা নিশ্চয়ই করবে, কিন্তু পাশাপাশি নিজের পার্সোনাল রেয়াজের টাইমটা নিশ্চয়ই লাগবে। সেটা আমার খুব আপিল তোমার কাছে। চলো ঠিক আছে, সবাই ছবি তুলতে চাইবে, কিন্তু তুমি নিচে এসে দাঁড়াবে 2 মিনিটের জন্য প্লিজ। এসো।
বন্ধ করে দিয়েছে তো না ছবি
নেফ্রোকেয়ারের সমস্ত মেম্বারদের বলবো তোমরাও সামনে চলে এসো। It's a really very proud moment for all of us. ফটো হয়ে যাক।